you want us to begin, or the Sergeant RM is going to give the opening
I'm
announcement?
just checking the live stream, Chair, and I will tell them to start the recordings.
Got it.
PC recording is underway.
Cloud is started. Sergeant
Backup
Bionda.
is rolling. Good morning and welcome to today's remote New York City Council hearing for the Subcommittee on Zoning and Franchises. At this time, would all panelists please turn on their video for verification purposes. To minimize disruptions, we ask you to please place all electronic devices to vibrate or silent mode. If you'd like to submit testimony, please send via email to landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. Again, that is landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you for your cooperation. Chair Moya, we are ready to begin.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Councilmember Francisco Moya, Chair of the Subcommittee on Zoning and Franchises. I'm joined remotely today by Council Members Ayala, Grodenchik, Powers, and Borelli. Today we will hold public hearings on 343 Madison Avenue proposal relating to property in Manhattan, the 824 Metropolitan Avenue rezoning relating to property located in Brooklyn, and the Gowanus Neighborhood Plan and Gowanus Canal CSO facilities actions, both relating to property in Brooklyn. But first, we will vote on a number of items heard by the subcommittee at our September 24th and October 5th meetings. Please note that the LU numbers 842, 843, and 844 on today's agenda for the River North proposal, as well as the LUs 859 and 860 for the 270 Nordstrom Avenue proposal, as well as LUs 854, 855, 856 for the 11th Avenue proposal are also being laid over. We will vote to approve LUs 852.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Excuse me. We should also be laying over 861 and 862.
I'm sorry, and 861 and 862. And we will vote to approve LUs 852, 853 for the 62-04 Roosevelt Avenue rezoning relating to property in Councilmember Van Bramer's district in Queens. The proposal seeks a zoning map amendment to change the R6 and R6 C1 4 district to a C4 4 district, and a related zoning text amendment to establish a mandatory inclusionary housing area utilizing option 1 and 2. Councilmember Van Bramer is in support of the proposal. We will vote to approve LU numbers 854, 855, 856. Sorry. Sorry about that. We're striking out that paragraph for the 11th Avenue. We will also vote to approve LU's number 857, 858 for the 252 Victory Boulevard rezoning proposal relating to property in Councilmember Rose's district in Staten Island. The proposal seeks a zoning map amendment to change the existing R32, R3X district to a mix of R32 and R6B districts with partial C1-3 overlays, and a related zoning text amendment to establish an MIH area utilizing option 1 and option 2. Councilmember Rose is in support of the proposal. We will vote to approve LU numbers 861, 862 for the 1776-48 street rezoning proposal relating to property in
Mr.
Councilmember.
Chair.
Yes.
Sorry, that paragraph should be struck.
My apologies.
863 will be the next
863.
one.
We will vote to approve LU numbers 863 for the 48-18 Van Dam Teamsters rezoning relating to property in Councilmember Van Bramer's district in Queens. The proposal seeks a zoning map amendment to change the M21 district to an M15 district. Councilmember Van Bramer is in support of the proposal. We will vote to pre-consider LU's number 879 and 880 for the Broadway and 11th Street rezoning relating to property in Councilmember Van Bramer's district in Queens. The proposal seeks a zoning map amendment to change an R5 district to a special mixed-use district as MX23, pairing an R7A district with an M14 district, and a related zoning text amendment to establish a mandatory inclusionary housing area utilizing option 1. Councilmember Van Bramer is in support of the proposal. And finally, we will vote to approve LUs number 875, 876, 877, 878 for the 130 St. Felix Street rezoning relating to property in Majority Leader Cumbo's district in Brooklyn. The proposal seeks a zoning map amendment to change an existing C61 district to the special downtown Brooklyn district to a C64 and C66 district, a related zoning text amendment to establish an MIH area utilizing option 1 and the workforce option, a special permit to modify various bulk requirements, and another special permit to waive accessory off-street parking requirements. Majority Leader Cumbo is in support of this district. And I now call for a vote to approve LUs 852, 853, 856, 858, 863, pre-considered LUs 879 and 880, and LUs 875 through 878. Council, if you can please call the roll.
Chair, I just want to offer a minor correction. You said 856. We are not voting on 856. We are voting on 857. That's just
857. Okay.
Okay. On a vote of the land use items, Chair Moya.
I vote aye on all.
Councilmember Grodenchik.
Aye.
Councilmember Ayala. Councilmember Rivera.
I vote aye.
Councilmember Borelli.
I vote aye.
Chair Moya, the vote is currently 5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative with no abstentions. We will keep the vote open for a period of time.
Thank you. And now, before we begin with our hearings, I will recognize the subcommittee counsel to review the remote meeting procedures.
Thank you, Chair Moya. I am Arthur Ha, counsel to the subcommittee. Members of the public wishing to testify were asked to register for today's hearings. If you wish to testify and have not already registered, we ask that you please do so now by visiting the New York City Council website at www.council.nyc.gov/land use to sign up. Members of the public may also view a live stream broadcast of this meeting at the council's website. As a technical note for the benefit of the viewing public, if you need an accessible version of any of the presentations shown today, please send an email request to landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. When called to testify, individuals appearing before the subcommittee will remain muted until recognized by the chair to speak. Applicant teams will be recognized as a group and called first, followed by members of the public. When the chair recognizes you, your microphone will be unmuted. Please take a moment to check your device and confirm that your microphone is on before you begin speaking. Public testimony will be limited to 2 minutes per witness. If you have additional testimony you would like the subcommittee to consider, or if you have written testimony you would like to submit instead of appearing before the subcommittee, you may email it to landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. Please indicate the LU number and/or project name in the subject line of your email. During the hearing, council members with questions should use the Zoom raise hand function. The raise hand button should appear at the bottom of either your participant panel or the primary viewing window. Council members with questions will be announced in order as they raise their hands, and Chair Moya will then recognize members to speak. Witnesses are requested to remain in the meeting until excused by the chair, as council members may have questions. There will be pauses over the course of this meeting for various technical reasons, and we ask that you please be patient as we work through any issues. Chair Moya will now continue with today's agenda items. One quick additional procedural announcement. We anticipate a large hearing for today. If you have signed up and you have registered and you are waiting in the meeting, please be patient. We will get to you and we will get everyone's testimony There is nothing for you to do in terms of raising hands. The raise hand function is not going to do anything for you if you're waiting for your testimony. If you're here and you're waiting to testify, you're in the right place, and please be patient. And Chair Moya will now continue with today's agenda items.
Thank you. I do see Councilmember Powers' hand is up.
For later, after this presentation.
Got it.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Arthur. I now open the public hearing on LUs number 867 and 868 for the 343 Madison Avenue MTA headquarters proposal seeking 2 zoning special permits and relating to property in Councilmember Powers' district in Manhattan. I will remind the viewing public, for anyone wishing to testify on this item, if you have not already done so, you must register online, and you may do that now by visiting the council's website. Now, before I call up the first panel, let me turn it over to my colleague, Councilmember Powers.
Thanks. Are they doing a presentation first, or should I just jump? Yeah, okay. So I'll do questions after they do their presentation.
Got it. Okay.
Thanks.
We'll come back to you. Before we begin, I see that we have Councilmember Levin on. Can we take his vote now?
Yes. On a continuing vote of the land use items, Councilmember Levitt.
I vote aye on all.
Thank you.
Chair, we have a vote currently at 6 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and no abstentions, and we will continue to keep the vote open for Councilmember Reynoso.
Okay. And Council, if you can please call up the first panel for this item.
The applicant panel for this item includes Zachary Bernstein, Land Use Counsel for the applicant, Rich Monopoly and Robert Paley, representing the applicant, and Andrew Cleary as the project architect. We will also have available for question and answer Jay Stewart, Wesley O'Brien, Luke Wilson, Helene Sinquay, Lisa Schreibman, Nancy Doon, and Steve Cass. Panelists, please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this subcommittee and in answer to all council member questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. When you are ready to present your slideshow, please say so, and it will be displayed on screen by our staff. The slides will be advanced for you when you say next. As a technical note for the benefit of the viewing public, if you need an accessible version of this presentation, please send an email request to landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. And now, Mr. Bernstein, you and your team may begin. I'll ask all the panelists as they first begin any remarks or in response to questions to please once again state your names and organizations for the record, and then you may begin your testimony.
Great. Thank you, Chair Moya. Good morning, Councilmember Powers and committee members. I'm Zachary Bernstein with Fried Frank, Land Use Counsel to Boston Properties. Please start the presentation. This is a joint application of Boston Properties and the MTA for the redevelopment of the MTA's former headquarters site at 343 Madison Avenue. Here today with me is Richard Monopoly of Boston Properties, Robert Pelly from the MTA, and Andrew Cleary of KPF Architects. Next slide, please. On the left here is a map of the East Midtown subdistrict of the Special Midtown District. Highlighted in orange is the 343 Madison site, which is located in the Vanderbilt Corridor subarea. Under the Vanderbilt Corridor zoning rules, the applicants seek an increase in floor area from 15 FAR to 30 FAR through the Public Realm Improvement Bonus. The application will facilitate a building of approximately 750,000 square feet. The application also seeks the companion special permit for modifications to height and setback and mandatory district plan elements for a building utilizing additional floor area under the Public Realm Improvement Bonus. Bob will give some background on the project's importance for the MTA. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Zach. I'm Bob Paley, Director of Transit-Oriented Development at the MTA. This project has been long in the planning. In 2015, MTA moved out of our Madison Avenue building and consolidated staff at 2 Broadway. Following an RFP and a competitive bidding process, the MTA board approved the selection of Boston Properties to develop the property under a 99-year ground lease. Under the approved transaction, Boston Properties will be paying to MTA yearly rental payments as well as full property taxes. As contemplated by the RFP, these payments will provide critical ongoing funds in support of MTA's capital budget. Next slide, please. The project will provide both on-site and off-site transit improvements. Off-site, there will be 3 scopes of circulation improvements within the 42nd Street subway station. On-site, the project will construct the first direct entrance to the Long Island Railroad's new station on the east side, which we refer to as East Side Access. Zach will walk through the details of the off-site improvements first. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Bob. On the screen now is the 42nd Street subway station. The Lexington line platform, shown in green on an angle at the left of the screen, runs at a diagonal. The Flushing line platform, shown in purple, runs east-west a level below the Lexington line. The proposed off-site improvements provide 3 critical packages of improvements to these platforms, which I will walk through one by one. Next slide, please. The first improvement is expansion of the 2 staircases leading from the northbound 456 platform to allow an additional passenger lane, increasing lane capacity by 1/3 on these stairs. This will contribute to better on-time performance on the Lexington line. Next slide, please. This is a photo illustrating the expansion of each of these transfer stairs, allowing an additional lane up and down on each. Next slide, please. Moving down to the Flushing line platform, the second scope of work is construction of a new passageway and a pair of staircases at the center of the platform where no stair exists today. The additional stairs will reduce the time passengers are lined up on the platform waiting to move toward their destinations. To connect this stair, a new passageway will be constructed underneath Lexington Avenue, which you can see at the upper left of the page, as an extension of the existing mezzanine level. Next slide, please. Here's a rendering of the new passageway that will be constructed under Lexington Avenue to connect the mezzanine with the new platform stairs. Next slide, please. And this is a photo of the existing condition of the platform. As you can see, there's a significant platform length to reach a stair. Next slide, please. And this is a rendering of the proposed new stairs, allowing the platform to clear much faster. Next slide, please. The third scope of off-site improvements is widening the east end stair from 4 lanes to 6 lanes. This stair is currently a bottleneck in passenger flow, causing backups on the platform. The expansion will provide improved passenger flow and a better rider experience. Next slide, please. This is an image of the existing east end stairs, illustrating the 33% expansion that is proposed from 4 lanes to 6 lanes. Next slide, please. And here's a rendering of the proposed new stairs showing the 6 lanes. On the whole, the off-site work will substantially improve level of service on these platforms, generally speaking from levels D and E to B and C, greatly improving service for customers from Queens and the west side of Manhattan. I'll turn it back to Bob to introduce the on-site improvements. Next slide, please.
So next year, MTA will introduce the new East Side Access Terminal for the Long Island Railroad. The new platforms are located 160 feet below Park Avenue. Riders will get from their trains to the new concourse using a set of 3 escalator banks from track level. The largest escalator bank is at 45th Street, located at the southern end of the platform. You can see on the slide the indication. The largest escalator bank is at 45th Street, located at the southern end, and using currently planned street exits north and south of the development site. Riders using this escalator bank would need to travel north or south to exit to the street. Next slide, please. The redevelopment of 343 Madison allows our first direct escalators between street level and the concourse. The direct access will be located in line with our largest escalator bank to the platform, directly in the desired path of travel of many riders. As compared to traveling north or south to exit, This entrance will substantially reduce travel times for riders. Rich Monopoly from Boston Properties will walk you through this major improvement. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Bob. I'm Rich Monopoly, Head of Development for the New York region for Boston Properties. Thank you for having us today. This slide shows the existing site conditions with the ESA concourse adjacent to bedrock below the site. The ESA concourse.
Rich?
Yes.
This slide still needs to advance. I'm sorry.
Next slide, please.
Here we go.
So this slide again shows the existing conditions with the ESA concourse adjacent to bedrock below the site. The ESA concourse is in the bottom left hand of the slide. Next slide, please. The new direct entrance will connect the street level and the ESA concourse level. Construction of this improvement involves excavation through bedrock to 50 feet below grade. Next slide, please. After the excavation of the bedrock, we will install and maintain the following station elements: 3 escalators to reach the station 50 feet below grade, a new stairway alongside the escalators, and an ADA elevator between street level and the concourse level. This rendering shows these 3 elements leading to and from the concourse. Next slide. And here's a rendering of the new entrance itself, looking south from 45th Street. We've recessed the building above to allow the double height transparent entrance to stand out prominently from the rest of the building. This will become a well-known connection point in East Midtown. With that, I'll turn it to Andrew Cleary of KPF to tell you more about the building itself. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Rich. Next slide, please. I'm Andrew Cleary with KPF, the architect for the building. As you can see here in this diagram, the site footprint is 25,000 square feet, which is relatively small for an office development. Within this footprint, the site planning is guided by the MTA's vent building, which already exists on the south of the site, and the new transit entrance planned for the north. We're pushing the building back from Madison Avenue as required to create a 7-foot wide sidewalk, and we're widening the 45th Street sidewalk to 15 feet wide. Next slide, please. Taking those considerations into account, our core with the elevators will be at the eastern edge of the site. This is known as a side-loaded core configuration. The building lobby will be along Madison Avenue, and required loading docks will be along 44th Street, with retail at the 44th Street corner and along 45th Street. Next slide, please. The architecture of the building starts with looking at its function. At the left is an illustration of our initial massing study, showing a simple podium and tower with the elevating and core layered in. From there, we begin to articulate the architecture, taking into account the drop-offs of the elevator banks as the building rises. The center diagram illustrates the building's recess along the entirety of the northwest corner, highlighting the new transit entrance as a distinctive element of the streetscape. The right-hand diagram illustrates the setbacks at the south of the building, breaking up the building massing as the building rises. Next slide, please. In response to comments received during public review, including from the Yale Club, we have lowered the street wall to be in line with the Yale Club to the east. This reduction was included in the plans approved by City Planning Commission. Next slide, please. This is a context elevation which shows the building in context to the Madison Avenue streetscape. The reduced street wall height of 295 feet is below that of our southern neighbor at 335 Madison and similar to the height of the Yale Club to our east. The total building height of 1,050 feet is lower than One Vanderbilt and similar to that of the Chrysler Building, both of which you can see in the background a few blocks away. Next slide, please. Here is a rendering of the building from 44th Street and Madison Avenue, showing the building's cantilever over the MTA's vent building that already exists on the site. We have paid particular attention to creating a recess at the corner of the Yale Club to highlight the decorative coining along that building's edge. Next slide, please. And here is a view from East 45th Street and Madison Avenue, showing another view of the transit entrance sitting proud with the buildings recessed above. Next slide, please. The team is proud of the place this building will hold on the skyline. It complements its neighbors while making a distinctive addition to East Midtown. This is a rendering looking from the west, with One Vanderbilt to the south and the Chrysler Building in the background. Next slide, please. And this is an aerial view looking from the northwest. Next slide, please. And a view looking northeast. With that, I'll pass it back to Zach to wrap up the presentation.
Thank you, Andrew. That's the conclusion of our main presentation. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. I just got a couple of quick questions before I turn it over to Councilmember Powers. And you might have answered this one already, but I just want to make sure that we talked about this. At the CPC public hearing, a representative of your neighborhood to the south, Madison Avenue, noted concerns of the loading dock on 44th Street with the potential traffic implications. Have you already followed up with them?
Thank you.
Anything being done with their about their concerns?
Yes, we've been actively engaged with that neighbor to the south and engaged our operations personnel from Boston Properties with their operations personnel to talk about best managing 44th Street from a loading perspective. And we may get into conversation about that with Councilmember Powers as well. 44th Street is a very important street in this area, both for pedestrians accessing the Yale Club and the retail in our building, as well as serving functions for the building to the south and Yale Club's loading and our loading. So there's a lot to balance there, and we have been actively engaged with that neighbor. Thank you.
Okay. And then also in light of sort of the evolving attitude towards office environments generally, what went into your thinking in planning the main lobby space, and how, if at all, has that changed? And how do you balance that with the aim of fostering a lively streetscape, especially along Madison Avenue?
That's a great question. And I think it goes to the evolution of office lobbies and retail in Midtown and around the city. And the plan, while in the plan view, we showed separate colors for retail and lobby. The idea is to have a very activated lobby with the retail space really extending into the lobby. And so the public can utilize the retail space at the corner of 44th Street. And it really keeps more activity and street activation for more hours with that type of approach.
Okay. And you were seeking a maximum available 15 FAR, which you noted, is the same as what was requested and granted for One Vanderbilt. You yourself referred to this site as the smaller version of One Vanderbilt. What do you say in response to both the community boards, the BP, and some of the City Planning Commission who have questioned the justification of this bonus amount?
One thing I'll say is just a matter of math. The One Vanderbilt site is nearly twice as large as the 343 Madison site, and so 15 FAR bonus is a lot more floor area at One Vanderbilt than it is here. So the total bonus received here, even though it is nominally 15 FAR, it's actually a lot less in terms of square footage. And the offsite improvements here actually are directly listed in the zoning for the East Midtown zoning. These were queued up as priority improvements by the MTA together with city planning, and the amount of floor area being received for those offsite improvements is exactly what was laid out in the East Midtown zoning. For the on-site improvements, they are not specifically listed in that zoning, but it's been approached by city planning and the MTA, in a way that, one, is consistent with bonuses granted for transit improvements prior to the enactment of East Midtown, but also with very close reference to the different typologies of improvements or the levels of improvements that were established in the context of East Midtown. These are type 1s, type 2s, and type 3s, which give different amounts of floor area for different levels of improvements. And I know we've had questions about this along the way. I hope we've made a compelling presentation of the degree of excavation required to get 5 stories below grade, the major custom extra long escalators, 3 of them, to get passengers up and down. Same with the depth of elevator that's servicing the platform and the stairs. And I'll add on to that, some of the consideration of the utility of an improvement is what benefit does it give to riders. And as Bob tried to explain, this is going to be the marquee entrance and exit point for East Side Access. I think it's hard for people to really feel the importance of this because that's not a station that is opened yet. It's not a station any of us are using yet. I've had the privilege of going down there. The MTA has actually built this out. It's there. The lights are on. It just hasn't opened to service yet. And this will be the main place that passengers come in and out just by virtue of the layout of the station, and the largest escalators from the train platform level come up straight to 45th Street. So, in addition to sort of the level of improvements and the work that's being done, the function of this will really be a tremendous benefit to riders.
Okay, and my last question before I turn it over to Councilmember Powers is how, if at all, does the CPC street wall modification affect your ability to realize the full 30 FAR on the site? And along the same lines, how, if at all, does that change affect your sort of daylight evaluation scores?
That's a good question. The bringing down the street wall effectively brought down floor-to-floor heights in different parts of the building, and so we've got the same number of floors effectively and the same amount of floor area, a little less ideal with the slightly lower floor-to-floor heights, but we found it workable and acceptable, so it doesn't affect the total floor area of the building. There's a moderate impact on a daylight evaluation, but I'll say just given the location of the building and the surrounding built-up context, there really aren't moves up and down with the building that have a significant impact on those scores.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me. I want to turn it over now to Councilmember Powers for a few questions.
Thank you, Chair Moya, and thank you to the team at 343 Madison for the presentation. I've seen it a few times, but nice to see it again. A few questions I wanted to follow up on. Just in the grand scheme, looking at all the different improvements, I mean, I think what Chair Moya's point was the point that the committee board made, which is you're getting a really big bonus. I understand the comparison to One Vanderbilt, but you're getting 15 FAR on top of 15 FAR as a result of the improvements. Can you talk to us just a little bit about the process for determining which improvements were made? What that process is. I think it's a dialogue with the MTA, and also any other improvements that were considered as part of that process that maybe you deemed were infeasible, or in the sort of scaling of the project realized that some were better than others. Can you just talk to us a little bit about other improvements that you had considered as part of this dialogue with the MTA?
Yeah, I mean, I'll say the MTA put this building up for RFP and selected what to them was the best bidder. And so the package of improvements was prepackaged for the developer. It was the offsite priority improvements for which the floor areas had already been worked out in the East Midtown process, and then the MTA worked with city planning to right-size the improvements, through city planning's lens of past transit improvements to what could utilize the full FAR here, really to essentially use, I would say, leverage the Vanderbilt corridor zoning, which was already in effect, to get the best entrance that the MTA could here. And then bids were taken from developers to deliver that. And so this was, I guess I'll call it a bit of a pre-baked package that MTA worked out with city planning to get the most that MTA could to service East Side Access on the site, as sort of incentivized by the zoning bonus.
But are you aware of any other? I'm just asking. I understand they were kind of prepackaged. But any other improvements that came up when the discussions between the applicant and well, I guess MTA is sort of a joint applicant here, Billy, but between the two parties.
Bob?
So I just want to underscore what Zach said. We before we issued the RFP for the development of this, our former headquarters site, we undertook a very comprehensive examination of what our needs were in East Midtown, and the two sets of improvements, the offsite and the onsite, really were very much at the top of the list. Onsite, this is the only potential opportunity we had to create this entrance. Before we considered redeveloping our headquarters, we were looking at entrances in 45th Street, which is sort of the same place that this is located essentially, but it was just not feasible. You cannot close 45th Street to create a passenger entrance. So when we made the decision to redevelop the property, we included that as a requirement for developers to build. Similarly, when we packaged the RFP, we put the list of priority improvements into the RFP because we wanted to create a level playing field for the bidders to bid, because as you, I believe, know, MTA will use the revenues from the project to construct the offsite improvements. So this becomes the funding source for those offsite improvements. And these were, after the improvements made in connection with One Vanderbilt, the next set of priority improvements.
Got it. Well, you kind of stole my next question, but let me ask it anyway. So for the offsite improvements, on-site, we understand it's part of your building, and the entrance is right there in the lobby. But for the offsite improvements, I think you said it, but can you just restate what the arrangement then is? Who's paying for it? Who builds it?
Yes. So the revenues come from the ground rent of the building, and then that becomes a source for our capital investment. We currently don't have a source for these improvements, so this is tied into the development of the property.
So essentially, the lease is paying for the offsite improvements to occur. Is that correct? For the 7 train?
That's correct.
The borough president, in her conversations with you and her recommendation had, and I believe the applicant has agreed to this, but wanted to hear more about it, had asked for some sort of art or cultural programming that's part of this program, part of this building. I won't guess why she's there. I mean, my guess, well, I won't associate any particular reasons we're asking, but we certainly had a dialogue in the past about making East Midtown, excuse my language because I love East Midtown, but a little bit less boring in the after hours and add a little bit of life to it. And I'm sitting in East Midtown, so I'm allowed to say that, I think, too. But anyway, I know there's been a dialogue about that. Can you give us a status update on where the building is and where the proposal is when it comes to adding in some sort of arts programming or arts in the open spaces and potentially some cultural arts programming?
Yeah, Zach, can I jump in here?
Please.
Yeah, Councilmember Powers, we agree with your assessment of Midtown, and we'd like to change that. And we're making big steps to do so. I'll come back to that. But in terms of the project and our commitment, our discussion with Board President Brewer, we have really kind of committed to 3 elements. And those are, first, art in the transit areas that we can effectuate through a program that MTA coordinates called Arts in Transit. So we're happy to have local artists and provide spaces for that. And then secondly, when we do have vacant retail space, we're happy to provide pop-up space for artists to come display and or work in those retail areas. And then lastly, on a more permanent basis, we committed to provide either 500 square feet at grade or 1,000 square feet below grade for a time frame of about 5 years, just basically at cost. So that the artist or the studio would pay just the tax and the operating on the space, no rent. And that could be pretty effective and pretty powerful in terms of livening 45th Street, for example. That 500 square foot on 45th Street would approach nearly half of the retail that we have on 45th. So I think that could be pretty effective. In terms more broadly, how BXP looks at the world, we agree with your assessment. We, working with Borough President Brewer years ago, when we were repositioning the public space at 601 Lex, the privately owned public space, which is now opened. It is a beautiful pop space, available to the public, fully activated and engaged with the street on 53rd. We want to continue that momentum, and that does have activity after hours. We want that to be activated and alive and on nights and weekends, and we've done so with a really cool food and beverage program from local operators here in New York, not chains, local operators. And I think we'd like to pursue that kind of thing here. For example, in the southern edge of the lobby, we have a retail layout there. That could be the coffee that turns into the quick sandwich that turns into the wine bar in the evening. We want to keep that activation going both on Madison and on 44th and on 45th. So we agree with your assessment, and we want to work to improve that.
Got it. I'll be respectful of everyone's time here, so I'm going to ask too much more, but we have had some conversations with one of your neighbors, the Yale Club, who I think is impacted by this based on the scale of the building, based on some of the retail and the sort of streetscape, and have, I think certainly expressed their concerns, opinions, comments that they want to be able to still be fully functional and operational and not have this impact their operations, as do I. Can you just give us a status update on your conversations with them at this moment and any outstanding issues that you see need to be resolved before we close this application out?
Zach, you want me to take that?
Yeah, I guess I'll say you can supplement. We've been actively engaged with the L Club throughout this process, both about the temporary construction operations and about the permanent situation after the building goes up. It's unfortunate 44th Street has been a bit of a construction zone for a while, and I think there's a bit of fatigue on that. The ventilation for East Side Access is an event building there that was under construction for a while. 44th Street needs some love, and we think we will be working hard to stage construction operations in a way that is respectful of the L Club and does not interfere with their operations. And after we're open, they have their loading on 44th Street. They have a retail on 44th Street. We are engaged with them on potentially improving their sidewalk area, creating a bump out and a sidewalk widening for better pedestrian circulation around their building. And we look forward to working with you and them. I think there are a lot of opportunities on better retail activation on 44th in our building, and streetscape improvements to really make amends for what has long been a little bit of a difficult operating environment on 44th.
Okay, thank you. I'll be respectful. I know we got a lot of applications and a long hearing, and send my condolences or my best wishes to Chair Moya on a day ahead. But anyway, thank you to the folks at 343 Madison, and we'll continue to talk as this moves forward. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Powers. Thank you for your well wishes. I now am going to turn it over to Councilmember Grodenchik for a few questions.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of quickies. Is there a number on the value of these improvements from the MTA?
The offsite improvements, I think, are in the range of $80-some million. I don't have the latest numbers. That was a conceptual estimate we had some time ago, but that's we can certainly update that. And on-site is really the developers, work that the developer would undertake that work.
And is it safe to presume, because I don't like to presume too much in New York City government, that the improvements will be done for the MTA, the improvements that will benefit the MTA ridership will be done and will be usable before the building goes up or after the building goes up?
Yeah, I mean, it's a requirement of a TCO for the building under zoning. to complete the bonus improvements. And the, in particular, the on-site entrance is the first scope of work as the building starts to go up.
Well, some of that's going to go in the excavated area, right? Did I get that right? Where you're excavating 30,000 cubic feet of Manhattan?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's being excavated specific to all bedrock specifically to get all the way down and link up with that below grade concourse. That's excavation that wouldn't otherwise be done for the building. And so that is the first order of operation.
And you had mentioned, someone had mentioned, one of the applicants had mentioned that some of the FAR that would be granted, assuming that we vote to approve this, would be absorbed by improvements to the MTA property. Can you give us a number, because you're getting an incredibly large bonus, in my opinion, and I was wondering how much of the FAR would be absorbed.
The bonus is all goes into the building on site. The improvements that generate the bonus are both off-site and on-site.
But somebody said that some of the FAR is being absorbed. So I just wanted to know, are you getting, if you're getting an extra 15 FAR, is that reduced to 12? Is it reduced to 13, 14 because of the improvements? Or did I misconstrue what you were saying?
Oh. I mean, there may be a small amount of that is taken up by the improvements themselves, but by and large, the bonus is in the building.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Barry. Council, do we have any other council members with questions?
No, Chair, I see no members with questions.
Okay. There being no further questions, the applicant panel is excused. Before we call up the next panel, I just want to say that we've been joined by Councilmember Reynoso and Councilmember Lander, but why don't we take Councilmember Reynoso? Do you want to take the vote now, or should we wait till after this?
I can take it now, Chair. I vote aye on all.
Continuing.
Oh, sorry, I apologize.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Reynoso, aye on all. Mr. Chair, the vote is now 7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, with no abstentions. The items are adopted and referred to the full Land Use Committee.
Great, thank you. Now, Council, are there any members of the public who wish to testify on the 343 Madison Avenue MTA headquarters proposal?
Yes, Chair Moya, we have a few public speakers who have signed up to speak. For members of the public here to testify, please note again that witnesses will generally be called in panels of up to 4 names at a time. If you are a member of the public, sign up to testify on the 343 Madison Avenue proposal. Please stand by when you hear your name being called and prepare to speak when the chair says that you may begin. Please also note that once all panelists in your group have completed their testimony, you will be removed from the meeting as a group, and then you may continue to view the live stream broadcast of this hearing at the council website. And we will now hear from the first public witness panel, which will include Marissa Williams, Santos Rodriguez, and Felicia Park Rogers. Marissa Williams will go first, followed by Santos Rodriguez.
Thank you. Just before we begin, I just want to remind the members of the public that you will be given 2 minutes to speak. Please do not begin until the Sergeant at Arms has started the clock. And now whenever you're ready, Felicia. Okay, we just got to unmute you. Hold on 1 second.
Marissa Williams will be the first speaker, followed by Santos Rodriguez.
Sorry, my fault.
Should I speak now, or is somebody up? Did you call somebody
Sorry,
else?
no, that was my fault. I messed up, Felicia. Sorry. We're going with Maritza.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Good morning, Chair Moya and members of the subcommittee. My name is Marissa Williams, and I'm a representative of 32BJ SEIU. As you know, 32BJ is the largest property service union representing 85,000 property service workers across the city. We represent workers who maintain, clean, and provide security services in buildings like the ones being discussed at 343 Madison Avenue. We estimate that this rezoning which will allow the construction of almost 1 million gross square feet of commercial office space, will lead to the creation of 29 cleaner, 13 security, and other new building service jobs. We believe that the best way to make sure that developments like the ones proposed have a positive impact on building service workers is for the developers to make a formal commitment to pay the prevailing wage. We are pleased to let you know that the developer affiliated with this project, Boston Properties, has a track record of creating good jobs throughout their portfolio and a long-time partnership with 32BJ. BXP has reached out and made an early and credible commitment to create prevailing wage building service jobs at this site. We have full confidence that BXP will continue to be a responsible employer and presence in the community and are in support of this project. We know that this development will continue to uphold the industry standard and provide opportunities for working families to thrive in Manhattan. We need good paying jobs that can lift our neighbors up. On behalf of 32BJ SEIU, I respectfully urge you to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Santos Rodriguez will be the next witness, followed by Felicia Park Rogers.
Starting time.
If we can unmute Santos. There we go.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning, all. I am Santos Rodriguez. I'm here to testify on behalf of Gary LaBarbera, President of the Building and Construction Trades Council of Greater New York and vicinity. On September of 2020 and May 2021 and August 2021, the Building and Construction Trades Council testified in support of this project. We continue to support the 343 Madison Avenue project today. The Building and Construction Trades Council is an organization of local building and construction trades unions that are affiliated with 15 international unions in the North American Building Trades Union. Our local union affiliates represent approximately 100,000 union construction workers. The Building Trades mission is to raise the standard for all workers, to advocate for a safe work condition, and to collectively advance working conditions for our affiliates members, as well as all workers in New York City. Boston Properties 343 Madison Avenue project is a significant investment in Midtown Manhattan that sends a strong message and that New York City will recover and rebound from the pandemic. The project consists of 753,000 square feet and rise 1,050 feet tall with a Class A office space above ground floor retail. The building itself is designed to increase sustainability, accessibility, and wellness by maximizing energy use reductions, enhancing indoor air quality with ventilation, and utilizing other green technology materials and equipment. Notably, the project will develop a new east side access entrance and other upgrades to stairs and passageways that will improve access to and circulate through various transportation facilities, including the New York City Transit 7 line and the 4, 5, and 6 lines. These upgrades to our city's transportation infrastructure will assist communities navigating through Midtown Manhattan, as well as increase tax revenue for the MTA city and state. This project is an opportunity to create hundreds, if not thousands, of new construction jobs and will support the middle class lifestyle, providing area standard wages and benefit support workers and their families. We testify in support of this project. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Santos. Good to see you. Thank
Likewise.
you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Felicia Park Rogers will be the next and last speaker on this panel.
Starting time.
Hi, I'm the Director of Regional Infrastructure Projects for Tri-State Transportation Campaign, an organization that fights for safe, fast, and fair transportation options that reduce our car dependence in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. I'm here today as a transit advocate to express our support for the 343 Madison Avenue project to redevelop the MTA's vacant headquarters near Grand Central Terminal. Among multiple benefits, this project will help jumpstart New York's economic recovery from COVID-19. This project is located in a key business and transit hub. Indeed, it is hard to find a more transit-rich development spot in the 5 boroughs. As one of the transit advocacy groups that spent the last year successfully advocating for more than $15 billion in emergency funds to save our precious transit system, we are especially pleased that this project will unlock revenue to support the MTA's much-starved capital plan and to fund critically needed public realm and transit improvements. That said, our support primarily stems from the LIRR rail station entrance, enhanced subway station circulation, and the accessibility improvements that the proposed development will bring. Our review of the project leads us to conclude that it is designed in such a way to honor both the historic place East Midtown and Grand Central holds in our city's transit and architectural history, as well as meaningfully responding to the needs of the modern transit user, all while addressing sustainability concerns. This project expands the passenger flow and capacity of the 42nd Street subway station while also providing vital connectivity to the soon-to-be completed East Side Access terminal tracks. The transit improvements include multiple improvements to enhance pedestrian flow at the 42nd Street station for the aging subway lines, as well as a new southern entry. These are all very badly needed improvements. If we fail to transform our transit system to appropriately handle future demand, we will fail to bring back riders, and we will add to the congestion that is currently choking our streets, costing our city as much as $20 billion a year in lost revenue. I'm almost done. In a time where we need to encourage people to use mass transit, not cars, we should be bold about developing density, but thoughtfully around transit hubs. This proposed project is a good example of both. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today. That being the last panelist, do we have any council members that have any questions for this panel?
No, Chair, I see no members with questions for this panel.
Okay, there being no more questions for this panel, the witness panel is now excused. Council, if you could please call up the next panel.
If there are any members of the public who wish to testify on the 343 Madison Avenue MTA headquarters proposal, please use the raise hand function now. The meeting will briefly stand at ease while we check for any newly registered members of the public. Once again, if you wish to testify on the 343 Madison Avenue MTA headquarters proposal, please use the raise hand button now. Chair Moya, I see no other members of the public who wish to testify on this item.
Okay, there being no members of the public who wish to testify on LU numbers 867 and 868 for the 343 Madison Avenue MTA headquarters proposal, the public hearing on these items is now closed and they are laid over. I now want to open the public hearing on preconsidered LUs for the 824 Metropolitan Avenue rezoning proposal, which seeks a zoning map and zoning text amendment and relates to property in Councilmember Reynoso's district in Brooklyn. I will remind the viewing public, for anyone wishing to testify on this item, if you have not already done so, you must register online, and you may do that now by visiting the council's website. Do we have Councilmember Reynoso present, and does he want to say any opening remarks?
Chair, it appears that we have temporarily lost Councilmember Reynoso. I don't see him in the meeting.
Okay. So Council, please call up the first panel for this item.
The applicant panel for this item will include Lisa Arantia, Land Use Counsel for the applicant.
Thank you.
Ms. Arantia, please raise your right hand, state your name for the record.
Lisa Orantia.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the subcommittee and in answer to all council member questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just as a reminder, when you're ready to present your slideshow, please say so, and it will be displayed on the screen by our staff. Slides will be advanced when you say next. Once again, anyone who requires an accessible version of this presentation, you may send an email request to landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. And now you may begin with your testimony. We just ask that before you begin with your first remarks, that you just restate your name and the organization for the record.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Lisa Orantia, Land Use Counsel from Ackerman LLP, on behalf of the applicant 824 Metropolitan Avenue owner. Can you please pull up the presentation? Thank you for hearing our application today. This proposed zoning and text amendment affects property located at a street intersection in proximity to public transportation in the Greenpoint Williamsburg neighborhood of Brooklyn, Community District 1. These actions will allow a moderate increase in density and the introduction of residential use to facilitate an 8-story mixed-use building with permanently affordable housing. Next slide, please. The project area is located at the intersection of Metropolitan, Bushwick, and Orient Avenues. Next slide, please. The project area has been partially mapped in a C82 district and partially mapped as a residential district with commercial overlay since 1961. C8 districts are mainly mapped along major traffic arteries, allowing automotive and heavy commercial uses, and function as a bridge between commercial and manufacturing uses. Instead of having the typical auto and heavy commercial uses, the surrounding area is mostly residential, mixed commercial and residential, and non-conforming manufacturing. Next slide, please. Part of the development site has been used as an open lot for truck parking since 1966, and the remainder is improved with a 3-story residence built in 1910. Next slide, please. The rezoning area includes a small part of the rear yard of another 3-story building constructed in 1910 and a gas station at the corner of Metropolitan Bushwick Avenues that is expected to continue operating. Next slide. The proposed rezoning advances the planning goals of adding density at a transit-oriented site, supporting the productive use of underutilized land, and addressing the need for affordable housing. The proposed actions would extend the R7A district that exists to the west and to the south, including over a portion of the corner gas station lot, and an overlay that exists to the east to establish a continuous and uniform zoning district designations. Under the new district, building heights would be consistent with several 7- and 8-story buildings within 2 blocks of the site. And the proposed districts would create an opportunity for new mixed uses in an area where a substantial amount of recent as-of-right development has not included affordable units. The proposed rezoning boundary includes the corner lot that is used as a gas station. It's not owned by the applicant, and it can lawfully continue after the rezoning. Even though there's no plan to redevelop the gas station lot, the existing C8 zoning designation would allow new heavy commercial uses that are not appropriate for the area. In contrast, the proposed actions would support sustainable development, including commercial uses that are suited to the character of the neighborhood. And the proposed text amendment would map the area for MIH options 1 and 2. Next slide, please. The proposed development is an 8-story mixed-use building with ground floor commercial space capable of being partitioned into 2 establishments and 36 dwelling units, including 9 permanently affordable units. 2 3-bedroom units were added at the community board's request. The owner will be seeking a new commercial tenant with the help of a future partnership with the North Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce and the Southwest Brooklyn Industrial Development Corporation. Ideal uses would be hardware, contractor's establishment, or art, music, and dance studio. 15 permanent jobs are anticipated for this site. Next slide. Sustainable features will include solar panels on the roof in compliance with building code, plus high performance windows, smart heating and cooling, and energy efficient appliances. The owner also agreed to add plantings and seating to outdoor recreation areas on the terraces in response to the community board's request. Next slide. The building will be developed under MIH option 1 instead of option 2 as initially proposed to provide deeper affordability at the community board's request. About 9 units will be set aside for households earning 60% AMI, consisting of 2 studios, 4 one-bedrooms, 2 two-bedrooms, and 1 3-bedroom. And St. Nick's Alliance will be the administering agent for the affordable units. Next slide. The owner is also planning to install network nodes to the roof to help grow neighborhood access to high-quality broadband and Wi-Fi service at low cost. The network would deliver signal throughout the building's units, plus NYCHA properties, Williamsburg and Sumner houses to the south, as well as to the broader East Williamsburg, Bushwick, and Bedford-Stuyvesant communities. Next slide. Community Board 1 and the Borough President's Office recommend approval with conditions. Community Board voted 27 in favor and 1 opposed, and the owner will comply with the recommended conditions, which are to comply with safety requirements, minimize air conditioning noise, and seeking a diverse ground floor tenants. Regarding the Borough President recommendation, we believe the rezoning boundary is consistent with sound policy and land use objectives, and the owner will evaluate the recommendation as to changing the affordable bedroom mix to increase the number of 2 and 3 bedrooms. But currently the proposal is to provide a proportional bedroom mix in compliance with the zoning resolution. In addition, the owner has agreed to develop under MIH option 1, engage St. Nick's Alliance as the local administering agent, partner with North Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce to seek arts and culture or nonprofit entity as a potential ground floor tenant, incorporate sustainable features, coordinate with DEP and DOT and parks, and again, partner with locally based organizations and community groups when hiring and contracting for the project. About 65 construction jobs are anticipated. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today. I have no questions for the applicant. I want to give the opportunity to turn it over to Councilmember Reynoso. I know he had a few remarks.
Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak here, and want to thank 824 Metropolitan for coming by. This is a very good application that has come in. It seeks to help build units in an area that is ripe for development, that actually has a, like a very old and like decrepit, building that is in need of disrepair. I mean, it seems abandoned, and I'm happy to see that we'll get something new. We're also seeing a significant amount of as-of-right development happening in and around this area, almost all without any mandatory inclusionary housing, so no affordable housing happening in this area. So to have the applicant come in, be able to modify the zoning text here or amend the text here would allow for them to build higher, but also allow us to get some affordable housing. One of the biggest concerns I have is this lot next door. It's a significant lot. It's very large. And should someone want to build on it, I'm concerned that they will do the bare minimum. We're holding 824 Metropolitan to a very high standard, as to what we want to see happen there, including bedroom units, the affordability range, renting to non-for-profits, using the commercial space for arts and so forth. And all these things that they're doing is because of the private applicant is coming to us to negotiate those terms. I will not be able to negotiate the terms of the corner lot that is currently a gas station, which would be a bigger building than this one. And I think that my community should have a say as to exactly what they want to see there. So I guess mine is not a question, but Chair, just want to make sure that we note before any voting happens in the future that this lot is of huge concern for me. And I think that we should consider this application or this applicant with their lots only and remove the lot next door. Outside of the opportunity to negotiate, I do want to say that our area has become inundated with residential development, which I think is important for the future of the city and the future of Brooklyn. We are lacking opportunities of manufacturing and commercial space. This site being a commercial space could be invaluable and could serve a purpose under its current zoning that we're lacking. So I just want to say on a technical standpoint here, the rationale to maintain this site as is to ensure that we have a commercial space that can balance out the amount of residential development that we're getting. So again, the lot in which 824 Metropolitan sits seems wildly appropriate for development and an increase in FAR, while the lot on the corner that is adjacent to this one should remain a commercial space in an effort to again, entertain a space for commercial tenants. So thank you again for giving me the opportunity to speak here. I want to thank 824 Metropolitan for coming and discussing their plan. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Reynoso. Council, do we have any council members who wish to ask any questions to this panel?
No, Chair, I see no members of the questions for this panel.
Okay. There being no further questions, the applicant panel is excused. Council, are there any members of the public who wish to testify on 824 Metropolitan Avenue rezoning?
Yes, Chair, we do have currently one public witness signed up to speak. We will now hear from Frank Lang. Frank Lang with public testimony on this item.
Starting time.
Can we unmute the panel?
Yes. Hi, my name is Frank Lang. I'm sorry. I'm the Director of Housing for St. Nick's Alliance. I'm here to really just reiterate what was explained to the committee already. St. Nick's Alliance is a 46-year-old not-for-profit social service and housing organization. We have been retained to provide administrative agent services to do the marketing and lease up of the affordable units in this project on Metropolitan Avenue. If the project is approved and begins construction, we will do that and will be ensuring that we follow the mandatory inclusionary and HPD marketing guidelines and do the kind of outreach that allows local residents who are interested in the housing to get access. So thank you all very much.
Chair, you are on mute.
Thank you. Thank you, Frank, for your testimony today. Council, do we have any council members that have any questions for the panelists?
No, Chair, I see no members with questions.
Okay, there being no further questions, the applicant is now excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council, if you can please call up the next panel.
If there are any other members of the public who wish to testify on the 824 Metropolitan Avenue rezoning proposal, please use the raise hand function now. The meeting will briefly stand at ease while we check for any additional members of the public who may have registered to testify. Chair, it appears we do have one additional participant signed up to speak. This next panel will be, we'll hear from Victoria calling in by phone.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hello, everyone. I'm not familiar with Metropolitan Avenue specifically. However, we worked on the loft bill with Senator Salazar, certainly our senators and assembly members, to see that 1,000 buildings, loft buildings, went into rent stabilization. There's currently a building at Opera House with a forged C of O to deny those loft tenants their rights. I think I speak for everyone in New York that we do not believe that City Council and the City of New York should be rezoning during a pandemic when the public is not able to properly participate. The loft board is not enforcing the laws to put our affordable units that we already have into rent stabilization. And I would simply note that the entire city of New York, from Soho to Gowanus to the seaport, is very adamantly opposed to any rezonings and upzonings without proper displacement studies.
Victoria,
there have not been proper environmental impact studies, and we don't believe that
is your
you should
testimony
be.
specific to 824 Metropolitan Avenue?
Yes, I am specifically speaking to this project. Nobody believes that any rezoning or upzoning should be going on during the pandemic when the public is not able to properly participate. And unfortunately, city planning and the city has not conducted current environmental impact studies. There have not been proper displacement studies, and the city has not put the affordable loft units we have into rent stabilization. We see no reason for this. And quite frankly, it was Mr. Reynoso and St. Nick's that we caught lying in this area, in this footprint.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you. Let me turn it over to our council.
Chair, I see no members with questions, and nor do I see, that was the last speaker on this panel.
Okay.
I'll take this opportunity, Mr. Chair, with your permission, to make a brief procedural announcement. Once again, for members of the public viewing and or registered and already in the meeting, we do anticipate a lengthy hearing today. If you have registered and you have successfully logged in, there is nothing further for you to do. We ask that you please do not use the raise hand function. We will get to everyone and we will hear everyone's testimony in order. And again, we just ask that everyone please be patient. For those of you waiting to testify, there is no reason to use the raise hand function. We will get to everyone in order. Thank you. And with that, Chair, I believe we have no other members of the public signed up to testify on this item.
Thank you. There being no other members of the public who wish to testify on the preconsidered LUs relating to 824 Metropolitan Avenue rezoning, the public hearing is now closed and the items are laid over. I now open the public hearing on LU numbers 869 through 874 and 888 for the Gowanus Neighborhood Plan proposal, requesting zoning map and zoning text amendments, city map changes, disposition of the city-owned property, and related urban development action area project approvals and amendments, and the Mercy Home UDAAP amendment, all actions together being intended to facilitate the creation of the special Gowanus mixed-use district and relating to property in Councilmember Landers and Councilmember Levin's district in Brooklyn. These actions would transform an area of Brooklyn currently zoned for limited industrial and commercial development to a much higher density mixed-use, mixed-income neighborhood. The Department of City Planning estimates that these actions will result in approximately 8,495 new housing units, including approximately 2,950 affordable units, 1.5 acres of new parkland, 4 areas of new waterfront open space, and significant projected commercial and community facility space. At the same time, we will hold our hearing on LUs number 884 through 887 for actions related to the proposed Gowanus Canal CSO facilities, including city map changes affecting Douglas Street and 5th Street, a site selection action, and a site selection and acquisition action. These actions are related to the head end facility to be located on the east side of the canal between DeGraw and Butler Streets in Councilmember Levin's district, and the Owl's Head facility at 2nd Avenue and 5th Street in Councilmember Landers district. Once again, anyone wishing to testify on these items who has not already registered online, you must do so now by visiting the council's website to sign up. And now I just want to acknowledge Councilmember Lander for some opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Chair Moya. Thank you to all the members of our community who are here this morning, and to the many hundreds more who have engaged thoughtfully with every element of this very detailed plan. We don't always agree, of course, but over the past few years, we've had a robust democratic dialogue about the future of Gowanus. That conversation has already had a profound influence on the plan we're considering today, and it will continue to shape it today and in the weeks to come. Thank you to the individuals of the city planning team, the staff at City Hall and city agencies, the council's land use staff, and Community Board 6, who have put in thousands of hours to support this planning process. There have been many engaging moments along the way, scores, maybe hundreds of meetings. The Community Board 6 public hearing, which was held at the Old Stone House, inside and outside, in person and online, making room for a wide array of opinions and expression, really exemplified the kind of public deliberation around hard issues that I believe we need more of. Finally, a big thank you to Chair Moya. This is going to be a long hearing, and I appreciate your being a partner. I'll be here for all the testimony with you. To my colleagues, and especially to my friend and neighbor, Steve Levin, who really has been a real partner in all of this work. New Yorkers are skeptical of rezonings, and with good reason. Too often, rezonings have displaced low-income and working-class tenants, strained existing infrastructure, enriched speculators and developers, and changed neighborhoods with little input and little benefit for existing residents. Our city's reactive land use processes too rarely provide a meaningful opportunity for neighbors to shape the future of their community or achieve broader long-term public goals. But I continue to believe that if we get it right, and there is still critical work to do, the Gowanus rezoning could be different and could genuinely deliver a more inclusive, affordable, sustainable, and economically vibrant neighborhood right at a time when we need it. Our neighborhoods have changed a lot in recent years. Recent studies, including the Racial Equity Report, which was released in July, show steeply rising rents and home values, displacement of Black and Latino residents, and growing income inequality between white and Black and Hispanic households in our neighborhood. We've seen new as-of-right luxury development with no affordable housing and an influx of bars, hotels, and recreational activities in Gowanus serving wealthier families. We can expect those trends to continue if we do nothing. So, beginning with Bridging Gowanus in 2013, we launched a public conversation about how we could genuinely increase affordability and create a more integrated neighborhood, support the Superfund cleanup and increase sustainability and resilience in the face of climate change, preserve and strengthen the creative mixed-use character we love in Gowanus, address critical infrastructure needs, and genuinely maximize public benefit from private development. No easy task. But as a result of engagement, of criticism, of organizing, the plan we're evaluating today has been dramatically improved. The plan for Gowanus Green is 100% affordable, 950 units, a new school, waterfront park, community space. In combination with MIH, the overall plan would create nearly 3,000 units of genuinely affordable housing, 35% of the total new units in a community that has seen almost none in recent years. It includes creative approaches to keep the area mixed use, with mid-blocks remaining zoned for manufacturing and industrial, and the innovative Gowanus mixed zoning for new development. It includes new zoning tools for schools and transit improvements. We've landmarked 5 historic buildings, including the Powerhouse and the Old American Can Factory. And there are aggressive sustainability requirements, including the strongest stormwater rule in the country for new development, requirements for rooftop wind, green or solar, a resilient new shore walkway, all of which will work together with Superfund remediation. But there is still critical work to do if we're going to shape a plan the community can support. I remain strongly committed to the 3 core demands put forward by the Gowanus Neighborhood Coalition for Justice, NYCHA tenant leaders, and many others in our community. First, City Hall has not yet committed to an adequate funding package to address the dilapidated conditions that our neighbors in NYCHA's Gowanus houses and Wyckoff Gardens continue to endure. Second, we must ensure that development permitted by the rezoning would not add CSO pollution to the canal, but instead works with Superfund remediation to make it cleaner, and that we address issues of flooding. The new stormwater rule is a critical step here, but there is more to do. And we need strong commitments to long-term community oversight. Councilmember Levin and my terms are ending soon, and it's crucial that the community has strong, enduring, meaningful voice in implementation to make sure that commitments made are commitments kept. Beyond those issues, we're working on a wide array of details, investments in community facilities like the Old Stone House and Pacific Street Library, support for artists, manufacturing businesses, and workforce development, more public open space, and many other issues we'll hear about today. I said at the time of the release of Community Board 6's thoughtful and extensive recommendations when they voted to approve with modifications that I would take them as marching orders when the proposal reached the council. I know today's hearing will elevate them loud and clear. I look forward to the city's answers on these and other questions, to a partnership with the chair and my colleagues, and especially to public testimony from my neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lander, for your opening remarks. And feel free to send me lunch, dinner, whatever it is that you like. And then just please include the rest of the staff that's on here as well.
Here, here.
Now, Council, if you could please call up the first panel for this item.
The applicant panel for this item will include Jonathan Keller for DCP, Alicia West for DEP. Also available for question and answers, we will have Winston Von Engel and Sagi Golan of DCP, Angela Licata, Michael Deloach, and Kevin Clark for DEP, Mark McIntyre, Ahmed Tigani, and Nicholas Molinari. Panelists, please raise your right hand and state your name for the record. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the subcommittee and in answer to all council member questions?
Yes.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. When you're ready to go through your slide presentation, please say so. It will be displayed on screen, and slides will be advanced for you by our staff when you say next. Once again, anyone who requires an accessible version of this presentation may send an email request to landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. And now, Mr. Keller, you and your team may begin. I'll ask all panelists as you first begin your testimony to please state your names and organizations for the record. And you may begin your presentation.
Great. Thank you. This is Jonathan Keller from the Department of City Planning. And I'll wait for the slides to come up. There we go. Let me just resize this for myself. Great. Again, thank you, Chair Moya, and also thank you, Councilmember Lander. Good morning. Again, my name is Jonathan Keller. I'm a senior planner in the Brooklyn Office of City Planning, and for the past 6 years have been the project manager for the Gowanus Neighborhood Plan. I'm also joined by my Brooklyn office colleagues, Winston Von Engel and Siggy Golan. And of course, some of our core agency partners, not all of them that have worked on this plan, but the core partners of Department of Environmental Protection, Parks and Recreation, and Housing and Preservation Development, and Environmental Remediation. The presentation I'm about to give is a shortened, condensed version. As Councilmember Lander it noted, there's a lot here. The full presentation is on our website at newyorkcity.gov/Gowanus. Next. We are here to talk about Gowanus, and we will. But first, I do want to touch on the overarching existential questions that have arisen in the past 18 months. COVID-19 has upended life as we know it. The virus attacks and exploits the physical, the biological, and yes, the most vulnerable. But the virus also attacks vulnerabilities in our systems, in our social, environmental systems, and our institutions. And we've seen most starkly that the virus exploits and exacerbates the racial injustices and inequities woven into these systems and institutions. Next slide. With so much rapid change, some have asked the fundamental questions. Has the pandemic changed our reality or our understanding of reality? Has it upended previous held beliefs, assumptions, standards that good comprehensive planning is based on, that the Gowanus plan is based on? And has the need for the plan changed? Clearly, it's even more urgent in laying bare the persistent inequities of our society. COVID-19 has highlighted tenets and principles embedded in our planning for Gowanus. Issues such as equity, inclusion, environmental justice, open space and urban form, housing security, just to name a few. We need more housing to help alleviate crowded situations across the city. We need more outdoor spaces to just be and be safely. And Gowanus has a lack of open space today. And it also highlights our need for job generation and giving a broader group of people access to jobs and housing in open space and high opportunity areas. Next slide. After 18 months, people are more mad at each other than ever, more stressed and fractured. It's in times like these that we look for hope. And at our best, good planning is a vehicle for hope. And our planning can give us hope when it's flexible enough to respond to the unforeseen and permanent enough to stand the test of time. And the Gowanus plan does this. It responds to the needs of today and the future with significant new affordable homes, new jobs and new open space, including a new waterfront park, new schools and incentives to keep Gowanus mixed use, and improvements to the infrastructure and NYCHA communities, and a resilient shoreline, a greener canopy, and catalyzing brownfield cleanups. Next slide. To make this all happen, the city is proposing a number of land use changes that need to go through the public review process. Next slide. These actions would affect an 82 block area in Brooklyn Community Districts 2 and 6. Next slide. Again, this is a high level overview of the plan and the zoning proposal, and we've shortened it a lot and we'll zoom through it. I know we want to get to the questions and of course, the public testimony. Next slide. Once referred to as Gowanus Creek, the canal was originally a wide tidal creek with numerous small tributaries. Next slide. The canal was crucial to the growth of Brooklyn, especially the growth of surrounding brownstone Brooklyn. However, around the time and just after World War II, the canal was a shell of its maritime self as a number of changes disrupted businesses throughout the area, including highway trucking. Next slide. By the 60s, the community was having regular discussions about what to do with the neighborhood and how the area can be cleaned up, and then what it should be used for, and how to support and plan for residential growth while also supporting jobs and businesses. Next slide. Those existential questions, messy and hard discussions kept on in the new millennium with study and report after study and report asking, what should we do with Gowanus and who should it be for and whom? Next slide. And these are those reports and studies. Next slide. Meanwhile, these hard conversations of how to grow equitably and sustainably were occurring as the adjacent neighborhoods were downzoned, restricting new home building in designated historic districts. Next slide. These actions have had a chilling effect on housing growth with real implications for existing or prospective residents in these neighborhoods that are some of the wealthiest, healthiest, and most transit abundant and proximate job centers in the city. Next slide. In response to community requests, an area-wide zoning proposal was put forth along with a proposal for the city-owned public place site, also known as Gowanus Green. Next slide. In parallel, the neighborhood and community advocated for Superfund designation of the canal, which occurred in 2010. In 2013, the Record of Decision laid out the proposed remedy and steps to be taken by responsible parties to clean up the canal. And that work is now showing tangible results. In the first remedial target area north of 3rd Street has been completed. Dredging started last November. Next slide. And of course, as noted by Councilmember Lander, from 2013 to 2015, Council members Brad Lander and Stephen Levin, in collaboration with other elected officials in the Pratt Center for Community Development, led a community-driven planning process called Bridging Gowanus. Building upon this foundation of community planning and advocacy, the Gowanus Neighborhood Study launched in August of 2016 as part of a comprehensive effort to plan for the neighborhood's future. Next slide. One of the first exercises we undertook was taking a broad look at key existing conditions, and we'll just note a few of them. Next slide. Two of the biggest influencers of land use patterns in Gowanus are the canal and the 1961 zoning resolution. The canal and its original industrial purpose bisects the neighborhood and significantly influenced land use patterns and block and lot sizes. Next slide. While most of the rezoning area is outside of the floodplain, many of the canal blocks are within the floodplain, which is the image on the left. And as you can see on the right-hand map, this tracks with the blocks primarily impacted by Superstorm Sandy in 2012. Next slide. Here we're noting the median income in the census tracts that comprise the rezoning area is $115,000. The tracts with NYCHA has a median income of $39,000. The neighborhood is well served by public transit. There are 5 bus subway stations that ring the rezoning area and multiple bus lines along major Brooklyn corridors. Next slide. To sum this up, why act now? Years of debate and disagreement about how the neighborhood should or shouldn't change, how to clean up the canal and brownfields in a coordinated way, major environmental, economic, social, and technological events and shifts that have rapidly reshaped what it means to find a home, to find a job, to raise or not raise a family, to live a good life. We know that the status quo is not what the community wants. And years of no action have left brownfields to sit and contamination to spread while a housing crisis explodes. And climate change has made us more vulnerable and less resilient. Next slide. It's within this context that the community requested a neighborhood study and what we set out to solve for when we launched our engagement and outreach process in October of 2016. Next slide. And to get from we have these challenges to what do we want the future to be like and how can we shape it? When we launched in October of 2016, we asked the community about how to approach studying Gowanus. And what resulted was a collaborative 4+ year process. Next slide. This resulted in the very robust Gowanus framework. Next slide. And the framework was used to advance both non-zoning and zoning related strategies of the neighborhood plan. Next slide. I'll be running through these very quickly. Since we released the June 2018 framework, we've made progress on a number of fronts, including on sustainability and resiliency goals and strategies. Next slide. On advancing community and cultural resources, Next slide. On supporting the Superfund cleanup and planning for upland brownfield remediation. Next slide. On advancing fair housing goals, making progress on our planning for the city-owned Gowanus Green site and our NYCHA commitments. Next slide. On economic and job development, including releasing a framework for the Gowanus portion of the Southwest Brooklyn IBZ. Next slide. On transportation, and final slide, or next slide for this section. And on land use and urban design principles. Next slide. The product of years of virtuous and iterative feedback loops, the zoning proposal under public review are a suite of land use actions that would effectuate a collaborative and comprehensive plan for the neighborhood defined by the once and future clean, vibrant, and thriving Gowanus Canal. Next slide. I want to touch on a really important part of this. The zoning proposal is an opportunity to transform the neighborhood and fulfill the community's vision for a mixed-use, sustainable, and thriving neighborhood. A cornerstone of the proposal is its ability to promote a mixing of uses throughout the neighborhood and in mixed-use developments. And this slide is showing how we're doing it through on a neighborhood level basis, on a block-by-block basis, but also in a building level basis. Next slide. This next slide will talk to the building level basis. Specifically around new planned or renovated open space, basically along the canal and around Thomas Green Playground, where density and bulk envelopes are sufficient to accommodate it. We are proposing non-residential use incentives that allows developers to increase their total maximum FAR with non-residential uses only. One would incentivize the inclusion of a wide range of non-residential uses allowed in the proposed districts. Excuse me. And the other would incentivize a more specific set of uses that include light industrial, arts-related, cultural, and civic uses, and repair and production services. This is what the council member referred to as the Gowanus Mix incentive. Next slide. The canal is undoubtedly the emerald necklace of the plan. We work tirelessly and passionately to ensure we leverage the canal's sense of place and promote the creation of an exciting urban environment. We crafted building envelopes to go along with the proposed density along the canal that are flexible to promote excellent building design while being prescriptive about base heights and tower locations in order to be sensitive to adjacent contexts. These regulations are sensitive to transitions toward upland blocks and their low-rise brownstone context, while also being sensitive toward the canal and future waterfront esplanade, while also providing enough flexibility to promote variation in building form and world-class architecture. Next slide. If the canal is the emerald necklace of the plan, then the Gowanus Green is the crown jewel. The city-owned site is an opportunity to deliver on decades of community organizing. Next slide. Master planned with the private site to the south in mind, Gowanus Green would revitalize a brownfield site, just a short equidistant walk between two subway stations, by mapping new parkland and new streets that would institutionalize sound urban design principles. Next slide. The project would include approximately 950 units of affordable housing, space for a new school, and a new 1.5 acre waterfront park. Next slide. And as you can see here, which was presented to CB6 last November, is the commitment to 100% affordable housing at Gowanus Green, serving a broad range of needs and New Yorkers. At least 50% of rentals will be for extremely low and very low income households, including 15% dedicated to formerly homeless households. Moderate income households will make up no more than 40% of rentals. And there will also be senior housing for those over 62 years of age, along with supportive housing and some affordable home ownership. Next slide. The open spaces of the project are designed to capture rainwater and clean it through a series of bioswales and rain gardens. It's also part of the overall goal of the project to capture 100% of the stormwater that falls on the site and play its part in the overall community goal of reducing CSOs and making Gowanus a greener, more resilient neighborhood. Next slide. The park at Gowanus Green is a key element, not only to the proposed 100% affordable development, but as part of an overall public realm and open space network. The park will be funded by the city with the development team constructing the park. There will be dedicated funding stream for long-term maintenance of the park. The park will first go through a community design process. The timing of the park and really the timing of the entire site is dependent on a few variables, including whether the site is used in conjunction with the staging for the Superfund dredging and completing the remediation of the entire site pursuant to DEC and EPA review. Next slide. Gowanus Green, together with the urban design framework noted above, will set the stage for a transformative new phase for the Gowanus Canal and its surroundings. Next slide. Another long time coming city-sponsored project is Mercy Homes, which is also on for this hearing as an amended UDAP. The amendment would facilitate a larger project than originally contemplated along 4th Avenue. The project will include 43 affordable units plus 1 super unit at a proposed affordability up to 80% AMI. There would be some ground floor retail space on 4th Avenue, and the building will include social services, residential amenities, and a rooftop farming program. Next slide. Next slide, sorry. And finally, we'll just touch on a little bit of the waterfront access plan. The Gowanus Canal is a unique water body that requires unique zoning regulations to guide its development and construction of a continuous shore public walkway. The WAP will institutionalize a framework for a continuous shore public walkway that will be constructed over time and through a mix of public and private investment. Next slide. Together with the provisions to promote mixed-use buildings through innovative use incentives and select ground floor use requirements, the WAP would create a vibrant, active, and resilient waterfront. Next slide. Modifications in the WAP would help ensure that the future shoreline is appropriately elevated while allowing for a shore public walkway with sufficient design flexibility to accommodate a variety of uses, activities, and experiences. Next slide. Coupled with the proposed zoning changes, the modifications in the special district and planned open space investments, the WAP would also provide significant amounts of new open space and a new urban tree canopy in a former industrial area that is mostly hardscaped. These provisions would generate new waterfront neighborhood parks and open spaces and reconnect the community to the Gowanus Canal. And that's my last slide, and I'll be handing it off to my colleague at DEP to talk about the salt lot application. Next slide.
Thanks, Jonathan. Good morning, council members. My name is Alicia West, and I'm DEP's Director of Public Design Outreach. I'm pleased to be here today to present the ULURP applications for the Gowanus Canal Combined Sewer Overflow Owl's Head facility. Next slide, please. So as many of you know, in 2010, the US EPA designated the Gowanus Canal a Superfund site, identifying a number of potential responsible parties, including New York City and National Grid. The EPA has required the city to remediate the petroleum-based contaminants at the canal and reduce combined sewer overflows, CSOs for short, you'll hear me say CSOs a lot, into the canal. The city will construct 2 underground CSO tanks and associated head houses to intercept and store the combined sewer overflow during wet weather events. So this will continue the city's ongoing work with both gray and green infrastructure projects to limit CSOs into the canal. The first CSO facility is located at the head end of the canal, and that features an 8 million gallon tank. That project went through ULURP in 2017 and is nearing construction with a scheduled completion date in late 2030. The second facility, the one we're here to discuss today, is located at the bend of the canal, and we call this the Owl's Head site, and that will have a 4 million gallon tank. Next slide, please. So to build our Owl's Head facility, the city is moving forward with 4 ULURP actions, and that's what we're here to present today. So these actions include the site selection and acquisition of 4 privately owned lots, site selection of a city-owned lot, and 2 city map amendments. Next slide, please. Here's an aerial of the Owl's Head site overlaid with the block and lot information of the parcels we plan to site select and acquire. Block 977, lot 3 is already owned by the city and is home to the Department of Sanitation's salt shed and plow storage, as well as a composting and nursery facilities operated by Big Reuse in partnership with Gowanus Canal Conservancy, GCC for short. We're working closely with sanitation and these organizations to relocate their operations during construction and reestablish permanent facilities for them on site. We're also in contact with property owners and tenants on the parcels to be acquired. Like we did for the acquisition for the first tank, the city will provide relocation services for business tenants. We're also working with the South Brooklyn Industrial Development Corporation in our outreach to the tenants, and we've already hosted 1 forum together to answer questions. Next slide, please. Next slide. Maybe I have a lag. There we go. The first city amendment, the first city map amendment would demap 5th Street between 2nd Avenue and the canal. This is at the Owl's Head site. And then next slide, please. One more. The second city map amendment is at the site of the northern tank, and that would demap Douglas Street, which is a paper street between Nevins and the canal. So we're just cleaning up the city map with this action. Next slide, thank you. So here's an illustrative slide of the conceptual layout for the use of the site. The salmon colored triangle is the area that will be used for the DEP tank and the associated head house. The yellow areas will be used for construction staging, relocation of DSNY operations, big reuses and GCC's facilities, and public open space along the waterfront. We're working with Councilmember Lander's office to craft a productive public engagement process for the design development of the site. And we know there's a great deal of interest in the site. And as we embark on the design, it's really important for all of us to ensure that we have a clear line of communication with the public. So that is my brief presentation, and we are happy to answer any questions you have about these applications.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. A couple of questions before I turn it over to my colleague, Councilmember Lander. Just going back to the beginning, the Community Board 6 local elected officials, the Brooklyn Borough President, and the recommendations of the Gowanus Radical Equality report are united in calling for a significant investment at the Gowanus houses and the Wyckoff Gardens NYCHA developments as part of this plan. Why is this issue still unresolved?
Thank you, Chair Moya. We agree. It's absolutely critical. It's very important that all residents, benefit from the rezoning, including our, friends and families in the NYCHA communities just outside the rezoning area, and the investments made in the neighborhood. We have been working. The administration, the city has been working and been active with discussions with NYCHA, Council members Levin and Lander offices, and both Gowanus and Wyckoff tenant leaders about priority capital investments. This has been ongoing over the summer for many months now, and we continue to work together to determine a package of improvements for these NYCHA sites. As we have said, again, the administration has said publicly, we are committed to addressing the priority capital needs at these 2 sites within this plan. And, as a DCP representative, I can't talk to all of those conversations that have been going on between NYCHA, tenant leaders, and the council members, but it's something that we are going to work through in the next few weeks as we look towards resolution.
Okay. And was there ever any consideration to incorporate investment in NYCHA as part of the neighborhood plan from the early stages, or no?
Yeah, it's as the Councilmember Lander will know, this has been a long and winding process. To be honest, early in the early days, it's something that we had talked about with the working groups, and I'll share. It was a very humbling experience where I believe it was in one of the weeks we came out with some of the recommendations, and we came back and said, funding NYCHA during this process is not something that we were considering and that we were hoping to decouple. The next week, East Harlem had come through City Council, and we did make a major investment, and we had come back and frankly had a very humbling and honest discussion with folks that this is an ongoing target, and that their advocacy and their organizing and the organizing of folks all around the city can make a difference. And that what we say is something that is always going to be up for discussion throughout this entire process. And so here we are. We first made a commitment in the Gowanus framework in June 2018 that we would look at investing in these communities. A lot has changed since then. Warren Houses has gone into RAD, and that should and has been advancing, and we are now looking at Gowanus Houses in Wyckoff for the appropriate package that will get us to a decision.
Okay, so can we be confident that the issues that we're talking about with NYCHA will finally be addressed in the coming weeks before the council votes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Switching to the affordable housing piece here, the Gowanus Neighborhood Plan is projected to provide nearly 3,000 affordable housing units, representing over a third of the projected units. How does this amount of affordable housing, comparing that with the major Brooklyn rezoning of the prior administration, like Greenpoint and Williamsburg and downtown Brooklyn, how does this all amount to here?
You're asking for sort of a comparison between
comparison of the affordable housing.
Sure. I think I will give an answer. Winston would be maybe better if there's a follow-up on downtown Brooklyn. And Ahmed also Tagani is our colleague from HPD if he has anything to sort of help or fix from my statement. These are very different times. And this is also something we had lots of conversations with community board on. Back in those days, we didn't have, in downtown Brooklyn, we didn't even have voluntary inclusionary housing. Greenpoint Williamsburg was where that first was included in an area-wide basis. And we have been innovating on this over time. And now we have mandatory inclusionary housing. And so as a baseline, we now have somewhere between 20 and 30%, depending on the options that are ultimately selected. And in Gowanus, we also have a city-owned site, which is also where we have committed to 100% affordable housing. And so that is how we get to 3,000 affordable units. As many people know, downtown Brooklyn was planned for a lot of commercial that still coming online a little bit later than projected, and a lot of housing was built. And so in terms of the ultimate numbers, I'd have to, look to Winston if he has any off the top of his head. Otherwise, we can follow up with the exact numbers that have been produced. And Ahmed, also, if you want to add anything there.
Absolutely. So thank you for the question, Councilmember. Yep. I'm sorry, Winston, did you want to speak first?
No, go ahead, Ahmed. You feel free to respond, and I'm happy to follow up on Brooklyn and Brooklyn Williams.
Thank you, sir. So I would just add that part of the approach here is to also look at housing as HB's Office of Neighborhood Strategies has made as our critical lens from a holistic multi perspective, from multiple perspectives. And here what we're doing within not only the larger rezoning, using MIH as a pathway to ensuring that there is affordable housing as part of this plan and expanding diversity and access. We're especially a credit to DCP, to DEP, and the other and parks and other agencies. There are a lot of elements in this rezoning that embraces this as a live-work neighborhood, as a diverse work-live neighborhood. There is substantial investments in parks, creating strong visual corridors and a vibrant waterfront space. There is a focus on making sure that we're opening up streets to more accessible pedestrian access. A lot of that really originates with the ideas and proposals put forward by the community through this long process. So it's a neighborhood that lends itself to inviting affordable housing and housing of all types. We're going to put in the measures to make sure that affordable housing is part of that mix, and coupled with the city investment and smart planning to ensure that the neighborhood has all the amenities and elements of being a place where people want to come live and work. It will lead us to a place where that kind of development will happen. So we hope that a mixture of our policies and investments will lead to the housing that we need to see done, and our requirements will ensure that affordable housing happens along with it.
Okay. The plan also calls for 900. Yep, I'm sorry. Well, listen, did you want to?
I was just
going
to point out that the Gowanus plan, Chair Moyer, has about double the number percentage-wise of affordable housing. This administration is really focused on affordable housing, and this plan in Gowanus really doubles down on that.
Great. I would just love to see how that all breaks down. If you could send it to us before the vote, that'd be very helpful. Also, the plan calls for 950 units at the Gowanus Green site, a former manufactured gas plant. Does the city have full confidence that this site can be fully remediated to be safe for housing development?
So yes, absolutely. But Ahmed, do you want to take this? And we also have Mark McIntyre from OER here who can also help.
Well, I'll defer to Mark, who's obviously the expert, but I'll just say that, in our conversations with both our federal and state partners, the EPA and DEC, which both have really been helpful in thinking about the right way to do this, have stated that they will work with us closely to make sure that this site is remediated to be protective of all public health and environment concerns. I think from the start, it's been our focus to make sure that whatever we do, that we're building it so that it's safe and contributes positively to the neighborhood. And there is a tremendous amount of confidence, especially given that we're a city that has seen large-scale projects happen, has seen affordable housing happen on sites that were formerly environmentally in need of remediation, move forward and continue to prosper successfully. So at this site, we have all confidence that both with our federal and state partners, along with a highly prepared development team, that we have a strategy to make sure that's safe. But I'll defer to my colleague with more details.
Mark, how about that?
Sure. Hey, Mark McIntyre, Director of OER. Yes, the city can have confidence that Gowanus Green, Public Place, as well as the other areas that the rezoning would designate for housing can be safely remediated. They will be brought, all these properties where housing is to be built will be brought to state residential standards. And when that's achieved, and it's achieved all across the state on a daily basis, when it's achieved, Gowanus Green will be safe for the school, for the park, and for the housing. It will be done.
Okay, thank you, Mark. The Borough President's report recommended relocating the Gowanus EMS station in order to free up an additional site for 100% affordable housing. Have you considered this recommendation at all?
That was something that had come up, not much at all, to be honest, Chair. I would say, that area had been rezoned as part of the 363, 365 Bond Street rezoning in 2009. It's not something that is currently part of the plan. And I would just note, that conversations are not precluded from advancing in the future. But some of the things we have heard from the community are making sure that there's adequate infrastructure, soft and hard, in the neighborhood to accommodate the growing population in the future.
Thanks. I just want to go quickly back to one quick question. We were talking about the remediation. So what is the timeline for the remediation and construction of the Gowanus Green? What are the phases, and what year will it be fully complete?
Sure. I think I can start us off a little bit, and then hand it over to Ahmed to finish it on that. So I'll tell you what we know. We know that the site is being remediated right now by National Grid as part of the remediation of the manufactured gas plant that is being overseen by DEC. The site will need to be completely remediated further by the development team. So National Grid is essentially handling the hot spots where the tanks were, the underground tanks of the manufactured gas plant. And the development team has applied to DEC for the brownfield cleanup program, and that is being overseen by DEC and reviewed also by EPA. That will need to be done, that full remediation, before anything can happen on the site. There is the potential need for the site to be used in conjunction with the Superfund dredging as a staging site. That's something that the city frankly does not want to see. We would like to bring this generational benefit and opportunity to the neighborhood as soon as we can. And using it as a staging site would mean, the site could be used for a number of years. And so if we can find an alternative staging site, that would ramp up the timeline to in the next few years. And there would be, I think this is where Ahmed can talk to the phasing once the site is ready to be constructed on. But if the site is needed to be used for a staging site, then it's up to really the timeline for the dredging of the canal. And you have 3 remedial target areas for the canal. The first one is completed, and they're starting to do the capping, and then they will do the sediment to encourage natural habitats and organisms and life to come back to the canal. Very exciting. RTA 2 and 3 would then are starting, and those are at this moment in time anticipated to run through, I believe, the end of the decade, if not a little bit before the end.
Great, thank you. Now I want to talk about sort of the mixed use. Both the board president, the community board, they recommended that the Gowanus mix provision to incentivize arts, light industrial, and nonprofit space to be strengthened. Are you confident that the developers will use the incentives as currently proposed? And how much arts and light industrial space do you project will result from the Gowanus mix zoning tool?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, we are confident in it. We worked very hard and for a long time with Councilmember Lander to come up with something that was reflective of the uses in the community today, and that we want to see reinforced in part of the community in the future. The 2 incentives are, focused along the canal and around Thomas Green Playground. I think in my presentation, I noted where density and envelopes are sufficient to accommodate it. And they're on larger sites, and they're on developments where an incentive can be accommodated quite easily. I'll also say that in this should come as no surprise to Councilmember Lander and others that have heard me answer this question before, but we also have a very interesting, very happy, coming together, a synergy between ground floor flood protections and new buildings pursuant to Appendix G. You can dry flood proof, you can wet flood proof. One is a little bit more expensive than the other. Putting ground floor commercial or non-residential or industrial or arts on the ground floor can be used as a way to actually harden these buildings. And so we think because of the proximity to the canal, that they're in flood zones, that this will be an incentive readily taken up and by the developers, and we look forward to that occurring, and we crafted the incentive with that in mind.
Great. Okay, I just want to. I got just a couple more questions before I turn it over. On sort of the labor and workforce development angle here, previous neighborhood wide rezonings have included language honoring a letter from former Deputy Mayor Glenn. The city would honor labor and wage standards created in conjunction with 32BJ on city initiated rezonings. Will this honor that served the workers' commitment, will that have a similar commitment also to the construction jobs that are being created in this rezoning?
While we are obviously still negotiating the POA, and that'll continue, my understanding is all of what you had said, had worked really well for the other rezonings are on the table here. I know Ahmed is ready to speak specifically on details for the city-owned site that we have. Go on a screen, Ahmed.
Sure. I mean, council member, as you know, we work through the Higher NYC program, but separate and apart. Since October 2019, any project that we put $2 million or more into it is required to submit a job outreach plan, and that is a requirement where development teams are required to submit information on their plan for work out to the workforce, to engage a workforce within a 3-mile radius of the project. Through the phasing and throughout the project, HBD monitors the progress of those goals and requires development teams to submit quarterly reports. And this is a citywide program, but of course, these are elements that we're talking about specifically how it would apply here in Gowanus. I also do want to mention the prevailing wage law here also applies. The city's policies require that in rezoning areas, prevailing wage must be paid to all building service employees in new and existing buildings with at least 30 units of residential housing and receive city financial assistance of $1 million or more. As for the specifics of the POA, I know that's being negotiated now, but HVD has these particular elements, and we work closely with SBS on them.
Well, I would really like to see where we're at with that prior to that vote, Ahmed. As you know, Higher NYC has not been a successful program. And so I can sit here and go through the list of things of how many local hires have we had. Give me the zip codes of the local hires that we had in all of the rezonings. It's not going to amount to much. So I do not want us to be consistently towing that line that we're using Higher NYC when it actually has not worked in the previous neighborhood rezonings that we've done in the past. So it's important for us to know how that is going, at least for me as chair, to know how that's going before we take a vote. Also with that, how will the city agencies require and support local hiring and sourcing in the construction that is projected by this plan?
Sorry, I was taking notes on your question. Could you state that again for me?
Sure. How will the city agencies require and support local hiring and sourcing in the construction projected by this plan?
Yeah, that's actually something that our other agencies would need to help me with, and I don't have that answer for you right now, so we can get back to you before the vote.
So which agency would be required to answer that?
So, Councilmember, I'll just reiterate again, HBD does work with the development team who is also here today to craft and implement a local workforce outreach plan. We will work with them.
What is that workforce plan?
So it's, again, based on the parameters of the Higher NYC program, but specifically it's to develop and engage a possible workforce within a 3-mile radius of the project that has information about current and future employment needs guiding that workforce development.
Okay, we really need to kind of resolve that issue before we go into that vote. It is extremely important for me to understand where we are with this. If we have revamped the Higher NYC program like you have been touting, it is really important for us to see where that has improved. as you're going through this process.
Yes, sir.
And then lastly, Community Board 6, local elected officials, the borough president, and the recommendations of the Gowanus Racial Equity Report are united in calling for an investment in the neighborhood level of workforce development and adult education strategy to help address the disparities in economic opportunities. Do you support these recommendations?
Yes, generally speaking, we've been very open to workforce development. Specifically, I would need to get back to you on that specific recommendation. Sorry,
that is my
Chair.
last question. I see that we've been joined by Yep.
Oh, no, sorry, you were breaking up for me, so I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything from you.
Joined by or turn it over to Councilmember Lander. I just want to give Chair Salamanca the opportunity to ask a few questions.
Thank you, Chair Moya. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yes. All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Just have a few questions regarding this rezoning. What capital investments has the administration committed to for this rezoning?
We've been working together with the community and the council member on this for a number of years, even beyond 6 years when we officially started. So in terms of what we have committed to in the past few months, it's been largely focused on mitigation for open space and schoolyards to playgrounds. If you want a list of things that have been committed to during the entire process, I would have to get back to you on the specific bullet points of those.
Is there a dollar?
That's mainly just because we've been doing this for so long and I don't want to miss anything off the top of my head.
All right. Is there a dollar amount that has been committed up to this date? And I know more probably will as we go through this process here in the council. But is there a dollar amount that you can say that you've committed to so far?
No, there is not a committed to dollar amount.
Okay. In this rezoning, this proposed rezoning, how many lots are being rezoned? And if you can tell me, how many lots and out of that total amount, that number, how many are private and how many are public?
These are good questions. If you want like down to the exact number, we can get that to you. If you would like the top of my head, I will give that to you as well. There's 200 acres in the rezoning area.
Yeah.
Our largest site is Gowanus Green, that's city owned, and that's about 5.5 acres. And then we also have Mercy Home, which is not necessarily city owned, but it's part of a city sponsored project that has taken a number of years to come to fruition, which is probably about 5,000 square feet. And so the vast majority is of, and I'm not including Thomas Green Playground and the EMS station, et cetera. But the vast majority of the land being rezoned and the development that is projected is going to be on privately owned sites.
Okay. And the publicly owned lot that is going to be rezoned, are you planning on building affordable housing there?
Yes, Gowanus Green will be 100% affordable.
And what will the AMI structure be? And the reason I ask is because this neighborhood is one of the wealthiest neighborhoods in the city of New York. And I want to ensure that lower income families have an opportunity to live in this neighborhood. And so I'm just curious to know, what's the AMI structure? I know that the MIH will also be part of this project. And I'm also curious to know, what are the options, the options that are being presented, whether it's option 1, 2, or 3 for MIH?
Sure, I'll take the MIH question first, and then I'll hand it over to Ahmed for the Gowanus Green and also Mercy Home projects. But for MIH, we certified the ULURP application with MIH options 1, 2, and 3. We know and we've heard from Councilmember Lander publicly that his desire is for this to be selected as MIH options 1 and 3.
All right. Well, if I know my colleague, Councilmember Lander, he's going to really fight for that MIH option 1. Maybe we could strike off option 3, but that's for a different discussion.
And Councilmember, if I can add in to answer your question about the AMI structure for Go On This Green. So for this project, we're hoping to deliver 950 units of 100% affordable project. At least 50% of the rental units will be dedicated to extremely low and very low income households. Those income averaging would be from at or below 50% of AMI. So that's approximately 51,200 for a family of 3. And this includes at least a 15% of the rental units dedicated to formerly homeless households. No more than 40% of the rental housing will be dedicated to moderate income households. That's with incomes averaging between 80% to 120% AMI, so approximately 81,920 to 122,880 for a family of 3. Senior housing will be provided for seniors 62 years of age and older. There's a supportive housing component that will be provided to formerly homeless, disabled individuals and homeless families with a disabled head of household. And there's an affordable home ownership component for incomes averaging between 80% to 130% AMI, approximately 81,920 to 133,120 for a family of 3.
Let's say that this rezoning goes as planned and gets approved before the end, when it has to. How soon, what commitment is HPD making in terms of building these affordable housing units? Because we do understand that HPD has a backlog, and there are projects that were approved years ago in the council, and HPD still has not closed on these projects. So what's the timeline or time frame to close on this affordable housing project and start building?
Thank you for the question. As you mentioned, we do have a considerable number of affordable housing projects we are trying to make reality. I think part of the timing here is going back to a point that DCP made earlier. We are trying to figure out the staging question for the EPA work, the question about the Superfund cleanup, sequencing. All of that will go into the process of figuring out when we can really focus and get this done. So it's right now, there's not a determined time, but we're trying to work to make sure that all the pieces are in play that can happen now, so that when we're ready to press go, we can press go.
All right. Then my last line of question has to do with the NYCHA development that's nearby. A few years ago, I visited the Gowanus with Councilmember Lander. It was an extremely hot summer day, and we drove around and we spoke. He and I spoke about the NYCHA developments and maybe the opportunity to add capital improvements that they need as part of this rezoning. What commitments has this administration made to ensure that the NYCHA developments are benefiting from this rezoning?
Yes, thank you. And I'll answer that. I wanted to just go back and actually add a little bit to your other question to note on Gowanus Green too, that the programming, the breakdown that Ahmed went over, that, we didn't materialize that, out of thin air, like everything Gowanus. There's been a deep amount of engagement and organizing and advocacy from the council members, but also the community. And we've held a number of community visioning sessions. And so this is really responsive to what the community wants. And I've really, frankly, just have only heard a lot of praise for that programming as in the reception of it. And then on Mercy Homes, I believe the AMIs are up to 80% AMI.
That's correct. 30 to 80% AMI, with 10 units financed by the state's Office for People with Developmental Disabilities.
Okay,
that's fair.
Wanted to get that on the record. And so back to your NYCHA question. The administration has met with NYCHA tenant leaders who represent Gowanus and Wyckoff houses. As I noted, I think a little bit earlier, the Warren houses has gone into RAD, I believe, in the past year, and has been advancing through its capital needs there. But we have met, the administration has met several times with NYCHA tenant leaders at the other two houses to develop capital investment proposals. And we'll continue to work with them throughout the rest of this process. And I know we're also working closely, obviously, with the council members, Lander and Levin in this as well.
But, you know, and I'm going to wrap it with this. What is there? I just feel that when these rezonings happen and they get approved in different neighborhoods, we tend to forget about NYCHA. And they have big capital needs. Have you met with NYCHA leadership, not just the tenant, but NYCHA, you know, the president, and asked what's their capital needs? What's the dollar amount to fix these NYCHA developments that are adjacent or are within this rezoning?
Yes, that has been part of the dialogue. Absolutely. Off the top of my head, it's I believe for Gowanus houses, it's north of 200 million is the physical needs assessment. And we can get the exact breakdown for you. And Wyckoff is less than that, though still, you know, absolutely significant. I think it's closer to 74, 75, but we can get those numbers to you as well. And it's been definitely top of mind, center of the conversation. Meaningful investment means being real on what the needs are.
All right. Well, I hope as we, I know this is the first hearing, and I know that there's going to be many meetings as we get to the finish line. And I really, really encourage my colleague and the administration to include these NYCHA developments, their capital needs, as part of this overall capital dollars that will be invested in this neighborhood. And then finally, I just want to congratulate you, Ahmed, on your new position. You and I have worked for many years, and I'm extremely proud of you, and congratulations, Commissioner.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair, why are you gassing his head up? Not enough already that he has that title. You gotta go that extra mile.
It's well deserved. It's well deserved.
It is. No, we love you, Ahmed. Anyway, thank you, Chair, for your comments and for your questions. I now want to turn it over to Councilmember Lander for his questions.
Thank you very much to both chairs, to Chair Moya and Land Use Committee Chair Salamanca. And I'll actually start just by responding to a couple of things Chair Salamanca put out there. First, we definitely do plan to exclude the moderate income MIH option 2, and just leave 1 and 3, which are the deeper affordability options choosable under MIH. And we'd love to go deeper, but those are the options that are available. At Public Place, it really was strong community pressure that pushed for a plan that had originally been presented as 75% affordable to make it 100% affordable. And I'm grateful the administration responded, but that was a strong community demand and a push for real deep affordability. And, this is not, as you say, Chair Salamanca, a community that had, it's one of the whiter, wealthier, more exclusive areas in the city. We wanted to do that racial impact study, which the new legislation will require on future land use actions, but doesn't require here. We did it voluntarily to really dig in. So I'm pleased with those improvements. I hope I'll have the help of both chairs with a couple of additional things that we're pushing. For the community preference requirement, we would like to include community boards 2 and 7 in addition to community board 6 in the affordable housing on Public Place and an MIH, which the administration has not done previously and obviously is subject to some litigation and policy debate. But I think this is an area the council should push forward on, both here and on Soho NoHo, because if we want MIH to be inclusive, then we need to make sure the areas that we're including in community preference are. And we're also pushing for the Mercy Home project. The community welcomed 2 family shelters just a couple of blocks away on 4th Avenue. And we'd like to see families that have their kids at the local public school, PS 124, who are there, have a priority option for the permanently affordable housing created. So I'm not even going to ask the administration about that, because they're going to give me, as much as they're my friends, word salad about it. And so I'm just going to ask my chairs to help me push hard for it. We can win those things in this rezoning from the administration, but it's going to take pushing. So thank you. I am going to pick up on the NYCHA questions, which were both asked. And I really want to start here by, on the one hand, saying for the individuals who have been working on this rezoning, Jonathan front and center as the person who's like done the most work and stands in front of it, but everybody else is on this call. Like, you guys have put a lot of hard work into this rezoning, and I really appreciate it. I do need to say on this NYCHA issue, it's just very frustrating for the community to have articulated from the beginning, this is the top community priority, and still be here at what is the final public hearing on the rezoning, and not have a number, not have a commitment. I understand you're stuck in a structure that City Hall has created where that gets negotiated after the final hearing in a points of agreement letter between the council member and the administration. And I appreciate your saying that you take it seriously and are going to take it seriously. But I just need to start by saying, like, it's a failure of our public process that here we are at this final thing. There are so many other details, and public housing residents and leaders, despite all those years of conversation, can't see anything today. And I'm frustrated for them, and it's a flaw in our process. So I am glad, Jonathan, that you gave the chair the numbers, because you're right, the PNA is $300 million in total capital needs at those two developments, and they all should be funded. The residents have, on their own, in dialogue with an architect that Councilmember Levin secured, done a bunch of internal workshops and processes to identify top priorities for repair. We've shared that memo with you. It actually corresponds fairly significantly with what NYCHA had indicated were core repair needs. But just so people know what we're talking about, like, we're not talking about new amenities. We're talking about bathroom and kitchen renovations to remove mold, replacing broken fixtures and appliances and meeting code requirements, overdue upgrades to electrical and heating systems, reliable elevators, lighting, and waste infrastructure. The NYCHA estimated kind of 120 to 130 million. We think the cost of those repairs is probably closer to $200 million. That's still not the whole PNA, but it is what the residents are prioritizing. So I just want to really clarify, when you say significant commitment, you are talking about meeting those core basic needs that these buildings have, yes?
Yes. Yeah, it's significant, meaningful investments. I think you're absolutely right. And I think it's not as, I've been educated along the way, it's not as easy. Obviously nothing's easy with NYCHA, but it's not as easy as it seems to make sure that we take care of the residents in their homes.
Okay. I appreciate that, and I'm going to take it that that includes all of the things I just listed, and as long as it does, we'll be able to work closely with the residents after this hearing, get to real numbers, get to a real priority list, and be able to come back to Chair Salamanca answering his question, but most importantly, doing right by the residents here. So we'll hear more about that, I'm sure, in public testimony. I also just want to make sure, in terms of ongoing oversight, residents also just have experienced, as it sounds like you have, a lot of frustration on their own over the years in having NYCHA work with them and really provide clear communication. So NYCHA resident leaders are asking that the city commit to an ongoing process, at least quarterly meetings, a designated liaison, regular updates, real Section 3 hiring, accountability on tenants' rights, and that, they will have a line to City Hall and NYCHA through the implementation of those repairs. Does the administration agree to that?
That all sounds like the stuff that we've been talking about so far, and that my understanding, that we're gonna, the numbers are part of it, which we don't have yet, but the other part is the sort of the soft stuff that you were talking to.
Okay, I'm taking that as a yes on NYCHA-led resident oversight body on the NYCHA repairs, and that we will be able to codify that in the points of agreement going forward. Okay. I want to move to issues around combined sewer overflow and flooding. Obviously, this is a long-standing issue in Gowanus relating to cleaning the canal, relating to the Superfund project, and obviously made even more palpable in the wake of the flooding in the wake of Hurricane Ida. Fourth Avenue has been flooding for about 100 years. We've got pictures of flooding on Fourth Avenue from about the 1950s. And this rezoning involves more housing there. So this is an opportunity, a time when we must invest in the infrastructure. I want to start with CSOs. And I think these are probably questions for DEP. Another core principle of all of ours has been that any development pursuant to the rezoning can't generate additional CSO volume into the canal, can't risk polluting the remedy, as the EPA calls it. I'm grateful to DEP for the work to develop the 2021 Unified Stormwater Rule, which has stricter standards for stormwater management. But there are a lot of questions that are remaining. So the EPA raised a series of issues in a letter to the city based on the draft environmental impact statement before the final environmental impact statement was issued. Can you address their concerns, I guess, both in summary here, and are you going to address them in more detail in writing?
Yes. So we the city obviously has made a considerable investment reducing CSOs into the canal, using a variety of approaches, from reconstruction of the pump stations to installation of high-level storm sewers to convey the stormwater. We also have 3 large-scale sewer reconstruction projects in the area currently. Obviously, like you mentioned, the forthcoming Unified Stormwater Rule has 2 elements to help increase capacity in the combined sewers. And then obviously we have the new tanks which are coming online. There are some questions about monitoring and remediation that we are currently having discussions with the EPA about. There's a little difference of interpretation of the original ROD, but I think we're optimistic that we can find a compromise that will, achieve everybody's goals and ensure that we're, following the Superfund rules, but also ensuring that the community knows that, the non-increase in CSOs as a result of the development is achieved. So those conversations continue and are sort of highly technical and have a lot of lawyers involved, but I'm very optimistic, as is our commissioner at DEP, that we'll figure out a way to move forward in a meaningful way.
So let me just ask a couple of those details. I mean, first, do you commit that the rule will be in effect prior to the first sewer connection that would come from development in the rezoning area?
Yeah, so we're just about to open up public comment in the rulemaking, and we hope to have it in effect in early 2022. So we think that it should work properly, and we'll figure out ways, if there's 1 or 2 that are a jeopardy, that we'll figure out a path forward to do it, but it should be fine.
And then I know part of the issue with EPA is around monitoring of implementation and effectiveness of the new rule by measuring net changes in sanitary and stormwater. It's my understanding that's mandated by the EPA's executive administrative order, which they're pretty good at enforcing. But there is going to be, DEP is going to monitor the implementation and effectiveness of the new rule in a way that ultimately satisfies the EPA under its authority.
That's sort of the crux of what's happening right now with our ongoing discussions. There's some conversation about different numbers of outfalls that we're having. But yes, we have always intended to do monitoring and remediation if needed. We need to drill down a little bit on some of the specifics, but yes, that is the intent of DEP in honoring the order.
Okay. And look, the EPA's Superfund authority is more than like the council's negotiating rezoning authority. So I'm pretty confident there that the EPA is going to ultimately insist on something that the community can rely on, and that the DEP has to find a way to satisfy it. So my one question here that I think is, I'm not sure the EPA is pushing on, but makes a lot of sense to me. I am not an expert here, but talking to the Gowanus Canal Conservancy and a lot of other experts, they have recommended lowering the lot size threshold, currently at 25,000 square feet, down to perhaps 10,000 square feet, at least in the Gowanus area, to capture a greater number of the development sites. Is that something DEP is considering and would consider?
So the rule requires 20,000 square feet right now, not 25,000. And we did a pretty thorough review of the inventory of lots, sort of reached the sweet spot for that. But we'd be happy to talk to you about, something more focused on Gowanus and see if there's an opportunity to, I know we've heard this often from the environmental group, so we'd be happy to talk about it. We were anxious to get the rule going with the 20,000, but we would love to talk to you about, greater successes we can have in the future.
And I understand citywide, there might be a lot of lots between 10 and 20,000, which are in places that are much less strong from a market point of view, or much less consequential from a stormwater point of view. But trying that in Gowanus seems like we should look at it. I want to move on, and I don't want to take too much longer with all my questions because I really do want to get to hearing from the community. So I may save some for later. But let me just ask.
I just a reminder, there was a 10-minute time limit on this. I'm going to give you more time, Brad, but if we can move it, you can come in for a second round.
That's fine. Absolutely. Well, I can definitely wait on my colleagues. Sorry. So let me just, and then I'll even try to just abbreviate. So I just want to ask, all right, two more questions. One is that issues of street flooding, which are related to, but not necessarily directly connected to CSOs, were obviously raised by the Ida floods. So we have been seeking some commitment now for infrastructure improvements to address the flooding at 4th Avenue near Carroll, to address dangerous flash flooding. I know that you guys have been looking at this. Are you prepared today to commit to some path forward here? And the mayor and DEP announced in the last week or two some other steps forward, some that are really welcome, like getting moving on the long-term control plan studies and committing that they will involve new rainwater estimates. But you've also talked about doing 10 at-risk neighborhood cloudburst studies. And boy, it sure feels like Gowanus, perhaps together with Red Hook, maybe the whole watershed, should be included. So would you commit to doing one of those cloudburst studies for our community?
Yeah, I think that would be fine. We're going to just, there's a little bit of criteria that we're setting for how we're going to evaluate the neighborhoods, but internally, we think that this could be a good opportunity to study the area, including Red Hook. So yes, I think that is a realistic goal that we'll be able to achieve.
All right. And how about that? I don't want to wait to the end of the cloudburst study to get a commitment for infrastructure improvements at 4th and Carroll, because we've known it's flooded there for 100 years. This is a moment to make sure we make, a real plan, with real investment going forward.
I think we'll be in good shape there as well.
All right. I'll pause here so I can turn it over to colleagues and come back.
Thank you. Thank you, Council Member. I believe we have Councilmember Grodenchik.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to my colleague, Brad Lander, for taking a breath there. Many of my questions have been asked by Chair Moyer and Council Members Lander and Chair Salamanca. I do want to reiterate, as a product of New York City public housing, and a member of the subcommittee, I'm very deeply concerned, as all of my colleagues have previously stated, that, and Councilman Lander brought up that this has been an issue that has been from the get-go, and it's still not resolved. And we have seen from this administration a lack sometimes of transparency in terms of dollar figures, whether it's nitre or many other issues that we have dealt with them on. And I do want to thank all those involved in this, the professionals from the city, but especially the people from the community who have worked so hard to make this a better plan. Do we have a number or ballpark figure on the value of the amenities to the community of Gowanus? That'd be parks, NYCHA, DEP, all that. How much money are we spending here?
Yeah, we don't have a sort of a rolled up number.
Will you have one before I have to vote on this? I mean, this is a big number. It's 200 acres, and I don't have a problem spending money, but I want to make sure I know what I'm spending it on. On the combined CSO tank, the CSO tanks, do we know how much rain, because I dealt with this issue many years ago, how much rain would have to fall in the watershed before the tanks get filled up?
A good question. DEP, do we have that offhand? I'm sure we have that somewhere from someone.
We definitely have those numbers. I don't have them offhand, but council member, we can follow up with you specifically with the numbers.
Would you send that information to the council staff, and then I'm sure that they will get it to me. But I just want to make sure that it's not, you know, a very low number. I've dealt with this issue in parts of Queens, and we want to make sure that if people think that they're going to get a CSO retention, that it really is not something that is at a very low end of the range.
Yeah, we do have the, I think, can we state the size of the tanks, the gallons? It's
8 and 4, 8 million and
12
4
million. 12 million, but the watershed itself may be bigger than 200 acres. I don't know how big it is.
Sure.
I'm not as familiar with the topography. I'm not familiar at all with the topography over there. So I would appreciate getting that. And I think that the rest of my questions have already been asked. So I thank the chair for indulging me, and for Councilman Lander as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to make a quick statement, because I know, Brad, you have some questions, but we're really trying to minimize this. We have a lot of participants that are here, and we may be going for like 3 hours or so. So we're kind of limiting the time as well. So if you can just be mindful of the time clock, that'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
I got it. And I see Councilmember Levin is here, so I'll certainly defer to him now. But honestly, when you come back to me, I will just say what issues I am continuing to be concerned about, and that so people can know we are paying attention and will be fighting for them in the subsequent weeks without requiring more back and forth between me and them.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Let me turn it over to Councilmember Levin for some questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
10-minute clock. So we can hear you okay. Just a reminder, we have a 10-minute clock going.
Okay, yeah, no problem, no problem. No, I appreciate everyone's patience here. I'm sorry, I was at an event just now, and I'm obviously outdoors right now, so I apologize if it's loud in the background here. So I want to thank the administration for the testimony, and thank Councilmember Lander in particular for the thousands of hours that he's put into, I think, getting this rezoning to this point. And I don't think that there's a single rezoning that the city has ever done that I'm aware of that's ever had this level of community input, this level of discussion, just the number of meetings that we've had. I think are easily over 100, if not over 200 meetings. So the community's had a real voice in this. And the goal here is to have a revitalization of the Gowanus area that is forward thinking, that is going to be a model for sustainable development. So not adding more CSOs by having a strong framework for environmental stewardship to dovetail with the Superfund process and with the EPA. So I want to just acknowledge all the hard work that's going into this. My questions for the administration are primarily on the NYCHA developments that are adjacent to the rezoning area. I'm not sure who is best to field these questions, but we have identified as part of the project needs assessments of these two developments, Gowanus Houses and Wyckoff Gardens, easily over $200 million. I think it's $300 million worth of outstanding capital needs in these developments. How has the city and the housing authority approached these capital needs? For example, at Gowanus Houses, which is a fairly large development, they've had a boiler outages for almost 10 years now, pretty consistently. And what is the plan to make sure that those project needs are getting addressed?
Thank you, Councilmember. I've been answering the NYCHA questions to the best of my ability on behalf of the administration today. But before I do answer your question, I just wanted to say thank you for your comments on outreach. Honestly, I think, the same can be said, and thanked, to both you and Councilmember Lander for helping to facilitate and support that those messy conversations. Honestly, whenever I'm asked that question, I first say you really need strong leadership to create that space. And so we're very thankful to both of you for helping us do that for so long at that level of engagement too. But I would say on what I had sort of answered before, you joined, we don't have numbers today or specific investments. In terms of how we're thinking about it, one, we have been in NYCHA and City Hall have been meeting with NYCHA tenant leaders to look over and talk about the priorities. We also just got today, I believe, your and council members' staff sent over a list of priorities, which we're very eager for and excited to review. And I think we did respond that we would review them quickly and get back to you very shortly.
Okay. In general, how does the administration approach long-standing capital needs in the hundreds of millions of dollars in our NYCHA developments? And this is part of the problem. I'll give an example. And the intersection of our wastewater system and capital needs at NYCHA developments. At Gowanus Houses, the buildings on the northern block, have backup, have stormwater and sewage backup in their apartments when there's heavy rain. So how does the administration approach this kind of enormous question? What are you doing? What are you doing about advocating in Washington right now to make sure that this is covered in as part of either the infrastructure reconciliation bill or things like that? What's the long-term strategy?
Yeah, I won't be able to talk to the long-term strategy. I agree. Personally, it's critical. But in terms of what how we're advocating in Washington and what the strategy is over the citywide, I won't be able to speak to. But for this rezoning or this plan, I think that is something that and one of the reasons, and I hear the critique and I hear the criticism, but that is one of the key reasons that we have noted for the process of engagement to really make sure that they're impactful for people's lives, because at the end of the day, we're talking about people's lives and their long-term needs, and also I'm sure synergies with other effects that will help the buildings be sustainable and resilient.
So my next question is for DEP, just about how, or this could be for you, Jonathan, as well. How is the administration committing to making sure that there's no added CSO impact as a result of this rezoning? How do you measure that? What kind of metrics are you using? And what's the timeline on the retention tanks as that process is moving forward?
Sorry,
yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, sorry, Michael. I was going to say, I'm going to kick it over to you, DEP, and then I'll add anything if I feel I need to.
Yeah, I was just going to say, through a combination of efforts, that's how we're going to achieve, the final numbers. We're doing, like the high-level storm sewers. We obviously have the 8 and the 4 million tank, but the rule is really the most important component to reducing the CSO. And Councilman, as you know, the rule requires more on-site stormwater management, and reduced release rates for stormwater entering the city sewers. And then second, the rule requires that new or redeveloped lots that are 20,000 square feet or larger or create 5,000 square feet or more of impervious area prioritize green infrastructure that keeps that runoff on the site until the system can handle it. So in terms of the tanks, I don't have the time, I don't have the final dates at my discretion, at my disposal. 2030, I think, is the second tank. Alicia, do you have the first tank date by hand?
The first tank is 2030. The second tank is 2028.
Thank you. And we'll be doing.
Sorry, and which tank is which? I'm sorry, the first tank is the.
Sorry, first tank is the head end site in your district.
Yep.
And the second one is the outside tank in Councilmember Lander's district.
Which is the ULERP action that we're doing today.
And then can you speak to other sustainability measures put forward in this rezoning? So not just stormwater retention, but aspects of carbon footprint impact of this rezoning, and what measures we're going to be requiring of developments to reduce their carbon footprint.
Yeah, so I think I can take that. In addition to the stormwater rule, actually the city council legislation that you all passed actually in the past couple of years is actually going to be front and center in Gowanus, since the development sites are quite large, which actually is a great synergy with the stormwater rule for the requirement for the rooftops of buildings. We saw that and actually responded in the special district to actually create more flexibility for the rooftop and solar panels if that is the choice of a developer to allow more coverage. And then I would also say along the canal and other areas that are in the flood zone, they would be built to Appendix G resiliency codes.
And I would just say, Councilman, another additional tool that's being used is the cloudburst study that Councilman Lander and you have pushed for us to include in the mayor's new plan. So we're also, taking that very seriously.
And I would add one more thing for Gowanus Green, where we have more control, and also where the Stellar development team, which they will actually be here in a little bit to testify and take any questions that you have. There's also a lot of sustainability and resiliency goals there, including capturing 100% of stormwater through, well, I think the through is where we're still working on it, but innovative measures, including bioswales, underground infrastructure. But the goal is to be a real model for the rest of the development that will come along. Hopefully they can reach above that and go higher than the bar set from Gowanus Green.
Okay, I see that my time is up. I know that we have a busy day today, so I just want to thank you all for your testimony, for answering these questions. Just to reiterate that the three central demands by GNCJ and the recommendations of the community board, I feel just like Councilmember Lander, that these are essential and integral to this proposal and project, and they have to be addressed, and these demands must be met in order for this to actually pass this council.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. Let me turn it over to Councilmember Lander.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, I'll just make a couple more remarks so people know what we're pushing on, but not ask any more questions. I think it's just one challenge in this process. On the one hand, as we've said over and over again, this has been so collaborative, involved so much engagement, and been so transparent. And then at the end, we have this hearing, and then it kind of goes back, and we do the negotiating behind closed doors. And that's frustrating for people, and I get that. And I know the administration gets it as well. But so I just want to let folks know we are pushing on the Community Planning Task Force of Oversight and Accountability that Community Board 6 calls for. We think that that's critical. There are a range of issues around mixed use that have been touched on, but we're still pushing on more investments in the industrial business zone, which are critical. Some additional issues around the details of Gowanus use. There's a whole action here, the salt lot. which we are working hard to make sure, and I appreciate the administration's commitment, but that it includes public open space and a salt marsh shoreline and good public engagement and interim locations for the uses that are there. There's public space issues, public open space issues identified in the EIS, some of which are addressed through the new Gowanus Green Park. But we are pushing hard for additional open space on the salt lot and a number of other opportunities as well. We've got capital priorities for investment in Old Stone House and Pacific Library. I mentioned the flood mitigation on 4th Avenue. And there's actually a lot more, even in just what the Community Board 6 long, good recommendation that I assume Community Board 6 is going to summarize in their testimony. So I want to let folks know that even though we're not going to do further back and forth with the administration here because we want to get to public testimony, those things and more are strongly on our minds. And Council Members Levin and I, who have worked so closely together through this process and are now fortunate to have the partnership with Chairs Moya and Salamanca, will be pushing very hard for in the next few weeks. We want to get to, you can hear, we want to get to a way that we and the community can support this action, because inaction has many, many problems associated with it. But we have to get there on these issues in order to be able to bring something that we feel that our community can support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lander. Let me ask our council if there's any other council members who have their hands raised to ask any questions for this panel.
No, Chair. I see no other members with questions for the panel.
Great. There being no further questions, the applicant panel is excused. Council, are there members of the public who wish to testify on the Gowanus Neighborhood Plan, Mercy Home, or Douglas Street, or Owl's Head, Gowanus Canal, CSO facility proposals?
Yes, we will now begin to hear from approximately 70 members of the public signed up to testify. For members of the public here to testify, please note again that witnesses will be called generally in groups of 4. If you are a member of the public signed up to testify on this item, please stand by when you hear your name being called and prepare to speak when the chair says that you may begin. Please also note that once all panelists in your group have completed their testimony, you will be removed from the meeting as a group and the next panel of speakers will be introduced. Once removed, participants may continue to view the live stream broadcast of this hearing on the council website. We will now hear from the first panel, which will include Andrea Parker, Lynn Newman, David Cutts, and Johnny Thornton. First speaker will be Andrea Parker, followed by Lynn Newman.
Time starts now.
Just one quick reminder for the public, members of the public, you will be given 2 minutes to speak. Please do not begin until the Sergeant at Arms has started the clock, and you may begin now.
Time starts now.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Andrea Parker, Executive Director of Gowanus Canal Conservancy. We are a proud member of the Gowanus Neighborhood Coalition for Justice, and we will not support the rezoning unless our top 3 demands are met. Full capital funding for local public housing, net zero CSO, and the creation of a community-based task force. And it's been great to hear the council members really elevate these demands in their questions today. I'd like to use my time to discuss the need for the task force to ensure the city is accountable for long-term commitments to open space in the neighborhood. So Gowanus is severely lacking in open space. Though the proposed rezoning will add critical open spaces to the neighborhood, these increases will still be a fraction of the ratio that the city recommends. Additionally, we have seen in too many prior rezonings that the city promises open space, but does not commit to a firm timeline and funding. In the 2005 Williamsburg Greenpoint rezoning, the city promised a 27-acre Bushwick Inlet Park. After years of advocacy by community members and elected officials, the city finally acquired the land for the park, but today, 16 years after that original promise, less than 20% is open to the public. From watching this process unfold on our sister waterfront, we know the city's promise is not enough. It must be backed up by binding commitments to timeline, process, and funding. Public space in Gowanus is complicated. There are needs for site remediation, coordination with new sewer infrastructure, and multiple overlapping agencies. But improving existing open space and providing new open space is absolutely critical to building a more resilient and just neighborhood. So the points of agreement must provide clear timeline, process, and funding commitments for new parks and for needed improvements in existing parks to support a growing population. I'm really, thankful to hear again that the task force is on the agenda of things to still work out. But I really just want to push this council to ensure that all of the commitments in this rezoning are transparently reported to this community-based task force so that the incoming council members
Time
have
expired.
the tools to hold the city accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Lynn Newman will be the next speaker, followed by David Coots.
Time starts now.
My name is Lynn Newman. I represent 350 Brooklyn, a member of the Gowanus Neighborhood Coalition for Justice. As Andrea stated, we do not support the rezoning unless GNC's top 3 demands are met. As we've heard today, through this ULURP process and leading up to it, negotiations around our #1 demand, upfront funding for public housing, have not been transparent, and we do not want an 11th hour negotiation behind closed doors. I've been part of the community involved in envisioning the future of Gowanus for 10 years, and the city must commit to and fund the task force that Andrea mentioned to ensure compliance with public and private commitments and timely adherence to the requirements. Working with locally invested parties produces greater civic support and a more resilient community. Given that Gowanus is a flood zone A area with increasing risks due to climate change, efforts to build resiliency are critical. It's also extremely important that the city invest in community health and social resilience. The Wyckoff, Gorham Hill, Gowanus Farm and Flea Market, also known as Gowanus Produces, does this and should be included in the points of agreement. The market is a new community initiative operating on Saturdays on Wyckoff between Bond and Hoyt, adjacent to public housing. It brings affordable fresh produce to an area of Gowanus that is already food insecure and provides the opportunity for local makers of arts, crafts, and other goods to sell their products, supporting local entrepreneurs. It provides community education and programming in healthy cooking, participatory arts, and mentorship in training local residents to run the market and its programs. The rezoning will only make accessible access to affordable food harder to come by and the potential for storefront opportunities more expensive. Community resiliency requires building connections, and the market provides the opportunities for these connections to be made and to be strengthened. The rezoning would significantly alter the neighborhood with the potential for fracturing existing communities along economic and racial lines. I strongly encourage you to support this community initiative. It's #5 ask of GNCJ. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today.
David Coots will speak next, followed by Johnny Thornton.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. I'm David Coots, the president of Arts Gowanus, and we are proud members of GNCJ and staunchly support their demands. In earlier testimony, I suggested it was imperative that the DCP include in any EIS a study of the creative community in Gowanus. In the FEIS, the DCP has declared that artists don't need to be studied because they don't work full-time in their studios and are not incorporated entities. The FEIS further refers to working artists as freelancers. And although a common enough expression, having worked independently for many, many years, I can tell you the term freelancer can be considered offensive. I wonder, how does the DCP know what the business circumstances are for the artists in the neighborhood? Without a study, how do they know that no mitigation is required? This coming weekend, Arts Gowanus will have our 25th Gowanus Open Studios event with over 400 artists participating. We know that some artists work full-time in their studios and are incorporated businesses. In earlier testimony, I stated that Arts Gowanus is working on an agreement to provide affordable and sustainable artist workspaces. We have made progress on this and have a handshake agreement with several developers. Councilmember Lander is working hard on behalf of the creative community to get more developers involved with a pending CBA. The goal of having no less than 200 subsidized artist studios seems possible, but we all know it ain't over until it's over, and we are hopeful and we are anxious. If we don't secure a CBA that guarantees artist studio spaces, the creative community in Gowanus will vanish, like it has in many other neighborhoods in New York's history. If Arts Gowanus, with the help of Councilmember Lander, cannot secure a guarantee to the creative community, we urge you to vote no on the rezoning.
Time.
I had one more
Thank you.
interesting point that is
We
new.
got to wrap it up, David. So really quickly, please.
I'll make it really very brief, which is that Jonathan Keller just testified in his presentation that ground floor artist studio spaces would create a hardening circumstance for flood mitigation. And I would love to understand better what that means.
Great. Thank you, David. Thank you for your testimony.
And
today.
thanks for the extra few minutes, the extra few seconds.
You got
Thank
it.
you. Yeah.
You got it.
Johnny Thornton will be the next and last speaker on the panel.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Johnny Thornton, and I'm the Executive Director of Arts Gowanus, a nonprofit organization that advocates for affordable and sustainable arts community in Gowanus. Arts Gowanus is a proud member of the GNCJ, and we wholeheartedly support their demands. Firstly, I want to address the FEIS study, which I personally found to be highly problematic. The FEI states freelance artists who lease studio spaces are not accounted for in the estimates of directly displaced employment because the studio spaces are not their regular place of business. My question is, how do you categorize artists leasing studio spaces as freelancers, and how do you know that their studios are not their regular place of business without actually studying them? This neighborhood is vibrant and desirable for a reason. To not fully examine the impact this rezoning will have on the existing arts community is a huge misstep and an insult to the cultural workers of Gowanus. Though we are disappointed in the FEIS and the lack of consideration to cultural workers, Arts Gowanus has been working closely with Brad Landers and several developers to create a community benefits agreement that would ensure the artist community would continue to exist and thrive in Gowanus. We have reached a preliminary understanding with a few developers that we feel is good, and we thank Brad Lander for his efforts and his promise to bring more developers into the CBA. The goal is to provide 200 subsidized artist work studios to keep Gowanus a thriving creative community. With Brad's help, we are hopeful this will happen. If a signed ironclad contract is not completed by the time of the final vote, we believe this will be a death blow to the creative community in Gowanus. If you want to see what's at stake in this rezoning, we invite you to come to Gowanus Open Studios this weekend with over 400 artists in 100 locations. It is clear there is a lot to lose if this community benefits agreement is not accomplished. We urge you to vote no on this rezoning CBA if this CBA is not done. And I also would also love to know what was meant by what Jonathan Keller said, as parroting David, what David just said.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you for your testimony today. Council, do we have any council members that wish to ask this panel any questions?
No, Chair. I see no members with questions.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. So please, yep. You're good? You're good, Brad? Okay. There being no more questions for this panel, the witness panel is now excused. Council, can you please call up the next panel?
The next panel will include Andrew Foley, Aaron Kaufman, David Udelson, and Charlie McGuckin. First speaker will be Andrew Foley, followed by Aaron Kaufman.
Time starts now.
Hello, my name is Andrew Foley. I'm Associate Director of Development at Jonathan Rose Companies, one of the development partners of Gowanus Green, along with 3 other developers, Fifth Avenue Committee, Hudson Companies, and Bluestone Organization. Today, I'm joined by Aaron Kaufman of Hudson Companies, as well as 2 key members of our environmental team, Dave Udelson and Charlie McGuckin, who can speak to the ongoing environmental remediation of public place site. I think the staff presentation covered the key benefits of our project very well. So just to summarize, 950 units of 100% affordable housing, 50% of which will be below 50% AMI, a network of open spaces, including a 1.5-acre public park, site for future public school, neighborhood serving retail, and a deeply sustainable and resilient design that will be a model for future development, including innovative stormwater and wastewater strategies to combat CSOs, buildings elevated way above current floodplain levels, and a range of green building strategies to reduce our carbon footprint. So our team initially proposed a vision for Gowanus Green almost 12 years ago, and since that time have been working extensively with both the city agencies and the community to make our plan even better and more responsive to the community needs. As a result of that work, Gowanus Green will be more affordable, provide more open space to the community, and be more sustainable and resilient than we initially planned. So this is an exciting moment for the project, for the neighborhood, and we really look forward to getting started.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Andrew.
Aaron Kaufman will be the next speaker, followed by David Udelson.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair Moya, Chair Salamanca, and of course, our Councilman Brad Lander for their incredible dedication to this rezoning effort, never mind our partner city agencies. Just to elaborate, I'm Aaron Kaufman, Managing Principal of the Hudson Companies, one of the 4 members of Gowanus Green, as Andrew mentioned. I wanted to speak briefly further about the affordable housing part and get into some more details. As we said, this is 100% affordable housing for all 950 units. At least 50% of the rental housing will be dedicated to extremely low, very low income households with incomes averaging at or below 50% AMI, including at least 15% of rental units dedicated to formerly homeless households. No more than 40% of rental housing will be dedicated to moderate income households, averaging between 80 and 120% AMI. There will be senior housing for, I hate the word senior, I'm sorry, older adult housing for those individuals age 62 and older, supportive housing, formerly homeless, disabled individuals, or homeless families with a disabled head of household, and an affordable home ownership component, which has always been in our proposal, even in the one that we were designated with in May of 2008. And it remains here today with the Open Door program for households averaging between 80 and 130% AMI. The landscaping will include bioswales, swale trails, active rain gardens, and of course the playground and the waterfront park that has long been a centerpiece of our proposal in terms of countering CSOs. And we are very proud of the project that we have been putting forth in partnership with the city, in partnership with Bridging Gowanus, in partnership with neighborhood organizations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Aaron.
David Udelson will speak next, followed by Charlie McGuckin.
Time starts now.
David Udelson, if you can hear me, we need you to accept the unmute request.
Okay, I accept it. Can you hear me now?
Can hear you.
Time starts now.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for having us, giving us this opportunity to present. I'm going to make 2 fine points. One is that we've been coordinating with the United States Environmental Protection Agency, the New York State DEC, and the New York City Office of Environmental Remediation to ensure that this development is perfectly safe for all of its occupants and for the environment. We've committed to DEC to having vapor mitigation, irrespective of whether testing is required or shows that it's required. The other very important thing is that the way to combat combined sewer overflows is by redeveloping the sites with the unified stormwater rule. If these sites remain fallow, the same amount of rain will fall on the ground and the same amount of rain will enter the combined sewers. With the redevelopment, the stormwater gets treated, it gets controlled, it gets retained, and that is the only mechanism that's practical to limit the amount of CSO events. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thanks for your testimony today.
Charlie McGuckin.
Time starts now.
Hi, my name is Charlie McGuckin. I'm a professional engineer with RU Environmental Engineering. RU will be representing the Gowanus Green team in preparing environmental studies, investigation, and remedial action planning. To date, we've done some site assessment work, some initial investigation, in parallel with National Grid performing their remediation work. We've received comments from New York State DEC and EPA and the city agencies. We are committed to addressing all of the concerns, and the process will be following completion of National Grid's remediation work. We would be doing additional investigation and remediation under a document called a site management plan that will govern the site going forward. And that remediation will be conducted at the same time as development happens. So any additional removals or protection measures, as Dave Udelson had mentioned, vapor mitigation, will all be incorporated into the remedial design program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Charlie, for your testimony today.
Chair, that was the last speaker on this panel.
Great. Is there any council members that have any questions for this panel?
No, Chair, I see no members with questions.
Okay. There being no more questions for this panel, the witness panel is now excused. And council, can you please call up the next panel, please?
The next panel will include Amy Motsney, Karen Blondell, Martin Beasy, and Brad Vogel. The first speaker on the panel will be Amy Motsney, followed by Karen Blondell.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. I'm Amy Motsney, Watershed Senior Planner for Gowanus Canal Conservancy. We are a proud member of the Gowanus Neighborhood Coalition for Justice, and we will not support the rezoning unless our top 3 demands are met: capital funding for NYCHA, net zero CSO, and the creation of a community-based task force. Today, I want to discuss what is still needed for the city to meet our second demand to ensure new development does not increase combined sewage overflow to the canal. As part of this demand, we have repeatedly requested the city provide accurate and up-to-date modeling of the sewer system to realistically account for the worst-case development scenario and future increases in precipitation. We commend DEP for adopting new citywide stormwater rule that the EIS shows will achieve net zero. This assessment is based on complex models that are only as reliable as the data that informs them. Our community has looked to EPA to review these data, but they are not able to assess net CSO impacts due to the use of outdated rainfall data. Given EPA's inconclusive assessment and the local impacts of recent storms, the city must commit to additional measures to track implementation and plan for a changing climate. To effectively meet our demand, the city must commit to the following prior to the approval of the rezoning. 1, the unified stormwater rule must be in effect prior to the first site sewer connection in the rezoning area, and the city must provide transparent reporting on its implementation. 2, as mentioned by Councilmember Lander, Gowanus must be included as one of the neighborhoods the city advances for a cloudburst study, as outlined in the mayor's recent report. We're happy to hear the city thinks this is a possibility. It will be critical for determining infrastructure priorities for flood mitigation and is the resiliency study or hydrology study the community has been asking for years. 3, it's great to hear the city is working with EPA to resolve monitoring requirements as outlined in the executive order by the EPA, but we want to reiterate the importance of their commitment in particular to compliance with paragraph 73C, monitoring for stormwater controls. This is how we're going to track impacts of the unified stormwater rule, and without it, the city can't confirm this rezoning will achieve zero. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you for your testimony today.
Karen Blondell will be the next speaker, followed by Martin BC.
Time starts now.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Karen.
Okay. My name is Karen Blondell, and I'm a founding organizer with the Gowanus Neighborhood Coalition for Justice. I am totally against this rezoning unless the 3 demands that the community and I have spent over 5.5 years ratifying are met. Our number 1 demand is upfront funding for local public housing campuses. That's White Cloth Gardens and Gowanus houses, respectively. Please note that this demand was made in protest to the privatization and poisoning of public housing residents here in New York City that was publicized, and there was even a lawsuit in the Southern District. I want to thank Councilmember Lander, who has showed up and let the community speak truth to him. And also, I'd like to thank Councilmember Levin. You still owe me half of your salary. The idea to bring in architectural design into the process with public housing came from GNCJ, and we love that you're using our work but it's another example of how Black women's work is being erased in this process. I also noticed that throughout the slides, I didn't see any Black people or people of color in Mr. Keller's slides. Lastly, I'd like to talk about Community Board 6 and 7's presence in this rezoning. Please do not forget that over the time of the pandemic, 5 last mile trucking warehouse companies, as well as Amazon and UPS, has moved into the Red Hook Community Board 6 district. That means they'll be sharing the same streets with all these new additional pedestrians. Also, with construction comes destruction. And in the case of Community Board 6, we have seen many trees cut down in response to resiliency processes. And this is the reason why we really need our third demand met, which is a community task force with some bite. And finally, the combined sewer overflow issue, one more second. Not only do we not want any additional in the canal, we don't want it to come into the Lorraine Bond pipe that is connected to the canal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you for your testimony.
Martin BC will be the next speaker, followed by Brad Vogel.
Time starts now.
I'm Martin BC, owner of BC Studio and Old American Can Factory since 1979. I'm affiliated with Voice of Gowanus and Gowanus Artists in Alliance. I was in my recording studio the night of Ida. I still get PTSD whenever it rains, as there was 8 feet of flooding in the adjacent building and 5 feet in my basement, threatening my studio. Also, a nearby resident was found dead in the canal. Not enough time went by before the final EIS was approved by City Planning Commission. This event was contradicted by Congresswoman Velasquez and State Assembly Member Simon. Also contradicts the City Council's own legislation last week calling for a plan to protect all neighborhoods and the mayor's own words to redo all the data. Also, last year's $50 million in sewer upgrades in Park Slope failed us. I urge the subcommittee to not vote and send this back to City Planning, as this is not ready. Also, CB2 has rejected this rezoning, and I hope Council Member Steve Levin will honor this. I believe speculation on this plan is already greatly increasing commercial property values, in contradiction to what the EIS predicted would happen. My building, with 300 cultural workers and small businesses, is advising its tenants to have a 3-year exit strategy, as the building could be sold. And that also contradicts the demands of the CB6 resolution. My business, Displaced, would be into a much less affordable industrial business zone. I myself am Latinx, and I'm in the 40 to 50 AMI zone. I want to emphasize that NYCHA funding does not rely on this rezoning, so this should still happen now or under the next administration. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you for your testimony.
Brad Vogel will be the next and last speaker on this panel.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Brad Vogel, and I'm here today solely in my capacity as a resident of Gowanus and as a member of Voice of Gowanus, a community coalition. I'm here today because we have heard so much, both in this subcommittee hearing already and over the last decade, about the Gowanus rezoning, but so much of it is sound and fury signifying nothing. It is, to use a phrase that was tossed about before, a deluge of word salad. It's about euphemisms and really strangely Orwellian things thrown around that when you actually step back and look at it, do not make sense. For example, a massive rezoning putting huge numbers of new residents in a flood zone, what has always been a flood zone for hundreds of years. It does not make sense. Affordable housing is also thrown around. It is being used here as a Trojan horse to permit luxury units and development. The EIS is deeply flawed, and it does not adequately take into effect the comprehensive impacts of this proposed rezoning. I really today want to call on Councilmember Stephen Levin, because I do think he has it in him to do the right thing here, to do the better thing, and to not just defer, Don't just take everyone else's word for what this is about. There has been so much direction of this towards racial issues, when really, if you step back from it, this is about a land use issue. There are so many factors to this, like flooding. Hurricane Ida made this clearly a much different issue. I urge all the members of this subcommittee to vote no. We also should be considering the rezoning separately from the two tanks. The tank consideration should be coming first. They should be built before we have any rezoning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you for your testimony today. Do we have any council members looking to ask any questions to this panel?
No, Chair. I see no members for questions.
Okay. There being no more questions for this panel, the witness panel is now excused. Council, if you could please call up the next panel, please.
The next panel will include Ben Margolis, Diana Reyna, Sandy Hornick, and Ariel Krasno. The first speaker will be Ben Margolis, followed by Diana Reyna.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. I'm Ben Margolis, recent Executive Director of SBIDC, a nonprofit that has supported Gowanus essential businesses and workers for 4 decades. I'm testifying today on behalf of the Old American Can Factory, a haven for the Gowanus industrial and cultural community for over 3 decades, and a paragon of Gowanus mixed uses. In its own report, Engines of Opportunity, the City Council highlighted the Can Factory, calling it a model for how light manufacturing and creative production can be incubated, supported, and expanded. As early as 2016, the Can Factory presented an expansion plan that would allow for long-term commitment to Gowanus mixed uses to be retained and supported on site, coupled with artist housing, especially for aging artists, all in addition to the MIH required. Unfortunately, the proposed zoning as written for the site not only makes that expansion plan infeasible, but incentivizes future owners to build all residential, and crucially offers no protection to Gowanus mixed users. That directly threatens 300 creative workers and would lead to further loss of much needed production space in Gowanus. But there is an easy fix. The Can Factory has submitted a request to the council to revise the section 139-48 authorization approved by CPC, including a commitment to preserve in perpetuity no less than 20% of FAR for Gowanus mix. It's our understanding from conversations with the council land use team that this requested clarification is within scope. With this modification, the council would immediately secure a minimum 60,000 square feet of Gowanus mixed uses, and crucially, support the largest concentration currently existing within the entire rezoning area. So I implore you to help those in the creative industries that help make this neighborhood unique and beloved in the first place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you for your testimony.
Diana Reyna will be the next speaker, followed by Sandy Hornick.
Time starts now.
Very much. Hello, my name is Diana Reyna, and I served in government for over 2 decades as former New York City Council member and Deputy Brooklyn Borough President. Today, I'm working as an advisor to the development team of the Old American Can Factory. The Old American Can Factory is a vibrant community of curated businesses in the creative sector of interdisciplinary talents. For over 30 years, the Can Factory has been providing and retaining mixed-use, cross-subsidized studio spaces, preserving 300 local jobs in the Gowanus community. In previous years leading up to the Gowanus rezoning, the Can Factory had actively participated in the Bridging Gowanus community process as a potential development site for its future expansion. After numerous conversations with the Department of City Planning and several iterations of planning designs, the Can Factory is now limited to grow, financially constrained and landmarked. These challenges can only be addressed by the City Council. As noted in the recommendation response from the Office of the Brooklyn Borough President, DCP's proposal for the Can Factory zoning lot merely incentivizes development without any protections for existing tenants. Permitted development would only significantly less space for Gowanus mixed uses than exists today. The sole public benefit would be future affordable housing but development pursuant to MIH. Such an outcome would have long-lasting negative impact on the arts and culture ecosystem in Gowanus. Borough President Adams urged modification of the proposed zoning to permit the can factory's expansion and to maintain its unique tenant mix, the new mixed-use development would accommodate residential use under a set of prescribed conditions with a legal mechanism to ensure preservation of current uses. With modification actions by the City Council, the can factory would like to maintain existing sky exposure regulations on their zoning lot, so that building height would be determined by suitable minimum floor plates, combining the CA2 exposure plane with a maximum height of 285 feet would reasonably accommodate the DCP proposed bulk. Furthermore, the as-of-right expansion of the creative industry workspaces at the can factory will produce a minimum of 60,000 square feet of Gowanus mixed uses in perpetuity, additional affordable housing through the MIH regulations, and a financially workable landmarked building. Currently, none of this is possible as proposed by DCP. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Always good to see you, Diana. Thank you.
You too. Thank you.
Sandy Hornick will be the next speaker, followed by Ariel Krasnow.
Time starts now.
Funny. Good afternoon, council members. I'm Sandy Hornick, a zoning and land use consultant working with the Old American Can Factory. For most of my 5-decade professional career, I have served at the Department of City Planning, including serving as both a zoning director and later director of strategic planning. The Can Factory has fostered a unique mix of creative individuals and businesses that have helped define Gowanus for over 30 years and makes Gowanus, Brooklyn, and New York more complete and far more interesting places. While the Can Factory is generally profitable, it has kept its rents low in order to foster its unique mix of uses. As a result, it does not generate revenues sufficient to fully upgrade these buildings, all now more than a century old. One of the goals of the Can Factory's proposed expansion is to use market rate uses that would place the entire campus on a sound financial footing. As proposed, the zoning text precludes such an expansion. As approved by CPC, a drafting error requires 75% of the space to be used for non-residential uses, almost all of which would be non-financeable. Even at the intended 50% requirement, because of the MIH requirement, which we support, just over a third of the floor area would have to financially support the remainder of the building. This is a prescription for failure. Regrettably, these limitations may well make an all residential development the most attractive alternative. This is not what we want to see, but is what is pushed for by the current text. At 20%, the Can Factory would preserve in perpetuity a minimum of 60,000 square feet of space, 6 times the FAR for Gowanus mixed uses incentivized elsewhere in the special district. Doing so requires changes to the text. The proposed changes to the authorization are within the currently permitted height and setback regulations and within the proposed permitted use and floor area regulations. As such, these changes would be consistent with decades-long parameters of what changes are permitted within the scope of the action. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Thank you for your testimony today.
Ariel Krasnow will be the next and last speaker on this panel.
Time starts now.
Hello, my name is Ariel Krasnow. I'm an architect and urban designer, and I've been the managing director of the Old American Can Factory since June of this year. I also serve on Community Board 6 and have done so since 2013 with a focus on housing and industrial business retention. My association with the Can Factory dates back to its inception 30 years ago. Over the decades, EXO Projects, the developer and operator company for the Can Factory, has shaped it into a cultural and business anchor at 3rd Street and 3rd Avenue in Gowanus. The existing businesses, 100 businesses and nearly 300 workers are all currently qualify as Gowanus mixed uses in the proposed zoning, but the proposed zoning has no requirement to retain them. The Can Factory has always envisioned that it would become a core part of a reimagined Gowanus in which light industry, commercial, and cultural businesses flourished alongside and within a walkable mixed-use community. A decade ago, the Can Factory embarked on this plan to expand the Can Factory into a comprehensive complex that would add uses that reinforce the existing businesses, such as an artisan-related retail, educational facilities, performance, event, and gallery spaces, nonprofit organizations, and a residential component comprised of artist residencies, senior housing for artists, and live-work spaces. The Can Factory is a business. It has grown and thrived since the 1980s by generating value through creative, efficient management, operations, and planning within a mission to offer decently sized, well-maintained spaces to a community of light industrial, cultural, and arts businesses. The expansion plan is necessary to preserve the existing structures and provide the benefits of the broadened uses. This is exactly the type of business that the New York City should support in this rezoning at far less cost and less risk than other city-funded initiatives with similar economic and development plans. The CPC authorization is not consistent with other land use incentive programs.
Time.
And we will be submitting our own recommendations forthwith. Thank you.
Okay, Ariel, thank you so much for your testimony today.
Chair, that was the last speaker on this panel, and I don't see any members with questions for this panel.
Okay. There being no more questions for this panel, the witness panel is now excused. And Council, if you can please call up the next panel, please.
The next panel will include Lucia Marquez Reagan, Sabine Aronowski, Mustafa El Bey, and Ijaza El Nuwabun. Please forgive me. Lucia Marquez Reagan will be the first speaker, followed by Sabine Aronowski.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Time starts now.
You can go. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. I'm Mustafa El Bey, a proud member of the Gowanus Neighborhood Coalition of Justice, and our coalition will not support the rezoning unless our top three demands are met. Full capital funding for local NYCHA developments, net zero CSOs, and the creation of a task force to hold the city accountable and all parties accountable for commitments they made through the rezoning process. Several years ago, the mayor indicated to us at a meeting in St. Francis in downtown Brooklyn that the community center funding is there for Gowanus houses. However, nothing transpired. We couldn't get in touch with anyone. They were just diverting us to other directions, and it's still not operational. Recently, last month, they had a meeting with a turnkey organization that's supposed to be managing the programs of the community center. However, there was not any or very little community support or, let's say, interaction in terms of that process. We're not going to allow people from the outside to come in and regulate and dominate what we do in our community. Again, it's again the non-participation of the community because we're left outside of the mix. That's why we came here today, to let you know that we will not tolerate it, and we're going to hold everyone accountable. You want to run for mayor, city council, controller, then we're going to be at your steps, in your face, to ask you to keep your word. Don't show up here and give us the talk and then nothing happens. We're going to hold you accountable.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today.
Chair, good afternoon. I'm Angelina Martinez Rubio, taking over as counsel for the subcommittee. I know all of you in this panel are at the same location, and Mustafa just went, so I'm going to call on Lucia Marquez Reagan as the next speaker, please.
Time starts now.
Do we not have Lucia? I see you waving now.
I am Sabine Aronowski. The order was Mustafa first, Sabine Aronowski second. Lucia will be next.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Starting time.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Sabine Aronowski. I'm a proud member of the Gowanus Neighborhood Coalition for Justice. I work at Fifth Avenue Committee. I'm also on the board of Friends of Thomas Green Park, and I'm a CAG member for the EPA Superfund, Gowanus Superfund Cleanup Group. My family's been in Gowanus for decades. We have one of the last remaining stained glass studios in New York City, let alone Gowanus. My child attends public school here. I work and rent here. I'm extremely rent burdened, and my parents cannot afford to retire here. We desperately need deeply affordable housing in this community and throughout New York City. GNCJ, though, is not going to support this rezoning unless the city meets its obligation to first fully fund local public housing. $274 million is needed, and it should not be a negotiation. And that's why myself and over 1,600 supporters online at gncj.org stand with our community at Gowanus Houses and Wyckoff Gardens. And we have our eyes on accountability and resident-led decision-making for this demand. We're also seeking from this rezoning a commitment for oversight and a plan for environmental, racial, and economic justice for our community and neighborhood. This is a formerly redlined area, heavily polluted, and it lacks open and green space that is already disproportionately affected by climate change. So we need investment in our community to build better solutions. We need a commitment to funding not only public housing, but to grow green space and envision a parks improvement district. We need to invest in community health and social resilience. We're still lacking an emergency preparedness plan for our community. And we want to see know your rights trainings brought in for public housing, not just for rent regulated tenants. And again, to bring deeply affordable housing through MIH and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, so the next speaker is Lucia Marcus Reagan.
Time starts now.
Hold on,
Still
Lucia.
on mute.
You're still on mute. Hold on. There you go.
Time starts now.
Hello, my name is Lucia Marcus Reagan of Fifth Avenue Committee, and I'm a proud member of the Gowanus Neighborhood Coalition for Justice. Our coalition will not support the rezoning unless our top 3 demands are met. Full capital funding for local NYCHA developments, net zero combined sewage overflow, and the creation of a task force to hold the city and all parties accountable for the commitments made through the rezoning process. In addition to these demands, I want to highlight affordable housing demands, centering CB6 NYCHA residents and to prioritize our lowest income residents, seniors, and those with disabilities in the availability of affordable units. The city must also commit to a significant number of Section 8 vouchers for existing NYCHA residents so they can move to newly created affordable housing. As Planner Keller mentioned in the earlier presentation, COVID has highlighted a need for housing and job creation among many other needs. Both housing and job creation can be addressed as a part of GNCJ's demand for full upfront capital funding for NYCHA developments at Wyckoff Gardens and Gowanus Houses. The funding spent to improve NYCHA developments must adhere to HUD Section 3 hiring policies to ensure NYCHA residents not only get the safe and healthy housing they deserve, but also are hired to complete the work. As Councilmember Lander mentioned in an earlier discussion, NYCHA funding is absolutely necessary for the health and well-being of residents. It's people's lives, their families' lives, and the health of our community. We need full capital funding. We can make the change, we can do better, and we need it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
The last speaker on this panel is Iyasa El Nuwaubun. Apologies if I mispronounce the name.
Time starts now.
Wait. Okay. My name is Ijaz El-Nawabin. I'm a proud member of the Gowanus Neighborhood Coalition for Justice. I reside in Gowanus Houses. And my demands are within this poem that I'm going to read, which everybody knows I read poetry. And this will tell you exactly how I feel, and I represent all my tenants and all my friends in Gowanus Houses and in NYCHA housing everywhere. It's called We Shall Rise, Ode to NYCHA. The tenants' slumlord is hot under fire. The media has reported you as an irresponsible, habitual slumlord liar. We refuse to have you pacify and romance us like Cupid. We the people are rising, and we ain't stupid. You made it impossible to enjoy our dwellings and our lives, but we are here, and we rise in size. What are you people, monsters from Mars? You are causing our living conditions to be so damn hard There's privy in your power that puts you above the law, cheating all of us and robbing the poor. Listen up, tenants everywhere. Understand all you hear. Never be seduced into fear. Know that it's criminality, intrusion, causing confusion, and occasion there's hostile invasion to our environment. This battle of tenants' rights is why we fight until you give us back a new nature intact. A reconstruction all over the cities that shall save the lives of many. This is a numbers game. You, the culprit, you must take the blame. We are your judge and jury. Behold our fury. We are energetic and motivated with eyes on the prize. And together all over the states, we shall rise, we shall rise. It is a responsibility to look towards the betterment of all living in the neighborhood, that we may live peaceably and fairly as we should.
Time.
And it's only fair for the small businessman to receive a helping hand. Let him stay. What more can we say? Can there be another way to persuade the powers behind the system to make them listen if they would? Just listen closely to the cries of everyone surviving in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Chair, I don't see any council members with questions for the panel. Chair, you're on mute.
Thank you, Angelina. Thank you. Seeing no questions from my colleagues, this panel is now excused. So, Council, if you can please call up the next panel.
Panel 6 will be Renzo Ramirez, Ralph Osorio, Liddell York, and Thomas Devaney. So first speaker will be Renzo Ramirez and followed by Ralph Osorio.
Time starts now.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
All right. So good afternoon. My name is Renzo Ramirez, and I am here on behalf of my union, 32BJ, and the 85,000 building service workers 32BJ represents in New York City to express our support for this rezoning. 32BJ supports responsible developers who invest in the communities where they build. I'm happy to report that many of the developers in the rezoning area have made credible commitments to creating prevailing wage building service jobs for the future building service workers at their sites. This commitment is an investment in the community by providing wages and benefits that give working families opportunity for upward mobility and security. We support the rezoning, and we are confident that many of the developers will be responsible employers and have made a positive impact on the community. For reasons, we specifically urge you to approve this rezoning. On behalf of New York City 32BJ membership, we support this rezoning. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Renzo. Thank you for your testimony today.
Our next speaker on this panel will be Ralph Osorio, followed by Liddell York.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chair Moya and members of the subcommittee. My name is Ralph Osorio, and I'm here on the behalf of my union, 32BJ SEIU, and on 85,000 building service workers 32BJ represents in New York City to express our support for the rezoning. 32BJ supports responsible developers who invest in our communities where they build, and happy to report many developers in the rezoning area have credible commitments to create affordable housing for the community. The Gowanus rezoning will also create almost 8,500 new housing units, nearly 3,000 at below market rates. This commitment is an investment in the community and will give working families an opportunity for upward mobility and security. As someone who has lived and worked in Brooklyn for over 42 years, I understand how important good jobs and affordable housing can be to the community. We support the rezoning and are confident that many of the developers will have responsible employers and will make a positive impact on the community. For these reasons, we respectfully urge you to improve the rezoning. And on behalf of New York City 32BJ membership, we support the rezoning. Thank you guys for listening.
Thank you, Ralph. Thank you for your testimony today.
Next speaker on this panel is Liddell York, followed by Thomas Devaney.
Starting time.
Good morning, Chair Moy and members of the subcommittee. My name is Adele Yoke. I am here on behalf of my union, 32BJ, and the 85,000 building service workers 32BJ represents in New York City to express our support for this rezoning. 32BJ supports responsible developers who invest in the communities where they build. I'm happy to report that many of the developers in this rezoning area have made credible commitments to create affordable housing for the community. The Gowanus rezoning will also create almost 8,500 new housing units, nearly 3,000 at below market rates. This commitment is an investment in the community that will give working families opportunity for upward mobility and security. We support the rezoning and we are confident that many of the developers will be responsible employees and make a positive impact on the community. For these reasons, we respectfully urge you to approve this rezoning. Thank you. On behalf of New York City 32BJ membership, we support this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
The last speaker on this panel is Thomas Devaney.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. Tom Devaney, Municipal Art Society. MAS recognizes the decades-long planning effort by the city and Gowanus community, inherent challenge in envisioning a future for the neighborhood as complex as Gowanus is. We are encouraged by the waterfront plan, the prospect of a new park, reductions in stormwater flows, 100% affordability to Gowanus Green, and a potential new school. We are pleased with the racial impact study as a good faith effort to wrestle with competing development priorities and underlying disparities in Gowanus. The report also reinforces the shortcomings of zoning and MIH as tools to reduce disparities and equality. But many serious issues remain about city's commitment to address conditions at nearby NYCHA housing, and including them in the proposal, coordination with ongoing Superfund cleanup, deficiencies in the SEQRA evaluation, and above all, ensuring that this is the best plan for Gowanus. The proposal follows a familiar zoning path framed under the banner of increasing housing affordability under MIH. MIH is a blunt tool that is more about increasing market rate and affordable units than it is about ensuring that Gowanus is accessible to all members of the community. As a city and in Gowanus, we should not be planning just for growth. For Gowanus to be the big step the city takes to ensure lower income residents can remain in the community, the NYCHAs, Wyckoff Gardens, and Gowanus houses must be engaged and included in a neighborhood affordability and quality housing strategy. A fair housing plan needs to be put in place in addition to MIH. As one of MAS's primary advocacy items, the Gowanus rezoning bring to light deficiencies in the city's SEQRA process, particularly the reliability of the development forecasts and questionable analysis of the full impacts of the plan. We estimate the potential development of over 80% of the lots in the rezoning area have not been addressed under SEQRA. With the horrible impacts of Hurricane Ida freshly on our minds, we expect the city to follow through on transparently in their responsibilities in coordinating with the EPA and the federal cleanup. Thank you for allowing me to comment on this proposal.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you for your testimony today. Was that the last panelist?
Yeah, that's the last panelist, Chair, and I see no council members with questions at this time. So okay, we can move on to the next panel, which will be Ken Bayer, Miranda Sealeff, Winslow Dennis, and Valerie Fenimore. So the first speakers will be Ken Bayer, followed by Miranda Sealeff.
Thank you.
Starting time.
Ken, hold on 1 second. Ken, you're still muted. Hold on.
Okay.
There you go.
Fine now? Okay.
Go.
I hope I have my full 2 minutes.
You got your full 2 minutes, Ken. Don't
Okay,
worry.
thank you. I'm testifying in opposition to the Gowanus rezoning. The EPA has noted that this rezoning uses floodplains and models from 2008. It also does not include a full cumulative analysis of the development projects that will use the Red Hook sewage treatment plant and another in Bay Ridge. For these reasons, the EPA and FEMA must participate in the preparation of this process. excuse me, in preparation of this project. The major legal flaws in the city's rezoning plan are many. There are many inconsistencies and contradictions. Number two, the record of decision requires that any development under New York City's purview not compromise the environmental cleanup of the canal. Three, additional sewage load from new development would not put pressure on old sewers and would risk additional combined sewer overflows into the canal. The EPA has cited delays in the design and construction of CSO retention tanks as a problem. The EPA has concluded that new watershed models need to be prepared. The city does not take into account its own climate and sea level projections, and that the canal is in a floodplain. There was a question before regarding how much the tanks could handle in terms of additional, rainfall. And they measured it in gallons. They didn't measure it in terms of inches of rain, which I think is critical and, speaks to the fact that the city needs to put things in plain English. Let me just conclude. The city must do its due diligence and recognize the deficiencies of this plan. In doing so, the logical conclusion this body will come to is that it should reject this zoning plan. Thank you.
The next speaker on this panel is Miranda Selah, followed by Winslow Dennis.
Starting time.
Hi, my name is Miranda Selah, and I'm speaking in opposition to the Gowanus neighborhood rezoning. I'm a resident who lives in a rent-stabilized apartment 1 block from the Gowanus Canal. This neighborhood is my home, and I want to make sure the health and safety of my neighbors and I are protected as sites are cleaned up and developed. I want Gowanus to be safe for future residents who may live on land or near water that has been subject to environmental abuse for decades. Nothing about this plan has taken into consideration the realities of climate change. I support Nydia Velasquez and Assemblymember Joanne Simon's calls for the assessment to be redone. In the letter to de Blasio they said, our city has already felt the brunt of climate change. It cannot afford projects that fall short of protecting human health and the environment. The city needs to account for the fact that much of Gowanus is a flood zone and experienced intense flooding in the recent storms. Spillover effects can happen around the canal and in places like Red Hook, where the Bond Lorraine sewer extends, an environmental justice area. The EPA has also criticized the plan for the water modeling inconsistencies and the lack of any EJ analysis, and has continued to lambast the city for its sewage problems and lack of compliance with the Superfund orders in the Gowanus Canal, including building the 2 CSO tanks that are required for the current residents that don't include the new 30,000 residents that will come to this neighborhood. So as I ran home from the subway through the flooded streets on the night that Superstorm Ida hit, I was terrified, but I know I'm lucky because I wasn't swept away in the water like Michael Robinson, who died in the storm and whose body was found in the Gowanus Canal the next day. City Council needs to wake up. Climate change is here. It is taking lives. This is no time to be pleasing big real estate developers at the cost of the health and safety of residents. I think you should delay a vote on this plan until it has been reworked with data that reflects the reality of climate change, or vote no on the Gowanus rezoning.
Our next speaker is Winslow Dennis, and followed by Valerie Fenimore.
Starting time.
Hi there. I don't know if anybody can see me, but thank you for this opportunity to speak. I joined the previous speakers, all the previous speakers' points. I believe that that the city's plan is short-sighted at the current state. As stated by previous speakers, basing the EPA study on 2008 record, rainfall numbers is short-sighted considering the existence of climate change and the fact that the area has seen increased rainfalls in the last 12 years since then. I also think that the Gowanus Green plan is short-sighted in the fact that there have done very little to remediate the poison and toxins that exist in the soil there, and building affordable housing on there is only making matters worse because we're putting our most vulnerable New Yorkers into potential housing in communities and schools where the poisonous toxins are going to only seep out of the ground and cause future health problems for all of them. I think that the Gowanus rezone needs to be reconsidered, and I ask, why wouldn't we at this point try and apply some of this, the monies and some of the resources towards fixing the NYCHA housing that exists in the Gowanus projects. I've seen those, and I think that the money and some efforts there could be better used. So I oppose. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today.
The last speaker on this panel is Valerie Fenimore.
Starting time.
Do we have Valerie?
She's still muted.
Yep.
Chair, I understand we're having some technical issues unmuting. Valerie, if you can hear us, could you please accept the unmute request you're receiving? Should we move on, Chair, and call the next panel?
Yep. Valerie, you can come back after if you can't unmute yourself now.
Okay, so moving on to panel number 8, we're going to call on Lori Raphael, Joseph Sitkowi, William Thomas, and John Tritt. So the first speaker is Lori Raphael, followed by Joseph Sitkowi.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Lori Raphael, and I'm a senior vice president with the Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce. The Brooklyn Chamber supports the Gowanus rezoning and recognizes it as an opportunity to advance an equitable economic recovery. Rezoning Gowanus presents a unique opportunity to transform a mostly inaccessible waterfront into a resilient, clean, publicly accessible community resource while addressing rising sea levels, flooding, other climate threats, and reducing the CSOs. New York City was fighting a housing crisis even before the health and economic crises brought on by COVID-19. The rezoning is expected to create approximately 3,000 affordable housing units, with nearly 70% of the apartments located on waterfront sites, making a relatively affluent and majority white neighborhood more equitable and diverse. As the city's economy struggles to recover, projects like Gowanus can unlock potential new tax revenue, refill the construction pipeline with good-paying jobs, and help local businesses keep their doors open. The rezoning is designed to ensure that land is appropriately remediated before any development occurs. Development sites will need to be fully remediated by property owners, and government agencies at every level will ensure oversight and enforcement and a rigorous formal review followed by the required remediation process. In addition to affordable housing and good-paying jobs, rezoning Gowanus will accomplish the cleanup of former industrial sites, the creation of open space along a revitalized waterfront, the installation of environmental resilience measures, and protection of the Gowanus mix, the community of artists and makers. The Brooklyn Chamber urges the City Council to fully support this plan to put Gowanus City back on track. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori.
Next speaker is Joseph Sitkowi, followed by William Thomas.
Thank you, chairs. Thank you, council members. My name is Joseph Sitkowi, and I'm the Waterfront Design Associate Director at the Waterfront Alliance. Waterfront Alliance believes that if done right, a district-wide Gowanus rezoning offers an opportunity to make progress towards a more just, resilient, and green neighborhood and waterfront. We are in support of the project. The Gowanus rezoning will result in the long-awaited cleanup of the contaminated land around the canal and the creation of abundant open space along the waterfront that's open to the general public and not just residents of the planned new buildings. Open space will also play an important role in preparing the neighborhood for climate change. The edge of the Gowanus represents untapped potential and at the same time is in an area where the power of climate risk is undeniable. For complex waterfront projects of this nature, Waterfront Alliance recommends that the project teams go through the Waterfront Edge Design Guidelines or WEDGE verification process. Through the lens of WEDGE, which is a credit system for resilience, public access, and innovation at the water's edge, similar to like a LEED, we assess the climate adaptation strategies, open space designs, and ecological features in the proposal. In 2019, the Brooklyn Borough Board adopted a resolution encouraging all waterfront ULURP applicants to use WEDGE, and we've verified 9 projects in New York and New Jersey, including several in Brooklyn. Many of the credits in the WEDGE standard align closely with the recommendations from BP Adams and CB6. Through the WEDGE verification process, we assess the extent to which an individual project conducted equitable engagement plans, avoided or reduced risks from coastal hazards, including sea level rise, provided quality public access to the waterfront, reduced and managed stormwater quality, among many other priorities. We strongly encourage developers to work with Waterfront Alliance through our WEDGE verification process to meet their commitments. Projects are encouraged to engage early in the process to inform designs and maximize performance. And we urge that this committee include a WEDGE verification requirement in the approval of the plan. Thank you.
Time expired.
Thank you, Joseph.
The next speaker will be William Thomas, followed by John Tritt.
Starting time.
Hello, everyone. My name is Will Thomas. I'm here to support the rezoning of Gowanus as the Executive Director of Open New York. We're an independent grassroots pro-housing organization. Allowing more homes here will help to alleviate New York's housing shortage and help to fight displacement in other neighborhoods. So the council ought to know that New York has a terrible housing shortage, but I want to throw out some numbers to remind everyone how bad it is. Between 2010 and 2017, median rents increased by double median wages. Homelessness has reached the highest level since the Great Depression. Pre-COVID, 1 out of every 10 elementary school students in New York City public schools attended from homeless shelters. So right now, post-pandemic, we need all the affordable housing we can get, and the thousands of below-market homes that this rezoning offers are a great place to start. But in addition, the 5,000 market rate homes that this rezoning will allow will also help by preventing displacement proactively in other neighborhoods. The median household income in the rezoning area is well over 6 figures. Gowanus is a very desirable neighborhood, and although it will likely be many families' first choice, if the wealthy can't find new places to live here, they will simply bid up the price of existing housing until they can move into an existing place on the market. The families who would have otherwise lived in those homes will instead move to more affordable neighborhoods. If we don't let young professionals live here, they're not going to disappear. They're going to further displacement pressures deeper in Brooklyn, in places like Sunset Park, Flatbush, and Midwood. And lastly, as I'm before the City Council, I would like to ask the Council to consider recommending that parking minimums be removed from the proposal entirely. It's well known that parking minimums significantly raise housing costs. Gowanus is a transit-rich neighborhood where the subways are under capacity compared to the city as a whole. So in summary, our housing crisis is immense, and I would ask the entire council and specifically Councilmember Lander to prioritize solutions centering it, and especially over any aesthetic concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, William.
Chair, the last speaker on this panel is John Tritt.
Starting time.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Moya and members of the subcommittee. My name is John Tritt. I'm the Deputy Political Director for Service and Employees International Union Local 32BJ. And I'm speaking here this afternoon on behalf of Vice President and New York Regional Director, John Santos. We are the largest property service union in the country and represent more than 85,000 workers in New York City, including 16,000 members who live and work in Brooklyn. Our members are the residential cleaners, security guards, handy persons, and supers, like those who will ultimately maintain the planned residential buildings proposed for the Gowanus neighborhood. 32BJ members support a responsible rezoning for Gowanus that will create good new jobs and build affordable housing at a time when working families desperately need both. While the city has leaned on essential building service workers, these workers, who are often low-income workers and come from communities of color, have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. The new building service jobs created by this plan will offer essential workers opportunities for good jobs, but providing them access to family-sustaining wages, affordable health care, and other important benefits that will help workers build and recover after this devastating year, or year and a half, really. The Gowanus rezoning will also create almost 8,500 new housing units, nearly 3,000 at below market rates. This means thousands of families who otherwise could not afford to live in the community can now build a future for themselves and the next generation in a neighborhood with a wealth of resources. In conclusion, as we emerge from this unprecedented year, we will continue to face the harsh realities of the COVID-19 pandemic for a long time to come. It is crucial to advance projects that will bring good employment opportunities and affordable housing to people whose lives have been shattered by the pandemic. With this rezoning, families have the opportunities to build their lives in a manner in which they can thrive. We also submit a petition to the council signed by over 300 of our members in support of this rezoning. We respectfully urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thanks for your testimony today.
Chair, I don't see any council members with questions at this time. So I can move on to the next panel, which will be Lucy Coteam, Tom Oiso, Chrissy Romaine, and Jack Riccobono. So the first speaker will be Lucy Coteam, followed by Tom Oiso.
Starting time.
Hi, hello. I'm a member of the New York City Sierra Club group, which opposes this rezoning at this time. It was made very clear today that this is there's nothing more than speculation about the future and frankly, a lot of happy talk from all the presenters. Nothing could be clearer than that this proposed process is backwards. First, you clean all the toxins, place the retention tanks in which will at best be installed by 2030. Then you study the area for some years, and then you begin the discussion as to the sustainability of adding 35,000 more people to what is now a toxic flood site. This is about water, air, sewer capacity, flood zones, climate change, sea level rise, overwhelming rainfall, people's homes where basements serve as retention tanks for excess water, and sewage backs up out of their toilets. This is not about land. Wisely, Congresswoman Nydia Velazquez and Assemblywoman Joanne Simon demand a new EIS because it was obvious that the one done is totally inadequate. Using the 2008 rainfall levels measured at JFK Airport has nothing to do with the measurement of rainfall in a flood zone where basements are 4 or more water of feet after Ida. According to an EPA administrator, the parcel of land where low-income housing and a school will be placed can never be remediated. This is about the need for a new paradigm where the city council stops deferring to the local council member because the sewer shed, air, the ocean, rivers, and canals do not live in any one district. That absurdity has to stop. Climate change demands that business as usual must stop. Business as usual is the city council members being influenced by the money and pressure placed on them by developers. You must vote the interests of the whole city and not segment parcels into pieces of land under the discretion of one.
Unexpired.
One more. I call this love canal in reverse. First, you define the land as toxic, and then you build the houses. 10 years later, when people get sick, the government, meaning taxpayers, pay millions because they permitted this program to go forward despite knowing the land is toxic. Meanwhile, you all have gone on to your next
Thank
job.
you. Thank you, Lucy. Thank you for your testimony today. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Can you please call the next panelist, please?
Apologies, I was muted. The next speaker will be Tom Loiso, followed by Chrissy Remain.
Starting time.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Tom Azo, and I'm here on behalf of Naturally Occurring Cultural Districts New York and Arts and Democracy. Our two organizations have been collaborating with the Gowanus community for over a decade to facilitate connections and explore important issues facing the neighborhood. This includes NOCDNY's role as a cultural partner with a resident leadership at Gowanus Houses to reactivate the Gowanus Community Center in preparation for its reopening. As a proud member of the Gowanus Neighborhood Coalition for Justice and in support of all of its priorities, we will not back the Gowanus neighborhood plan without full funding for capital needs at Gowanus Houses and Wyckoff Gardens, Net Zero CSO, and a Gowanus Zoning Commitment Task Force. Based on our background, NOCDNY and Arts and Democracy are positioned to speak on the role that community-based arts and culture play in neighborhoods, cross-pollinating with other sectors to retain and realize comprehensive, healthy, and vibrant neighborhoods. To assure that these systems thrive, the rezoning must reinvest in community assets and cultural hubs, especially the timely reopening of the Gowanus Community Center. The center operates as a lifeline for the community, a place for gathering and organizing during times of crisis like Sandy and COVID. With funding committed to reopen the center, its design, organizational structure, and programming must be expedited and community-led. Number two, recognize community networks, including relationships between cultural practices, industry, and the Gowanus mix. Matchmaking through an accountability task force can sustain network building beyond its stated importance in a planning document. Number three, assure access and affordability for artists and cultural producers in order to preserve and strengthen the character of the community and to equitably serve longstanding and new residents. Number four, zoning for industrial spaces should prioritize the hiring of local residents, especially public housing residents, to retain and capacitate local talent and enterprise. Number five, commercial and retail spaces should serve existing residents, not simply introduce high-end services that equate to consumer displacement. And finally, public spaces should be accessible to all and be designed through an inclusive and participatory process. Design should consider not only principles of gathering and belonging, but buffer the problem that development actually instill disbelonging. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tom.
The next speaker is Chrissy Remain, followed by Jack Ricobono.
Hello, I'm Chrissy Remain. Sorry, thank you. Hello, I'm Chrissy Remain. I'm Riverkeeper's Hudson River Watershed Project Manager. Riverkeeper is a member-supported watchdog organization dedicated to protecting and restoring the Hudson River. And we're finding the need to advocate with our waterfront communities increasingly important. Hurricane Ida has made clear that New York City's efforts to adapt our sewer system and our communities to new rainfall patterns, wind, and associated flooding are inadequate. Today, however, we're not here to discuss new plans to safeguard community members or sweeping new stormwater management plan for Gowanus. Instead, we're here to discuss rezoning Gowanus to bring more residents and potentially more stormwater and sewage to an overburdened and vulnerable community and waterway. Riverkeeper agrees with the recommendations of our colleagues at GCC and GNCJ. Most crucially, Riverkeeper cannot support this rezoning plan without, as a condition of approval, a thorough climate-adapted stormwater and sewage management plan for the neighborhood. This can be accomplished through a long-term control plan that accounts for climate change, a Gowanus-specific cloudburst study, an effectuated unified stormwater rule, and a mechanism to monitor and report stormwater and sewage loading. You've heard some of these before, so I'm hoping to amplify these points of agreement here. So one, to go over in a little bit of detail, the city must develop a LTCP for Gowanus Canal that accounts for climate change and utilizes climate change projections. The current LTCP doesn't use these, though the mayor's report recently recommends they be used by 2023. So these need to be a condition of rezoning. Two, the Gowanus neighborhood must be included as one of the 10 neighborhoods that the city advances for its upcoming cloudburst study. Doing so will make good on demands the community has had for 10 years for hydrology study. Three, the unified stormwater rule must be in effect prior to the first site sewer connection in the rezoning area. Absent the rule, we are likely to see an increase of 3 million gallons of stormwater annually. So either the finalized rule or the requirements of the forthcoming rule must be put into place. And last, fourth, to ensure the requirements of the unified stormwater rule are being complied with, DEP must commit to annual monitoring through modeling,
of net changes in sanitary and stormwater loading within the Gowanus sewer shed as mandated by EPA's administrative order. Without discussion, please. So I'll leave it there and say thank you. And we're looking forward to and committed to working with City Council to ensure these points of agreement are met for the benefit of New Yorkers and their waterways. Thank you.
Thank you.
The last speaker on this panel, Chair, is Jack Rico Bona.
Starting time.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Jack.
All right, thank you. Hi, Chair Moya and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I am a member of Voice of Gowanus, a coalition of community groups and concerned citizens fighting for a just and sustainable future for Gowanus. The 82-block rezoning area under your consideration lies in a FEMA flood zone A that experienced severe flooding during Hurricane Sandy and Ida, including the recent tragic death by drowning of local resident Michael Robinson during Ida flash floods. The rezone area also includes 133 documented toxic sites, including multiple manufactured gas plant sites. The city's own sea level rise projections show that future storm events will increase flood risk and the risk of toxic exposure. Given these and other facts and what the law prescribes, the community has been advocating for months to have relevant state and federal agencies bring their scientific expertise to bear on the Gowanus Environmental Impact Statement, or EIS. Our Congresswoman Nydia Velasquez and Assemblymember Joanne Simon have joined the community in demanding the redrafting of the dangerously flawed Gowanus EIS. CB2 voted the proposal down, and EPA recently submitted formal comments to the city outlining serious flaws, errors, and inconsistencies in the city's impact analysis. Council members, we ask that you set aside policy positions on development, housing, and a host of other vital issues, and consider that even if you are in favor of this action, the rezoning will be at significant legal risk unless the EIS complies with state and federal law. Without a legally sufficient and comprehensive EIS, you have not been given the impact analysis that would allow you to properly assess the zoning action. And if you vote in favor of this rezoning without being given such analysis in advance, you will be complicit in the city's failures. As such, we strongly urge you to stand for due process and transparency and vote your conscience and vote no on the Gowanus Neighborhood Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack.
Chair, that was the last speaker on that panel, and I see no council members with questions, so I can move on if you're okay to the next panel, which will be Madeline Britt, Douglas Huno, Sarah Jean Avery, and Toby Hyde. So the first speaker will be Madeline Britt, and followed by Douglas Huno.
Starting time.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Madeleine Britt, and I'm a policy analyst at Citizens Housing and Planning Council. CHPC would like to thank the City Council, Community Boards 2 and 6, DCP, and all the other stakeholders involved for their dedication and hard work throughout this process. Rezoning Gowanus was a key recommendation in HPD's Where We Live plan to firmly further fair housing in New York City. Seeing this rezoning through is a step in fulfilling the city's promise to advance racial equity in our housing stock and neighborhoods. The proposed plan will increase racial and economic diversity in Gowanus by making the neighborhood more accessible to low-income households and New Yorkers of color. These benefits are highlighted in the recent racial equity report from City Council Land Use, Fifth Avenue Committee, as well as Columbia University. According to the study, the Gowanus rezoning will result in more than twice the recent rate of new affordable housing and reach deeper affordability levels that would be met otherwise. Only 15% of the 13,500 new units that have been built in Community Boards 2 and 6 since 2014 are affordable to low-income households. By contrast, 35% of the projected development under this rezoning will be affordable to households earning between 40 and 80% AMI, which is significant. In addition to advancing racial equity and fair housing goals, the Gowanus Neighborhood Plan includes key strategies to bolster climate resiliency, creating more open space, remediating environmental hazards, and improving sewer and water infrastructure. Yet, as we saw from the tragedy wrought by Hurricane Ida, creating a more resilient New York also means building and investing in housing, Until every New Yorker has access to high quality affordable housing, occupants of substandard, poorly maintained and illegal housing will remain at the greatest risk of injury and loss during disasters and climate events. This includes NYCHA residents who represent a crucial constituency of the neighborhood plan. CHPC applauds Council members Lander and Levin, Borough President Adams, and the other community leaders and stakeholders who have demanded funding for improvements at Wyckoff Gardens and Gowanus houses alongside the rezoning. This is a chance for the city to deliver on multiple promises to put its stated commitments to fair housing into action. We thank the committee for its support and would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madeline, for your testimony today.
The next speaker will be Douglas Huneau, followed by Sarah Jean Avery. Douglas Huneau.
My name is Douglas Huneau. I have lived in Community Board 6 and Council District 39 for 23 years. I bought a single family house 23 years ago, and that house has doubled in value, more than doubled in value. It's become a piggy bank for me and my family, which is great for us, but which is terrible policy. The reason it's gone up is historic designation, restrictive zoning, and basically having no additional supply. People like me and a lot of other people who live in Community Board 6 are benefiting tremendously from restrictive zoning, and it's essentially causing the community to be redlined. There's no affordable housing. This community does not support affordable housing, no matter what they say. Every single community housing application and any housing application that comes before the community board is denied summarily, often for historic reasons, but for a lot of other reasons. The other issue is climate. We cannot fight climate change with houses that were built and maintained in amber for 50 to 100 years. We have to build newer, better, more resilient, more climate friendly housing, and we're not doing that. Another reason is gentrification. If they're not moving into our community, they're moving into, people are moving into Sunset Park, people are moving into downtown Brooklyn, Fort Greene, where housing is being built, and they're frankly taking housing away from other people who are being priced out. Young people in New York have nowhere to go. They can't move into our community. My kids have my house, so good for them, but their friends can't move into my community. The last issue is the 10 years we have negotiated, this community has negotiated, means 10 years people have nowhere to live. So it is time to support this and to pass this and to build more housing in Community Board 6 and CD 39. Thank you.
Thank you, Douglas.
The next speaker on this panel is Sarah Jean Avery, followed by Toby Hyde. Sarah Jean Avery is next.
Starting time.
Hello, my name is S.J. Avery. I'm a member of the Park Slope City Council, which is proud to be a member of the GNCJ, whose top demands are needed repairs to NYCHA housing, no new CSOs in the canal, and the creation of a Gowanus zoning commitment task force. I have lived half a block away from 4th Avenue for over 30 years. For most of us who live in areas that are being rezoned, the experience inevitably feels like something that is being done to us. The very way we promote neighborhood changes through, quote, rezoning underlines the antiquated notion that neighborhood change should be done simply by deciding the height and density of new construction and how that can be built on a defined parcel of land. Yes, we are reminded that there have been years of hearings sponsored by community boards, elected officials, or even city agencies that have resulted in shelves full of suggestions. Jonathan showed us lovely pictures of those meetings. I only wish I had the time to illustrate how many of those suggestions did not end up in the Gowanus plan. However, the primacy of demands for NYCHA repairs, for no new CSOs in the canal, and a commitment task force were due to sustained advocacy subsequent to those meetings. In our hearts, we know that the bulk of what ends up in a rezoning plan are the results of meetings with city officials and developers, often before official rezoning talks begin. We rely on points of agreement negotiated by our council representatives to make sure that at least a few of our most important concerns are reflected in a final document. So I am pleading that in advocating for the Gowanus Zoning Commitment Task Force, it be endorsed by all of the city council members. You have recently advanced very progressive legislation related to stormwater management, racial disparities, and environmental impact. Establishing a Gowanus Zoning Commitment Task Force provides the opportunity to test the mechanism for measuring the effectiveness of that legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, SJ. Thank you for your testimony today.
You're the last speaker on this panel is Toby Hyde.
Good afternoon, folks. Thank you very much for hearing my testimony. I'm a proud resident of CD6, and I'm excited that this proposal has made it this far to City Council, and I'm proud to support the Gowanus rezoning, which will bring over 8,400 new homes, and roughly 3,000 of which will be permanently affordable to my neighborhood. And really impressed by the moves that DCP has made with Gowanus Green. However, I'm sick of seeing my friends move out of Park Slope, out of Gowanus, out of my neighborhoods, into Sunset Park, into Windsor Terrace, into Bay Ridge, way uptown to Harlem and Northern Manhattan, upstate New Jersey. Why? We need to build more housing. We need to build more housing everywhere, and especially here in Brooklyn, in places that people want to live. Study after study shows, many of which based in New York City, show that building more housing, in fact, does relieve pressure on housing prices. Housing prices in Gowanus have averaged about $700,000 in the fall of 2011, up to over 1.2 million most recently, according to Zillow. It's an average annual increase of about 5.2% annualized growth. That's well above the overall rate in Brooklyn. Moreover, why build here? This is an area well served by transit. We know people want to live here. The EIS points out that a potential impact of the rezoning will be that more riders will be on transit. Great, run more trains. We can do that. We have technology, we have the trains, run more trains. Further, this will be as Madeline and others have pointed out, a step forward in terms of racial justice. The Regional Plan Association pointed that out this morning as well. In a borough that is 35% non-Hispanic white, Gowanus is 62%. The average median income in Gowanus is over twice the borough's rate in a city, in a metro area that by Berkeley standards is among the most segregated. I've seen the renderings in Gowanus. They look great. The waterfront access, the new housing. I want to live in that community. Please build this. Please get this done. Please fund NYCHA. We should fund NYCHA, not just for the purposes of the right thing to do, but please get this done and let's move forward.
Thank you, Toby.
Chair, that was the last speaker on that panel, and I don't see any council members with questions at this time. So we can move on to the next panel, which will be Andy Corso, Emily Chiavelli, Georgia Parks, and Myra Gonzalez. The first speaker will be Andy Corso, followed by Emily Chiavelli.
Starting time.
Thank you. Thank you all. It's a privilege to be here. My name's Andy Corso. I live at Bergen and Nevins, right down the street from White Cow Gardens, and I worship at St. Lydia's at 304 Bond Street. St. Lydia's is a proud member of GNCJ and fully supports the 3 demands that have to be met before saying yes to this proposal. I'm especially concerned about the full funding for NYCHA capital repairs. When I look at my neighbors at my church and my neighbors where I live, these are people who already live here, who've lived here for generations and deserve capital investment. It is not possible to say yes to this proposal without meeting that demand. Also just want to echo the real importance of the 3rd demand of having a committee that is providing ongoing accountability. Too many times the promise is, yes, this is going to happen, and then it does not happen without sustained accountability. And concerned that Council members Ladner and Levin will be transitioning from their roles. That accountability has to be with the community in order to make sure that this policy comes true. I just appreciate everyone's concerns about this. I came today for the exciting 5th hour of this testimony because of my faith. I want to live in a New York where money is invested in residents in the community. So we have a community that's accessible across all income levels. We have a community that's safe and resilient. And there is the opportunity to do that, but it does not include in the existing plan without meeting the 3 demands from GNCJ. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you for your testimony.
The next speaker will be Emily Chiavelli, followed by Georgia Parks.
Starting time.
Hi, can everyone hear me? Yeah. My name is Emily Chiavelli, and I'm a member of the Gowanus art community. I'm currently a working artist as well as the events and programs coordinator for Arts Gowanus. I'd like to first address the final environmental impact study. As it states, quote, freelance artists who lease studio spaces are not accounted for in the estimates of directly displaced employment because the studio spaces are not their regular places of business, end quote. My work with Arts Gowanus has shown me beyond a shadow of a doubt that many artists in our neighborhood are in fact small business owners who work full-time in their studios. I don't really understand the categorization of artists solely as freelancers based on no study and evidently not even anecdotal evidence. There are many reasons I love living in Gowanus, but the primary one is the extensive and diverse arts community. Not considering how this rezoning will affect art workers in Gowanus is not just detrimental to the artists and cultural workers, it's detrimental to the neighborhood as a whole, both culturally and economically. Arts Gowanus has been working closely with Brad Lander and several developers to finalize a community benefits agreement in order to preserve the integrity of the art community in Gowanus. If signed, this agreement will create over 200 highly subsidized art studio spaces in Gowanus, which is crucial to keeping the art community lively and progressive in our community and in New York City as a whole. I urge you to vote no on the rezoning if a CBA contract is not signed before you vote. If you move forward with the rezoning without this agreement in place, you are responsible for obliterating one of the most thriving artist neighborhoods left in New York City. Artists being pushed out of rezoned neighborhoods is an old story in Brooklyn, but now we're running out of places to go. You have the chance to preserve the identity of Brooklyn as a global cultural hub, which is an identity that it will lose if it continues to be inhospitable to artists. Lastly, Gowanus Open Studios is this weekend. I'd like to invite and encourage everyone to come see for yourselves the 400 artists across 100 locations in Gowanus who are participating this weekend, so you can see for yourselves how crucial they are to the vibrancy of this neighborhood. I demand you vote no on rezoning if the CBA is not accomplished.
Expired.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next speaker on this panel is Georgia Parks, and she will be followed by Myra Gonzalez.
Starting time.
Hi, Georgia, if you can hear us, you're up. Hi, Georgia. Okay, let's go.
We can call on the next panelist here, Myra Gonzalez. It appears that Georgia was not available, so we can call on her after if she's around. Myra Gonzalez will be next.
Great, thank you.
Starting time.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. My name is Myra Gonzalez. I live at 423 Smith Street, Brooklyn, New York. It is on the corner. It is the corner property and on 5th Street. It is right on the corner. I am directly across the street from the project, or what we now call, or what we've always called the lot. My parents purchased this building in 1969. I grew up there. I went to 58. I went to 142. I went to John Jay. I, as well as a few of my few other homes, which of 3, there are only 3 on that block. I have lived there full time. I can't speak for the other owner properties, but I can only tell you that as one of the ones living there on 5th Street, we don't think that I feel like I have not been consulted as what's going on across the street. I hear all kinds of things from all kinds of at times. I hear the pounding of the cranes. I hear all of the work going on. And although that's really good progress, I also smell all of the work that's going on because of the canal. That canal has been there forever. The tanks have been there since my parents bought the building. The tanks came down, everything is fine, and now all of this is going on. My problem is that every time there is a community board meeting or any kind of meeting that I should be included in, I have been constantly ignored. I have written, I have emailed, I have called to all of our community leaders, constantly ignored. Now we have a sign that we have had there since the 1920s, since before the train elevation was created. Because of your zoning, we have not been able to get any permits for these signs. I need help, and I don't know who else to turn to but this community board or this zoning group, because your zoning is impacting me directly.
Thank you, Myra. Thank you for your testimony today.
To the next and last panelist for this panel is Georgia Parks, if she's available.
Starting time.
Georgia, can you hear us?
It looks like Georgia's having trouble with her audio.
Yeah. So
should we just move on and see if we can get her?
And then we'll try to get her back on.
Okay, so I don't see any council members with questions for this panel, so we can move on to the next panel, which is Ira Lichtiger, sorry if I mispronounced that, Brendan Cheney, Ahmed El-Rawi, and Rachel Cohen. Ira Lichtiger will be the first one and followed by Brendan Cheney.
Starting time.
Ira, you may begin.
Thank you. Thank you, council members. Thank you specifically, council members Lander and Levin, for your steadfast commitment to this process. I am Ira Lichtiger. I'm a principal of the Bluestone organization, which is one of the 4 developers of Gowanus Green, joint developers. I really signed up to be available for follow-up questions on Gowanus Green, if there are any, but having listened the last couple of hours, I'd like to say that although there are obviously complex considerations at play here, and I think I could say that we support many of the requests made today, including, of course, the full funding of the local NYCHA repairs, among others. Though imperfect, there's really, it comes down to a choice of voting yes or no on this rezoning. And though it's not perfect, voting yes will bring public and private investment into the Gowanus area, which will lead to remediating the brownfields, improved water retention infrastructure, critically needed affordable housing, and increased economic and racial diversity. And the reality of city politics is that voting no will lead to many more years of delay in getting there for this neighborhood. So I thank you again for this process and for your support.
Thank you, Ira.
The next speaker on this panel is Brendan Cheney, followed by Ahmed El-Rawi.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. My name is Brendan Cheney. I'm the Director of Policy and Communications at the New York Housing Conference. We are a nonprofit affordable housing policy and advocacy organization. I'm testifying in support of the Gowanus rezoning, as long as it also includes a dedicated capital commitment for repairs and upgrades at the local NYCHA developments. As you're well aware, we're facing an ever-growing housing homelessness crisis. Homelessness Homelessness is at or near record highs. Capital repair needs at NYCHA total $40 billion and growing. Nearly 1 million New Yorkers are rent burdened, and New York is rated one of the most segregated cities in the country. New York City desperately needs more affordable housing and policies that will reverse and repair our history of racial discrimination. Every neighborhood must contribute to the city's affordable housing development, but bringing affordable housing to this neighborhood is particularly important. According to the recent racial equity report from Columbia University, the rezoning will take a wealthier, whiter, and lower density neighborhood and make it more diverse and affordable. Upzoning higher income neighborhoods like Gowanus is a policy with wide appeal. It was one of our recommendations. One of the recommendations of the United for Housing Coalition, a coalition formed by New York Housing Conference and joined by 90 partner organizations in New York City. The Gowanus plan came out of an in-depth and inclusive community planning process that should be replicated in future rezonings. It produced a plan that includes mapping mandatory inclusionary housing throughout much of the rezoning area, generating an estimated 3,000 units of desperately needed affordable housing. The community plan also includes funding for the 2 adjacent public housing developments, Gowanus Houses and Wyckoff Gardens. Preserving NYCHA is just as important as building new affordable housing. We also want to note that affordable housing creates jobs and economic spending. Research has found that 100 units of affordable housing construction creates 230 jobs and $46 million in economic activity. As the city's economy struggles to recover, opportunities like Gowanus rezoning can create needed affordable housing, unlock new tax revenue, refill the construction pipeline, and help local businesses. The New York Housing Conference supports this rezoning and funding for adjacent NYCHA sites, and the community planning process used here should be replicated in our neighborhoods in the city. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Brandon.
The next speaker is Ahmed El Rawi, and that will be followed by Rachel Cohen.
Starting time.
Hello. Hello.
We can hear you.
Ahmed? Ahmed, if you can unmute yourself. Yep, we can hear you, Ahmed.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
My name is Ahmed Rawi. I'm a mechanical engineer and also in a nearby neighborhood. I have my oldest son is attending school on 3rd Avenue, Union Street, which is very close to the location of the project. Also, I work for an engineering firm that is in supporting for as a part of rezoning, and I'm very excited for the development of the neighborhood. And the projects are taking a very mindful approach to integrate with the fabric of Gowanus. The project also have a highly sustainable design goal in mind, and I will fully support rezoning, and that will improve the economy and the planning of the neighborhood. These are 2 things. For the affordable housing, really need a lot of affordable housing, as it's an issue for housing for people here. And I was very happy to hear that Gowanus development is going to be a housing apartment, and this is going to help to improve the housing quality for people who live in New York City and who cannot afford buying houses or living in condominium or those kind of expensive properties. Also, for the climate change issue, we are taking a lot of consideration about the climate issue while designing. There's it's called Local Law 97, which has a vision of 2025 to lower the CO2 emissions in New York City. So
Time expired.
all the concerns about, yeah, okay. Thank you very much for having me here with you. Thanks.
Thank you, Ahmed.
The next speaker on this panel is Rachel Cohen, and if we can locate her from our last panel, the next speaker after Rachel will be Georgia Parks.
Starting time.
Hi, my name is Rachel Cohen, and I am representing the Berea Construction Company. I'm here to express our support for the Gowanus rezoning. After years of planning, hundreds of hours of community meetings and input from thousands of residents, it's our responsibility to continue to move ahead with the progress that has already been made. There are so many amazing benefits that will come from this rezoning, including a more robust, affordable housing offering, opportunity for job creation, continued growth in the already thriving arts community, as well as supporting environmental justice. As a New York City resident and a member of this community, I believe we have a responsibility to the city to get this done. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Chair, we're trying to locate Georgia Parks, but it doesn't look like she's available. So Assemblywoman Simone, I believe, will be next, if we have her available. Is the Assemblywoman ready?
I see Georgia there.
Simon, apologies. Georgia's here. So Georgia, if you're ready.
Georgia, we can't hear you.
So Chair, we have, if we're moving on, we have Assembly Member Joanne Simon ready.
Hi, Assemblywoman, how are you? Good to see you.
Hi, I'm good. I'm good. It's good to see you in your new capacity.
Thank you. Thank you. Please go right ahead.
Thank you. Can I ask you a question? How long do I have?
We have 2 minutes, but don't worry, please. We'll give
sorry?
You have 2 minutes, but I'll
Okay.
give you the time. It's okay.
Okay, because I'm likely to take a little bit longer than that, and I wanted to
We'll
give you a
extend
heads
the
up.
courtesy.
But hey, it's pearls of wisdom, right?
No, no, no. Don't worry, Assemblywoman, please.
All righty, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so thank you for the opportunity to testify. I want to start out by saying that last month, Congresswoman Nydia Velázquez and I sent a letter to Mayor de Blasio and held a press conference the week after Hurricane Ida to call attention to the flaws in the DEIS and to urge the city to revise the Gowanus rezoning DEIS to address significant inconsistencies and contradictions that were identified by EPA. It's fairly mind-boggling that the city thought it could ignore the EPA's recommendations, and it issued a final EIS without correcting those contradictions and using updated modeling, for example, instead of data from 2008. The city's recalcitrance and following EPA's orders for the Superfund site, combined with its use of pre-Sandy, pre-Superfund data in the DEIS, tells us that New York City is making believe that it can do business as usual. The city shouldn't play games with data to evade remediation and costs. Mother Nature will not be fooled. The city must plan for the future and focus on the public's health. In the aftermath of 2 severe storms that claimed the lives of over a dozen New Yorkers, we really must address climate change as the code red crisis that it is, and act to ensure the health and safety of current and future residents of the area. Now, at base, the challenge for this rezoning proposal and the area's current and future residents can be reduced to one word: climate. Climate change, climate justice, it is all about climate. And we ignore the significant climate concerns that are proposed at our peril. We can't cover it up. We can't make believe that climate change will not happen. It's happening as we speak, and we all know it. This rezoning is taking place in one of the most polluted areas of our country, which has been subjected to 150 years of contamination by industrial waste and raw sewage. Nearly the entire Gowanus area is in a floodplain. There are so many variables that we can't control for in a large rezoning, let alone a project of the size, complexity, and consequence of the Gowanus Superfund area rezoning, that we need as many tools as possible to control and shape a healthy and safe implementation as possible. So this morning's Daily News featured an article about this rezoning today and got many of the facts wrong. So a little bit of history is called for, lest the committee and the council make a decision based on a faulty premise and misinformation. The article opens by saying for nearly 10 years, community groups, elected officials, environmentalists, and residents have been hard at work planning for the future of the Gowanus neighborhood in Brooklyn. Well, that's incorrect because it's been much longer. In 2008, the EPA undertook to assess the merits of whether the Gowanus Canal and its uplands qualified for designation as a Superfund site. The City Planning Commission had already issued a proposal for rezoning the area. It had indeed been a refreshing engagement of community working together with city planning for once, which had not happened much before that. And I participated in that effort and was on the whole pleased with the results, although there were a lot of problems. The advent of the Superfund designation was really very destructive to the community in many ways. And we see vestiges of that now. But for many years and many decades, people wanted to develop the public place site, which is the area's largest, into senior housing. And that included me, who supported the Superfund designation. It also included Councilmember de Blasio, who, along with the Bloomberg administration, opposed the Superfund designation. And at that time, we didn't know just how toxic the site was. So Bridging Gowanus was a good process, and I commend Councilmember Lander for bringing people together but in fact, this is a very, very large proposal.
I'm gonna have to ask you to wrap it up. Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to wrap up by saying, number one, the city's planning proposal covers 82 blocks. It includes much broader than the Gowanus rezoning in 2008, is much bigger than Bridging Gowanus, and it doesn't identify, it uses 2008 water and sewage data. The EPA has told it to go back and redo whole sections of the EIS because the city has been very recalcitrant and not following the EPA's orders in remediation. And so we're planning as if the city has done that which it has thus far not done, but is critical to whether or not this will be a safe proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Council,
the next
panel.
The next panel will include Sandy Renz, Cynthia Simmons, Linda LaViolette, and Diana Gruberg. First speaker will be Sandy Renz, followed by Cynthia Simmons.
Starting time.
Sandy Renz, if you can hear us, you will need to accept the unmute request.
Okay.
Hi, Sandy. We can hear
Hi.
you.
Okay, hi. Okay, my name is Sandy Renz, and I have lived in Gowanus for over 30 years. I don't understand why anyone has faith that this rezoning will be any different from the majority of rezoning and development that has happened in this city, from Peter Stuyvesant to Robert Moses to Bloomberg and de Blasio. I live on the corner, well, between 3rd and 4th Avenue and the nightmare that is 4th Avenue. I participated in the touted community engagement, which was a complete sham, a consummate public relations move, like changing the name of public place to Gowanus Green. The bugaboo of affordable housing is a crowd pleaser. Atlantic Yards, which conveniently changed its name to Pacific Park, has yet to supply the promised affordable housing after 15 years. I agree with many of the dissenters who spoke so eloquently today on this rezoning. Their reasons are all valid, especially the focus on climate. During Ida, I watched while the walls of my basement became waterfalls. There is not enough open space in this proposal, nor is there any access to the canal. Please wait. Why is the big rush to make the correct decision about rezoning this enormous and wonderful neighborhood? Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Thank you for your testimony today.
Next will be Cynthia Simmons, followed by Linda LaViolette.
Starting time.
Hello, my name is John Golden. I'm borrowing Cynthia Simmons' registration. She's my neighbor, and I think that's okay. We're in agreement. We're both in opposition to this proposal, and the reasons that I'm opposed are straightforward. It's the wrong place to put tall buildings. First, it's common sense to build the tanks first and put the buildings up later. You're not protected unless you have the tanks. And second, it adds congestion to a neighborhood, and we're talking about putting up buildings that are 35 stories high in a neighborhood of mostly 4-story buildings. I think there hasn't been enough discussion about negotiating height limits to some places that are, more reasonably tall, and so would not interfere as much with the environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Linda LaViolette, followed by Diana Gruberg.
Starting time.
Linda, if you can hear us, we need you to accept. There we go.
Okay. Hello, council members. My name is Linda LaViolette. I'm a resident and member of the Community Advisory Group to the EPA and a member of Voice of Gowanus. I have been a neighborhood activist for over 40 years, and I oppose this Gowanus rezoning. This plan puts our community at dire risk from the environmental impacts of climate change and overdevelopment. I support Congresswoman Velasquez and Assembly Member Joanne Simon, who told Mayor de Blasio on September 8th that they find serious problems with the city's Gowanus neighborhood rezoning. The Gowanus flood zone is already struggling with climate change. This proposed rezoning will only accelerate and magnify those environmental problems. One of the big problems is the lack of sewer infrastructure. The rezoning is overreaching and bad urban planning. Its council member, Brad Lander's failed attempt at a unified field theory of urban planning, except it is nothing like the panacea he's promising. The EIS was full of bad data and faulty environmental analysis. It's proposing to bring an additional 31,000 people to live in a polluted flood zone that does not have sewer infrastructure to transport and process raw human sewage. This human poop ends up in the Gowanus Canal that is being used as New York City's de facto open sewer. Never build in a flood zone. It's the first rule of urban planning. Additionally, the environmental impact statement identified 133 toxic sites in an 82-block rezone, more than one per block. What happens when the next flood spills those toxins to our community basement and homes? Please vote no on the Gowanus rezoning.
Thank you, Linda.
The next speaker will be Diana Gruberg.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. I am Diana Gruberg, Landscape Director of Gowanus Canal Conservancy. We are a proud member of GNCJ and will not support the rezoning unless our top 3 demands are met. Full capital funding for local public housing, net zero CSO, and the creation of a community-based task force. However, I would like to use my time to focus on a different ULURP action in Gowanus before you today, the Gowanus CSO facility. Because this item was accelerated to move with the rezoning, I doubt many others will speak to it. We haven't heard much about it so far. This action will place a CSO tank at the salt lot where GCC has held stewardship and education programs for the past 10 years. I ask you to use the multiple actions before you to ensure that the salt lot remains an educational and ecologically productive public space into the future, with a new learning facility, stewardship center, and salt marsh restoration integrated into the CSO tank. A publicly accessible salt lot is critical to mitigate the current severe lack of open space in Gowanus, which will be exacerbated by the overall rezoning, as shown in the city's FEIS. The salt lot is critical for supporting people and ecosystems. In the last 10 years, GCC has hosted over 5,000 students here for field trips, over 5,000 community stewards who distribute compost and propagate native plants, and a paid youth employee training program for teens from local public housing. The salt lot is also the most biodiverse site along the Gowanus Canal, where 17,000 square feet of native ecosystems and public space are home to over 280 species of plants, marine life, shorebirds, invertebrates, and small mammals. A successful long-term design will require deep outreach and partnership with both current site occupants and the larger community. We do appreciate the efforts that the agencies have made to work with us over the past 10 years. On the brink of a new administration, we ask today that as part of this ULURP approval, you require that future administrations and agency staff do the same, with a commitment to public space, restoration, and community outreach as part of the salt lot's future design. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony today.
Okay, that was the last speaker on this panel, and there don't appear to be any members with questions for this panel.
Great. Okay, thank you so much. This panel is now excused. Council, can you please call up the next panel?
Next panel will include Harrison Grinnan, Jim Bouchong, Austin Celestin, and Denny Salas. We'll begin with Harrison Grinnan, followed by Jim Bouchong.
Starting time.
Hello, my name is Harrison Grinnan. I'm a resident of Greenpoint. I am here to support the rezoning. I think that it's it's not a perfect proposal, but I think that we really have to work with what we can get. As the DCP pointed out on one of their great slides that I really enjoyed, you can see that every other surrounding area has been downzoned under the Giuliani and Bloomberg administrations. This meant that this area has experienced a profound housing crisis and has really contributed to the lack of housing in the region as a whole, which has been very detrimental to the city as a whole. So just kind of focus in on that. Recently, there was a superstorm, which not full superstorm, but a tropical storm that hit the city, Ida. During that, dozens of people died in Queens who were drowned in their homes. The reason for that is because they were living in illegal, unsafe basement apartments. The reason that people choose to live underground is not because they want to, it's because they can't afford anywhere else. The reason that happens is because we don't build anywhere for people to live. We can give them vouchers, but there's nowhere for them to go. There's more than 100,000 people that live in illegal basement units in New York, and we only built 100,000 units in the last 10 years. So even if we built every single unit for the next decade went to them, there would still be people in basements at the end. We need to build more, and this is 8,000 homes right now, including 3,000 affordable, which is going to be a great bite out of that shortage that we experience, but we need to do more even than that. We need to kind of expand the scope if possible. We need to work to make this the start of something better, not just this rezoning. We need to think of this as a building block towards a greater future for the entire city. As far as things about this specific proposal, Brooklyn CB6, which includes Gowanus, is much wider than the city average, and simply by virtue of the mixed income housing, the rezoning stands to further integrate and fair house the community. It's vital for the wider and wealthier parts of the city to allow this mixed income housing to stem the displacement and residential segregation, especially as New York is among the most segregated cities in the country. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Next speaker will be Jim Bouchong, followed by Austin Celestin.
Starting time.
Hi, I'm Jim Bouchong, and I'm testifying in favor of the rezoning. As an architect in New York City, this is exactly the type of thoughtful urban planning the city needs. This rezoning would successfully add density to a transit-rich location while preserving the spirit of the existing neighborhood through square footage that has been specifically set aside for Gowanus mix of uses, creating a dynamic mixed-use neighborhood and not just a residential monoculture. This enhanced density will also support new and existing commercial activity in the rezoned areas. From a resiliency standpoint, as we've heard, development along the Gowanus Canal will include remediation of contaminated sites, and further investment to the shoreline infrastructure will then make upland neighborhoods more resilient. The Gowanus rezoning allows for appropriately scaled buildings that are inviting at the pedestrian realm, with building bases that present a low-rise scale along street frontages and along the canal, with significant setbacks required for the few sites that are allowed to have towers. One of the real opportunities with this rezoning is the creation of new contiguous waterfront open space along a former blighted canal. These waterfront pedestrian zones will have been extremely successful in many locations throughout the city, and this is an excellent place to create much needed passive and active recreation space in this area. And finally, one of the most important aspects of this redevelopment, as we've heard, is the creation of thousands of MIH units in an area that is no longer affordable to the average New Yorker. The Gowanus rezoning provides significant investment in an area that without it will remain a remnant of an abandoned industrial past. Thank you.
Thank you.
Austin Celestin will be next, followed by Denny Salas.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Austin Celestin. I am a student at NYU. I can't think of a better rezoning proposal for an area like Gowanus, a transit-rich, high-market, high-demand, and disproportionately white neighborhood with a six-figure median income. 8,500 new housing units, 3,000 of which affordable, with several dedicated for low-income brackets. I don't know what will be worse, not passing this plan or letting it be the last. It's obvious we're in a housing crisis. We have the most expensive rents in the country. We built less housing last decade than during the Great Depression, and less housing since 1970 than we did in just the 1920s alone. All of this while demand, prospective tenants, buyers, and investors are at record highs, with any semblance of the slumping pandemic market well in the past. This plan presents a major step to cultivate that demand, embrace that desire to build higher and larger, and address the housing crisis. We saw rents fall slightly when people left the city, and numerous studies demonstrate the correlation between abundant housing and lower rents. More housing, both market rate and affordable, is needed to solve this crisis, and Gowanus is a perfect opportunity. There are valid concerns regarding mandatory inclusionary housing. Up until recently, MIH has burdened lower income areas with brackets dictated by the citywide average, creating a lose-lose gamble where the project would either fail financially or bolster gentrification. But Gowanus is a neighborhood where the mandatory program would actually work. The median incomes are far above the citywide average, resulting in AMI brackets below the neighborhood's average, opening up the transit-rich area to new working and middle-class residents. Mandatory inclusionary housing is designed for affluent areas like Gowanus, Soho, Greenwich Village, and Brooklyn Heights. Let's apply it appropriately and improve this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today.
Denny Salas will be the next and last speaker on this panel.
Starting
Good afternoon, council members. Good afternoon, council members. I hope all of you are well. My name is Denny Salas, and I won't take up too much of your time regurgitating similar comments made by other supporters of this plan. But let's be honest, how is this even a debate? We're talking about creating 3,000 affordable homes in our city. Last year, the Partnership for New York City did a study where they found that the affordable home shortage for 2021 will be between 650,000 and 760,000 homes, and those figures have borne out. Sometimes I'm confounded by the objections to building more homes for working class families who need it, especially when building affordable homes in our wealthiest neighborhoods. I urge this council to approve this project to help the people that make this city great. Thank you for your time, and hope you all have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Denny. Thank you for your testimony.
Chair, that was the last speaker on this panel, and I don't see any members with questions for the panel.
Okay, seeing no anyone that has questions for this panel is now excused. Council, if you can please call up the next panel.
Okay, we're going to try to hear once again from Georgia Parks. Georgia Parks first, and then we will also try Valerie, whose last name, Valerie Fenimore. Georgia Parks. Georgia Parks, if you can hear me, we need you to accept the unmute request. I see Georgia Parks. I see your name in the list. If you see an unmute request, Georgia Parks, we need you to accept the unmute request in order to begin testifying.
Georgia,
Okay,
if you can hear us, you can unmute yourself.
Oh, here we go. Okay. We should have Georgia Parks.
Georgia, we can see you, but we can't hear you. All right, Georgia, we're going to try this one more time.
Georgia Parks, we see your presence in the meeting. If you can hear us, you can begin testifying.
Okay, let's move on to the next one.
Let's try Valerie Fenimore. Valerie Fenimore, if you can hear me.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Who is this?
Great, great. Hi, this is Valerie Fenimore, and I've owned a house on Nelson Street in Carroll Gardens since 1974. I am against building 8,500 new apartments in a neighborhood which is already overcrowded and overused. I need answers regarding the overuse of our sewer system. An example, look at the Gowanus Canal on 9th Street when it rains. St. Mary's Park, there are people standing there shoulder to shoulder now. What will happen when there are at least 8,500 new occupants? The local school, which is PS 58, is so crowded that the pre-K is a mile away from the main building. And the traffic problem, it already takes 25 minutes to go up Smith Street from Nelson to Atlantic Avenue. Using the public transportation, the 57 bus travels on Smith Street, and the F and G trains are overcrowded too. And what about the services that my tax money pays for? The police department, the sanitation department, the parks department, the MTA, the DOT. 8,500 more people in this already overcrowded neighborhood. What are the people at the city planning thinking about? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Valerie. Who do we have next, Arthur?
Sorry, I was muted.
Sorry?
We're going to try to get Georgia Parks. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello, is that Georgia Parks?
Hi. No, this is not Georgia Parks. This is Valerie Fenimore again. Georgia was in my house since 10 o'clock this morning. She had to pick up her grandchildren. So she wants to testify, but she can't because she's obviously not here. So is there a way to wait for her?
We're going to keep going. If she can make it before the hearing is over, she can always log back in, but she can always submit her testimony to the council at the email that we have. So
okay, I will tell her. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Land use testimony at council.nyc.gov. Okay, Chair, we'll move to the next panel, which will be Chris Rio, Todd Fine, Tamara Staples, and Joan Salome Rodriguez. First speaker will be Chris Rio, followed by Todd Fine.
Starting time.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I appreciate it. I was initially for this rezoning. However, I'm a super on a building on Dean Street up the hill, And after the last two storms, I'm completely against the rezoning as it's planned right now. It's evident that the sewage handling of the stormwater overflow is completely inadequate. I've had tenants that have called up at night saying there's water coming into their apartments. And after the first storm, they showed me a video, water was coming up even higher. I was more concerned about whether or not they pick up the phone in the morning. A simple Google search on the amount of stormwater per acre is 27,000 gallons per acre. And the Gowanus rezoning is 200 acres, comes out to about 5 million gallons of water per inch of rainfall. The overflow tanks as proposed under the old rules and old wording is 12 million gallons in total, which obviously is completely inadequate and will lead to more flooding, more damages to the residents of Gowanus. So I propose that the vote is postponed until the council can comply with the EPA's recommendations and criticisms of the current review. And I feel that there's no damage in waiting on this. However, it's grave damage to both the residents and their property if this vote is rushed and voted yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Todd Fine will be the next speaker, followed by Tamara Staples. Todd Fine.
Starting time.
Yes, hello. So in Brooklyn, in New York City, and across the world, a lot of people are mourning the destruction of Grand Prospect Hall, which is developed by a company called Gowanus Cubes, and is clearly part of the speculation associated with the Gowanus rezoning. Typically, historically, when we do these major rezonings and we set off these massive waves of speculation, we involve the Landmarks Preservation Commission. We do surveys of this area. And we didn't do it in that case. In fact, I've never heard anything from landmarks the entire time. The DIS didn't lead to any individual landmarks. And as a result, we're destroying an opera hall from a German opera hall from 1892, which is unparalleled in New York, maybe even in the entire country in terms of an immigrant opera hall. We're going to have the same situation with the Soho NoHo rezoning, which is even more incredulous. I mean, it's just unbelievable that Landmarks Preservation Commission hasn't been involved in the public process at all in that. And I don't know where the preservation issues on Gowanus start, but it would be so crazy for this city council to do anything related to Soho or even Gowanus without any LPC participation, without any new individual landmarks, without any consideration at all. And this is a huge oversight. And the issue with Grand Prospect Hall, which is being reported on in Europe across the city, is going to be triple, 100-fold with the Soho NoHo rezoning. It is a reason alone to delay this process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker will be Tamara Staples, followed by Joan Salome Rodriguez. Tamara Staples.
Hi.
Starting time.
I'm Tamara Staples. I live in the Gowanus area and I also have a studio here. I'm a full-time artist and my concern today is about affordable space for artists. There was some talk about a 4-year study with public engagement, but what I understand and what I've come to know is that the final environmental impact study is problematic because it doesn't leave room for artists as full-time employees. Like and they stated freelance artists who lease studio space are not accounted for in the estimates of directly displaced employment because studio spaces are not their regular place of business. I've moved around the city chasing studio space and the prices have gone up and I've been chased out and I see what's happening on 4th Avenue. It's coming down to my neighborhood and it's only a matter of time until I'm displaced again. And I'm a full-time artist and I can't sustain my income without the studio. And it's like, the question is, where do we go from here? We keep getting pushed out and more importantly, what is a community without artists? It's a business center. And there's no heart. And I just wanted to offer my opinion on that. And I'm sorry, I'm in an industrial space, so now I'm hearing the upstairs neighbor, which is fine because I can afford the space. But as the walls get painted and all these things happen, I can see that I'm going to be displaced again. So please keep us in mind as artists and affordable space for artists. I've been working with Arts Gowanus, and they've been working with Brad Lander. And come see Open Studios this week. There are 400 open studios, and you'll see all the artists here and the vibrant community that we have. That's through artsgowanus.org. So I'd love to have you come out and see what's happening. Thank you.
Expired.
Thank you, Tamara. Thank you for
The
your
next and
testimony.
last speaker on this panel will be Joan Salome Rodriguez.
Starting time.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Joan Salome Rodriguez, and I oppose the Gowanus rezoning unless the EPA's Assemblywoman Simons and Congresswoman Nydia Velasquez's demands of the mayor to reevaluate the flood risk and sewage issues that were evaluated based on 2008 rainfall numbers is done. Those demands are met. My family's lived in this area since World War I, both in Gowanus houses and along Bond Street that directly parallels the canal. I live on President and Bond now. The city needs to do much more now to ensure responsible development of this area in the future, especially with record-setting storms now being the norm. How can using rainfall numbers from 2008, before Superstorm Sandy and before the recent storms Ida and Henri that flooded homes, not just on the canal, but blocks away and even killed one resident, assure us that this plan is safe? I'm well aware of the city's affordable housing crisis, but building 8,500 units for up to 31,000 residents on a floodplain with insufficient infrastructure to bear the influx is just more of the same bad ideas that led to damage Gowanus houses and Red Hook houses, and that has yet to be repaired since Hurricane Sandy. The council should be considering repurposing the empty office towers in Midtown for the needed housing. This proposed development is too dense and too high. During Sandy, I watched a houseboat float over a 12-foot fence that was already at its base 8 feet over the canal itself. The houseboat landed on a dumpster in the lot on the other side of the fence. This plan does not adequately address 20 feet of rising floodwaters. It does not address the lack of infrastructure to deal with sewage and population density. I urge you to vote against the plan until the issues raised by our electeds and the EPA are addressed. Thank you.
Time expired.
Thank you, Joanne.
You're welcome.
That was the last speaker on this panel, Mr. Chair, and I see no members with questions for the panel.
Great. Seeing no questions, this panel is now excused. If you can please call up the next panel.
Next panel will include Jay Marcus, Lee Altman, Jesse Solomon, and Eric McClure. First speaker will be Jay Marcus, followed by Lee Altman.
Starting time.
Jay Marcus, if you can hear us, you need to accept the unmute request.
Here you go, Jay.
Hi, thanks. Hi, my name is Jay Marcus, and I'm also with the development team for the Gowanus Green Project. I'm with Fifth Avenue Committee, and I'm available for questions for council later on. Also did want to, just from what we heard, we did want to add a couple of points. One is that, we are excited about the opportunity to clean up the site, and that's why we requested to be added to the brownfield remediation, and intend to do so in a very open process consistent with the Gowanus Justice Organization's request. We do support the concept of a community oversight panel, and we'll very much look forward to working with them and keeping all the information open regarding the cleanup of it. The second thing I do want to make sure I address, because a lot of people addressed it, and for us as a nonprofit social economic justice organization is important, is we do intend to work with our partners to be active in terms of trying to meet local hiring requirements. Section 3, you probably are familiar with, many of you, with Brooklyn Workforce Innovation, our affiliate corporation that has placed over 850 low-income New Yorkers in jobs a year. And we look forward to really bringing that here on the local hiring. Do want to mention also that we are proud of our track record and at least the projects we've developed. I know our partners are similar on meeting MWBE subcontractor goals in our project. So we bring a lot of that dedication. And again, I'll repeat what I said at the community board. We really do want people like Voices of Gowanus to hear that we are looking forward to keeping them at the table if the project ends up being rezoned and being part of who we listen to as we move forward, first on the environmental remediation of the site, and then on the development of the affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you for your testimony today.
The next speaker will be Lee Altman, followed by Jesse Solomon.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, everyone, Chair and subcommittee members. My name is Lee Altman. I'm a CB6 resident and have spent many years working along the banks of the Gowanus as an architecture and urban design professor, as well as professionally at SCAPE, Landscape Architecture. SCAPE has been lucky enough to help support the planning efforts led by the Gowanus Canal Conservancy with the Gowanus Lowlands Plan. I'm speaking in support of the proposed rezoning because it improves critical infrastructure and public access to the canal. I've been pleased to see how the Waterfront Access Plan has been responsive to the Gowanus Lowlands Plan and works with the unique conditions of this narrow inland water body. Typical New York City waterfront zoning is designed for wide rivers like the Hudson, and the proposed rezoning provides more flexibility and incentives to design tidal wetlands, active programmed areas, and community amenities specific to the narrow Gowanus. As noted by Andrea Parker, this neighborhood needs more open space, more ecological areas, more passive contemplating space, and more active community gathering space. The details of the WAP and the overall rezoning enable this critical work. I support the modifications to the WAP that build in resilient higher elevations for the primary path, and would like to see even greater incentivization around water access, as this is critical to the community, particularly on public sites. I request that the city advance a collective agency vision for publicly owned street ends. These are critical interfaces between the canal, the street network, private sites, and public esplanades. They're also a messy zone of overlapping agency jurisdictions, including DOT, FDNY, and DEP, whose conflicting needs create challenges to the creation of public space along the Gowanus. We don't want to miss this opportunity to improve the canal's resilience, permeability, and to reduce urban heat island effect in this vulnerable neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee.
The next speaker will be Jesse Solomon, followed by Eric McClure, if we still have him. Jesse Solomon.
I'm speaking on behalf of my colleague Jesse Solomon today, who had to step away. I'm Brady Mikesel, Economic Development Specialist of the Southwest Brooklyn Industrial Development Corporation. SBIDC is a local economic development corporation whose mission is to provide advocacy and services to help businesses in Southwest Brooklyn grow and create employment opportunities for local residents. We strongly urge City Council to only approve the Gowanus rezoning ULURP actions should the priority demands of the Gowanus Neighborhood Coalition for Justice be met. First, that there is upfront funding for full capital needs at Wyckoff and Gowanus houses. Second, that there is net zero combined sewage overflow. And third, that the city support and fund a Gowanus zoning commitment task force. Additionally, this rezoning needs to address the local skills gap with targeted multi-year workforce investment and by following through on the city's commitment to the neighborhood and the neighboring industrial business zone. There is a critical need for targeted workforce development, adult education, and local hiring investments to ensure that individuals with barriers to employment benefit from increased local economic activity and investment. Moreover, local businesses in Gowanus have hiring needs and have expressed a skills gap. Filling the skills gap requires city funding across a 10-year period for 3 programmatic areas: bridge programming for CB6 residents with barriers to employment and with a focus on public housing residents, business training programs for local BIPOC businesses and entrepreneurs, and funding for an industrial job training program for LMI youth to help them take advantage of the rich careers available in the industrial sector in Gowanus. We also believe it is critical for the city to follow through on its commitment to the industrial business zones and provide the infrastructure investments necessary to allow the neighboring Gowanus IBC to thrive and grow. This would include a commitment of $5 million to bring high-speed broadband access to the Gowanus IBZ, investing in an open access fiber conduit system in the IBZ vision study area, as well as a DOT study, mobility study of the area, looking at providing more flexibility around loading requirements and developing loading and unloading zones on each block of the IBZ. We urge the subcommittee to ensure the rezoning is paired with the proper reinvestments into the community, fully meeting the capital needs for local public housing, net zero CSO, and the Gowanus Zoning Commitment Task Force. Thank you.
Time expired.
Thank you.
Chair, that was the last speaker on this panel. And I see no members with questions for the panel.
Okay. This panel is now excused. Council, if you could please call up the next panel.
The next panel will include Sasha Chavchavadze, Joseph Alexiou, Casey Dillenberger, and Sue Wolf. Sasha will be the first speaker, followed by Joseph Alexiou, then Casey Dillenberger.
Starting time.
Hello. My name is Joseph Alexiou, and I am a journalist and a New York City tour guide and an author of the definitive history of the Gowanus Canal, which is called Gowanus, Brooklyn's Curious Canal. In my book, it follows in detail the development of Gowanus in Brooklyn from farmland to city, and particularly the connections between developer millions and governmental regulators and the use of public assets. And one thing I found that over 150 years under multiple generations of city government, this repeated mistake of the city was to ignore the advice of scientists and engineers over that of the public money or private money that is available to develop. And so this hubris, particularly the part where we ignore the power of nature to destroy or harm us in our homes, and to refuse to promote public interests over private ones, is something that I saw happening again and again. And that's how we ended up with the polluted, terrible atmosphere that we have in this neighborhood today. In August, the city voted down the Brooklyn Botanic Garden development over here in Crown Heights in Brooklyn. And I want to say thank you. And this is a great thing that you guys did. And the reason that it was done, it was given by the city council, was that it was out of scale and inappropriate for the location. So given that, and there are many issues in the development plan, in the city, rezoning plan, which are valid and worth discussion, it all comes down to the crux of the public place site, which has been rebranded, as one person previously said, as Gowanus Green. And this is something that Brad Lander might call a failure of public process if you were to examine exactly what was going on here. And what's happening here is that we have this large-scale development on a publicly owned site, which was gifted for community use. And it was a site of intense pollution, which we cannot ever totally remove. We can remediate it, we can take care of some of it, but that doesn't take away the fact that under the ground there are plumes of manufactured gas and gas coal tar that make this place a toxic environment and an unhealthy environment for people to live. And yet still, we want to build apparently thousands of units of 30-story buildings on a site, which we know to be in a flood zone. So let's say this again, a toxic waste site.
Joseph, thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
The next speaker will be Sasha Chavchavadze, followed by Casey Dillenberger.
Starting time.
Hello. My name is Sasha Chavchavadze, and I'm a longtime member of the Gowanus artist community. I have maintained a studio at 543 Union Street for 30 years and spearheaded many community arts projects. I'm against the Gowanus rezoning as it stands for the following reasons. I support the demands of the Gowanus Neighborhood Coalition for Justice, which have not adequately been met, particularly in regard to CSO remediation and support of the NYCHA community. As a member of the Arts Gowanus Artist Advisory Group, I demand that the Community Benefits Agreement be negotiated to ensure that the Gowanus artist community will survive, be finalized. I applaud Brad Lander for his support of this initiative and urge all parties to step up to the table immediately to make this happen. Speaking for myself, as one of 20 artist owners of 543 Union Street, a 1900 box factory that has been an important arts building since the 1970s, I respectfully ask that the MIH law, which has been inexplicably applied to our building, be taken off and placed where it belongs, on incoming developers. This would give our 20 older artist owners the option to live work in the building we have struggled so long to maintain. As founder of Produce Gowanus, a nonprofit gallery that was a cultural hub at 543 Union for 10 years, I challenge incoming developers who seem poised to erase the culture, history, and light of Gowanus to proactively support the many grassroots cultural initiatives existing in our community, such as the Hall of Gowanus, a community-curated archive of Gowanus artifacts that currently has no permanent home. Thank you so much for your time.
Next speaker will be Casey Dillenberger, followed by Sue Wolf.
Starting time.
My name is Casey Dillenberger. I'm the manager of 413 Bond Street LLC. We own two properties in the rezoning area, 98 4th Street, located along Bond Street in the canal, and 413 Bond Street, an irregular L-shaped lot between 3rd Street and 4th Street with frontage on the canal. As property owners, we've been intentional about providing spaces for the locally owned creative businesses and industries that have become synonymous with the Gowanus neighborhood. 98 4th Street is currently home to 67 small businesses with over 300 workers. 413 Bond Street has approved plans for a similar but larger development that contains these very same uses, which we anticipate will result in 450 to 500 additional local jobs. We're opposed to two specific components of the Gowanus rezoning that undermine our ability to develop such uses on our site at 413 Bond Street, including one, the proposed visual corridor and supplemental public access area that required mid-block between Bond Street and the canal, and the proposed waterfront yard and shore public walkway requirements. The proposed visual corridor requires an unobstructed area at least 50 feet wide, extending along the eastern boundary of our property, and the proposed waterfront yard requires an unobstructed area of at least 30 feet along the property's shoreline. City planning has stated that each waterfront parcel will be required to provide only 15 to 20% of its lot area for public access, but this percentage does not include any required visual corridor. Our analysis of the zoning text suggests that together these regulations would reduce our usable lot area by as much as 40%. This would make the redevelopment of 413 Bond Street infeasible, even with the proposed M14 zoning designation, a result that would be inconsistent with the city's stated objective to support existing clusters of economic activity and promote development of new job-generating uses. If the city believes that the visual corridor is necessary on our block, we respectfully request that it is instead located on the adjacent site that is proposed to be rezoned for residential development and has a more regular footprint and would therefore not be as severely burdened. Even having to accommodate a portion of the visual corridor or upland connection on our site would significantly restrict our intended non-residential development. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you.
The next and last speaker on this panel will be Sue Wolf.
I'm Sue Wolf. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I'm Sue Wolf, president of the Friends of Thomas Green Park and a member of the Gowanus Neighborhood Coalition for Justice. Our coalition will not support the rezoning unless our top three demands are met: full capital funding for local NYCHA developments, zero CSO, and the creation of a task force, which has been mentioned. In addition, I want to speak about our concerns about Thomas Green Park, located in Gowanus between Nevins and 3rd and Douglas and DeGraw Streets. The DDD pool in this park will be dug up by National Grid to remove the storage tanks beneath it and replaced by a new park. During this period, National Grid, the Parks Department, and Councilman Stephen Levin have, quote, guaranteed that a temporary pool will be developed so there is no time our neighborhood will be without a pool and the programs that go with it. There will be a new and needed park developed across Nevin Street, extending to the Gowanus Canal Walkway. We request that Nevin Street between Douglas and DeGraw be demapped so there will be one continuous park from 3rd Avenue to the Gowanus Canal Walkway. We have 2 additional concerns. The EPA's impact noted that this rezoning in its current form does not protect human health. This must be addressed. As noted by Congresswoman Nydia Velázquez and Assemblywoman Joanne Simon, the underground cleanup under Gowanus Green Development is not adequately, especially for a public school, residential homes, and a public park, which will be adversely affected by this contaminated area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you for your testimony today.
Chair, that was the last speaker on this panel, and I see no members with questions for the panel.
Thank you. This panel is now excused, and if you can please call up the next panel.
The next panel will include Debbie Stoller, Lorna Nove, Renee Monrose, and Andrew Cichone. Debbie Stoller will speak first, followed by Lorna Novi.
Starting time.
Hi, my name's Debbie Stoller, and I live here in Gowanus. First, I did the math for Chairman Salmonica that Jonathan Keller refused to do. And I wanted to tell you guys that the 100% affordable development that they've spent so much time talking to you about represents less than 3% of this entire massive rezone, 97% of which is going to be public development. And of that, 75 to 80% of the units created are going to be high-end luxury apartments. And even at MIH level 1, 40% of New Yorkers won't even qualify to apply for the vast majority of those units. But I'm not really here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about my neighborhood in Gowanus. Now, I don't know if you've ever been here, but the Gowanus sits in between Park Slope, which is a slope, and Cobble Hill and Borum Hill, which are hills. And whenever it rains, all of the rain from those communities comes down into our little neighborhood of Gowanus. And currently, our sewers aren't able to handle all that much rain. And so whenever it rains, we start pumping raw sewage into the Gowanus Canal. And that's gross, but it's not as terrible as what's been happening since climate change. With Henry and Ida, so much rain fell in such a short period of time that raw sewage started backing up into people's homes, which had never happened before. The streets to be rezoned were under feet of water, creating hazardous and dangerous conditions. And one of our neighbors, Michael Robinson, actually died and was found floating in the Gowanus Canal the next day. Look, we've heard a lot about green roofs and bioswales and things that are supposed to handle all the additional water and sewage created through this rezone, but we have no idea if that's going to work. And you have no idea if that's going to work. That's because the EIS that the city used rainfall data from 2008. Now, the EPA has criticized them for that. Joanne Velázquez and Simon have begged the city to go back and redo the EIS with accurate data. Listen, council member, this is your first chance to show that you're not just paying lip service to climate change. Don't vote on this. Demand that the city gives you accurate EIS data so that you can make a determination about whether
Expired.
the zone is going to be safe or whether it's going to create an environmental catastrophe in my neighborhood. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Debbie. Thank you for your testimony today.
Okay, next we will hear from Lorna Nove or Novi.
Starting time.
Lorna, if you can hear me, and if you see accept an unmute request, we need you to accept the unmute request in order to begin speaking. Okay, we're going to go, we'll come back to Lorna. Try Renee Monrose next. Renee Monrose.
Starting time.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Renee Monrose. I'm a member of Broadway Residents Coalition in Soho. BRC is a member of the citywide People's Land Use Alliance, and we stand in solidarity with Voice of Gowanus, who's in that organization, and other groups fighting upzonings, rezonings, and all the assaults on historic districts across the city, such as the Seaport Coalition, Save Soho, NoHo, and Chinatown. And we object to all the upzonings across the city that are being rushed through during this pandemic. We support real affordable housing, and we reject this notion of trickle-down housing as a policy for achieving that. We support the artists and artist community of Gowanus. The city is also coming for the Soho and NoHo artist community and live work spaces there as well. When I heard Brad Vogel speak, his words rang like an echo chamber. We in Soho have been saying the same things almost word for word. Our upzoning too is a massive rezoning in a flood zone, which has always been a flood zone. Canal Street has that name for a reason. One of the proposed affordable housings in the Soho upzoning is set in the lowest spot in Manhattan. You can imagine what happened during Hurricane Ida. As in Gowanus, affordable housing component is a Trojan horse for luxury housing and commercial development. And the Soho NoHo Chinatown final EIS, like the one in Gowanus, is deeply flawed. The data is out of date, and it completely ignores the comprehensive impact the upzoning will have on our already dense neighborhoods and overburdened infrastructures. The racial issues that poured out of the mayor's PR office are a misdirection away from the real issue, which is land use and the deregulation and destabilization of the housing market. In fact, in our case, the city is the one who erased the Chinatown and Asia community from the entire process from day one. The city is denying the hundreds of vulnerable rent-stabilized tenants will be displaced.
You can wrap it up. It's okay.
The city is denying the hundreds of vulnerable rent-stabilized tenants will be displaced, particularly in Chinatown. Hurricane Ida showed how vulnerable the city is to flooding. This needs to be properly addressed before any rezoning is approved. BRC opposes the Gowanus upzoning and asks the subcommittee to vote no on the rezoning. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Renee. Thank you for your testimony.
The next speaker will be Andrew Cichone. And then we will try once again to hear from Lorna Novi. Next will be Andrew Cichone.
Starting time.
Greetings from my basement. Yeah, it's not pretty. It doesn't smell so good down here. It was interesting watching my drain become a fountain of urine and excrement in my basement during Ida. It's ugly. Sadly, I can't find people to come rip off my sheetrock and replace the insulation that's acting like a wick and drawing that smell up into the rest of the house, because they're all fixing, I guess, other people's basements and ground floors. So even suggesting doing anything before we fix this CSO issue is ridiculous. I've been a 19-year resident of Nelson Street, and this is just a farce. You know, I totally support Congresswoman Nydia Velasquez and Assemblymember Joanne Simon, who told Mayor de Blasio last September that they find serious problems with the city's neighborhood rezoning. You know, we've had Sandy, we've had Henri, we've had Ida. That's all in 9 years, 2 of those within a matter of 8 days. There's just no way this can go forward. This is irresponsible. And this will be a horrible legacy for the city council to live with going forward. I implore you to say no to this rezone. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for your testimony today.
Chair, it appears we have lost Lorna Novi, so that was the last speaker on this panel. And I see no members with questions for this panel.
Thank you. The panel is now excused, and if we can call up the next panel.
Next panel will include Victoria Cambranes, Seth Hillinger, and George Fiala. Victoria Cambranes or Cambranes, then Seth Hillinger.
Starting time.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Perfect. My name is Victoria Cambranes. I live in Greenpoint. My family were victims of the 2005 Greenpoint rezoning. They were displaced. And I was also one of 8 candidates who ran for Steve Levin's seat in the council this past June. Now, although all of us candidates differed greatly in our opinions, one place where we unanimously and wholeheartedly agreed on was the opposition to the Gowanus rezoning. Now, whether that opposition was due to lip service or principle matters little now. What does matter is that during an election year, politicians know that they have to speak to the public interest. And that public said a resounding no. What does that tell you about Brad Lander and Steve Levin's decision on the table right now? It means that they do not have to speak to the public interest, which is in opposition to this rezoning. Now, all 8 candidates also promised to uphold the 3 demands of the GNCJ. These demands, which to this date have not become part of the rezoning proposal. The fact that Levin and Lander refused to even pay lip service to these demands shows that they are not even willing to write a promise on a paper napkin which they can wipe their butts with afterwards. That's how little they care about their Black and brown neighbors in public housing. That's how little they care about the undocumented workers who will fall to their death because they're using non-union labor on most of these work sites. That's how little they care about the property owners who currently in Greenpoint are filing a class action lawsuit against the city for the damage that is being done. All of us had to take water out of our basements during Ida. All of us are now gathering and saying that the rezoning proposal that was done here was an unmitigated disaster. And the same thing is going to be proposed in Gowanus. That is absolutely unacceptable. And it's time that the city smartens up and realizes that this city cannot handle these kinds of rezonings anymore. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Seth Hillinger, followed by George Fiala.
Starting time.
Hi, my name is Seth Hillinger. I am a resident of Carroll Gardens, raising 2 children here, and I've been a resident of New York since 1999. I have seen a lot in this neighborhood, and I am opposed to the rezoning and am demanding a redo of the EIS. As a parent raising 2 children, I am thinking about them and their children and their children's children. I'll be the first to tell you that yes, this neighborhood is fairly white and that needs to change. But what a load of crap to think that this neighborhood is somehow more rich and exclusive than any other part of Brooklyn, where the average median home price in all of Brooklyn is $975,000. He's pulling wool over your eyes when he says things like that. And the solution is not to build affordable homes on top of a toxic waste site. This is just perpetuating the issues that poor people see across the country, putting them in danger. How do we ensure that 50 years from now, the Gowanus doesn't end up like Flint, Michigan, where people still don't have clean drinking water? Or worse, people develop cancer related to living on top of a toxic site. Who will they hold accountable? This rezoning was rushed without the necessary time to study the land and let it heal and recover from the effects of the oil and gas industries. It is a test to our commitment to fixing the environmental damage we have inflicted on this earth. And our politicians are choosing greed over good. The Gowanus Green, in my opinion, should become an urban forest and a historical site. It is the place where Washington evaded the British. It is the place where the Industrial Revolution centered on change. And from my tech background, it is even the place where the future of things like NFTs are being created. CryptoPunks were invented there, but most people don't know that. If you need more space for housing, there are more creative solutions in this city. Post-COVID, office spaces will remain vacant in Manhattan.
Seth, if you can wrap it up.
Reoccupy them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
The next and last speaker on this panel will be George Fiala.
Yes. Starting time.
Hello, I'm George Fiala. I publish a newspaper, the Red Hook Star Review, in the adjoining Red Hook neighborhood. We do share part of the Gowanus Canal, the foot of it. But in any case, I don't have that much to say, except that I was at the first Bridge and Gowanus meeting. And my impression of that meeting was that Councilman Lander was presenting a plan that he already believed in, that the city already believed in, and he was presenting it to the community, never asking anyone in the community, any resident or the bulk of residents, what they actually wanted. No one, I'm not sure that anyone ever took a poll of people who live in the community, whether this is what they wanted. The fact is, it's what the city wants, because the city depends on real estate taxes. It's what real estate developers want, who started a speculative frenzy before the super fund was begun, and it's continued through today. In fact, I believe last week or 2 weeks ago, there's already an application to build an 8-story building in the air on Union Street where the rezoning will happen. Everybody knows the rezoning is going to happen, but nobody knows why, except for the fact that it's just figured that real estate always wins, as Joseph Alexio once said at a forum that I saw him in. In any case, I'm just saying that it's a done deal, and it's a deal that's based upon money and real estate and political careers, and it's just a little bit unfortunate to see. And you know what? I'm going to end by saying we had a local issue here in Red Hook just last week, and the chairperson of the Board of Standards of Appeals rejected an idea to build a 15-story building here in Red Hook. And when she was asked to come see Red Hook to see for herself how great it would be, she said, "I'm a regular in Red Hook, so I really know this area. This is where I play. I play because it has so much that's not residential to offer. It has so much that's gritty to offer, and there's hardly any place left in New York that has that grit. And Gowanus will be one less place after this." Thank you.
Thank you, George. Thank you for your testimony today.
Chair, that was the last speaker on this panel, and I see no members with questions for this panel.
Okay. Do we have any questions for this panel? Nope.
I see no members with questions.
Okay. Thank you so much. This panel is now excused. If there are any other members of the public who wish to testify?
Yes, we have an upcoming panel which will consist of Bora Lee and Robert Maloney. Bora Lee will testify first, and then Robert Maloney.
Starting time.
So Bora Lee, if you can hear me, we just need you to accept the unmute request. Thank you.
Starting time.
Sorry. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, hi, my name is Bora Lee. I'm the Chief of Staff of Fifth Avenue Committee, a nonprofit comprehensive community development corporation whose mission is to advance economic, social, and racial justice. I'm in support of the Gowanus Green and the overall rezoning, as it helps to affirmatively further fair housing. I also support GNCG's demands and priorities, including upfront capital funding for local NYCHA communities and ensuring local accountability related to the commitments associated with the rezoning. Staff Council wants to advocate that the city invest in local workforce development, adult education, bridge programming, and expand the SYP for local law and moderate income residents. The economic inequalities in CB6 track along racial lines, and the city needs to make significant multi-year funding commitments in efforts like CAG and SPIDC coming together integrated workforce development program, supporting public housing residents in Gowanus and Red Hook. People forget the history of CB6, which is predominantly people of color. Today, Gowanus and the surrounding communities are very different. CB6 is over 60% white, while the city is just 32% white. SAC is a proud development partner of Gowanus Green, which will create 950 units of affordable housing, a new public park, and new public school on the remediated brownfield site. Opponents have indicated that the land isn't safe, but manufactured gas plant sites have been successfully mediated in the past. This is not something that's new. We need affordable housing. If not here, then when? SAC has been around in the community for 43 years, and we will not build if it wasn't safe or healthy. That's just a matter of fact. I grew up in Park Slope, just a block from Gowanus, and my immigrant parents had their small businesses here and had the opportunity of thriving thanks to this community. But opportunities which New York City is known for are not available in CD6 anymore for low and moderate income people, especially people of color without the rezoning. Thank you.
Laura, thank you for your testimony today.
Next, we will hear from Robert Maloney.
Starting time.
Robert Maloney, if you can hear us, we just need you to accept the unmute request in order to begin testimony. Robert Maloney, if you can hear me, we just need you to unmute, to accept the unmute request, or otherwise unmute your device in order to begin your testimony. Okay, we seem to have some technical difficulties with Robert Maloney. Next, we will hear from the representative Nydia Velasquez, or someone on her behalf.
Starting time.
Great, thank you. Council members, Brad Lander, Councilmember Moya. I was hoping the Congresswoman would be able to join. She was just landing in DC. She is working to pass the President Biden's Build Back Better Act, which would dedicate resources needed to lead the charge on climate resilient infrastructure and social needs. So I have a statement for Congresswoman Nydia Velasquez. I support the goals of creating an integrated neighborhood with affordable housing, but it is vitally important that it is truly affordable, safe, and that we do it right. I have concerns over the neighborhood rezoning, and the environmental impact statement as prepared by the city is fraught with inconsistencies and contradictions, and most importantly, does not properly take into consideration the impacts of climate change on the Gowanus community and on the ongoing cleanup of the Gowanus Canal, which, as we know, is an EPA Superfund site. In a letter with Assemblywoman Joanne Simon, I asked the city to revisit the draft environmental impact statement for the Gowanus rezoning, highlighting EPA's comments on the DEIS related to the cleanup, which the EPA sent to the Director of City Planning on August 8th. EPA has yet to see direct responses to its comments and questions, which are not adequately addressed in the FEIS. I want formal responses to concerns raised. Now, as we've heard, the EPA record of decision issued in 2013 requires that any future development under the city's purview not compromise the cleanup remedy, specifically stating that redevelopment projects must prevent additional sewer load. High-density residential development can put more pressure on old sewers, risking overflow contamination. Can I continue?
You got to wrap it up really quickly.
Okay. So while the unified stormwater rule is a good step for new development, we must make sure that sanitary flows, black water, are also taken into account. And in order to ensure that the rezoning does not increase combined sewer overflows, the canal and surrounding area, the city must comprehensively study the sewer system, drainage, hydrology, and implement tools to guarantee that new development does not add to the problem. And as we've heard, old data is used, old rainfall data. If you undercount 50%, your projections will not hold water. So the city council, the city is out of compliance with EPA's latest orders on CSO controls, yet the city assumes in the EIS that those measures are a done deal. So the Congresswoman outlines this in a letter, and she wanted to emphasize that the city council has the ability to compel its agencies to comply with EPA orders. The city needs to adequately account for the fact that Gowanus is a flood zone and take into account its infrastructure, and the city council, as the condition of the rezoning, can require that the agency fully comply with EPA's orders.
I'm sorry that I got to cut it off, but you're submitting the testimony. Thank you very much for your testimony today, and we thank the Congresswoman's testimony as well. Council, we can go to the next panelist.
The next speaker will be Victoria Hillston, who will be followed by Zeke Luger. Victoria Hillston next.
Starting time.
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Thank you. This is Victoria Hillstrom. Thank you very much for having me. I would first like to support everyone in Gowanus. They have first said very clearly that the community was not able to properly participate with a rezoning during the pandemic. Our council members and the mayor are termed out, and no one feels that any of these massive rezonings should be going through. There have not been proper environmental impact studies. There have not been proper displacement studies. There are many, many problems with this rezoning. And I hope that I speak for all of us in New York that this is very reckless of the city council to even consider a massive rezoning during a pandemic. This should not be our priority. It is reckless to assume that all of these agencies were working from home. We were not part of the Paris Agreement. We are not even complying with the standards for construction that major cities in the world have implemented. So I would just like to say to City Council, whether it be the upzoning in the Seaport, the rezoning in Soho and or Gowanus, it is extremely improper that you are pushing these things through in the dying days of this administration, and we will not forget it. You can kiss your careers goodbye. It is reckless. Stephen Levin, I am very disappointed that this is continued as with Mr. Lander, and I think that it is time to listen to New York City residents. We don't believe MIH is even a good plan.
Thank you, Victoria. Thank you for your testimony today.
Next, we'll hear from Zeke Luger.
Starting time.
Yes, Thanks. So hi, my name is Zeke Luger. I'm a Queens resident and a statistics major at Queens College. I learned about New York City's land use issues during the Flushing rezoning. Since then, have been active on land use issues around the city. People keep referencing the Gowanus Racial Impact Study by Lance Freeman of Columbia University. The study is meant to preview future studies to be required under the Racial Impact Study Bill. The Gowanus report is used by supporters of the Gowanus Neighborhood Plan as a talking point to say this rezoning will bring integration to the city to atone for DCP's off-franchise previous neighborhood rezonings. DCP's rezonings have been known to incentivize landlords to harass and evict their rent-regulated tenants in the rush to reach the booming luxury market. These evictions displace longtime working-class communities and deplete New York City's precious supply of affordable housing. The bill requires that racial impact studies will calculate a, quote, displacement risk index largely reflecting the number of remaining rent-stabilized units in the study area. Activists demanded this provision to ensure these vulnerable residents' futures are accounted for in any large-scale changes to zoning laws. Have any of you read this study? Did you read on page 5 how Mr. Freeman dismisses even the possibility of residential displacement? Freeman concludes on page 34 that the risk of displacement for Black and Latino families in the area is low since the vast majority of low-income families reside in regulated affordable housing, describing rent-regulated households as protected, especially since rent laws were strengthened in 2019. I've been in Flushing a lot lately where residents have showed me the rent-stabilized buildings are still facing MCI upgrades to raise their rent and are still seeing their rent-stabilized buildings demolished. Calling these vulnerable residents protected is such an insult to everyone who's ever been priced out of a home, fought the city to acknowledge that this happens in official government documents, and it contradicts the purpose of the Racial Impact Study Bill. We know the study is nonsense for any number of reasons and actively attacks the experience of New Yorkers. if DCP enacts the council's racial impact study bill with this degree of disrespect for New York's longtime and vulnerable residents, we will make sure that everyone knows what you're doing. This rezoning will displace residents. Please vote no on this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today.
Chair, that was the last speaker on this panel, and I am not seeing any members with questions for this panel.
Okay. Seeing that there is no questions for this panel, the panel is now excused. If you could please call up the next panel.
If there are any members of the public who wish to testify on the Gowanus Neighborhood Plan, Mercy Home UDAP, or Gowanus Canal CSO facilities at Douglas Street or Owl's Head actions, please press the raise hand button now. The meeting will briefly stand at ease while we check for any members of the public who may have registered. I'll take this moment to remind the viewing public that testimony may be submitted to the council at landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. Testimony to the Land Use Council on any of the items heard today can be sent by email to landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. And with that, Chair, I see no other members of the public who wish to testify on these items.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me just turn it over to Councilmember Lander for some brief closing remarks.
Thank you so much, Chair Moya. First, I just want to thank you for sticking here and listening to all of my constituents, Councilmember Levin's constituents, and folks, residents of the city. It is no secret that land use and planning and real estate development and affordable housing and climate infrastructure matters are of passionate interest to people in our city. And I really thought it was valuable to sit here and listen to everyone. There are very strong and different points of view on this rezoning as on all rezonings. I think some things do ring clear together though. Everyone wants to make sure we get real investments in the Gowanus houses and Wyckoff Gardens and make sure our neighbors in public housing have the decent conditions that they deserve. Everyone wants investment in stormwater infrastructure and making sure that we continue to clean the Gowanus Canal in ways that are consistent with the Superfund cleanup and that also address issues of flooding. And everyone wants to make sure that commitments made are commitments kept. I appreciate that there are a set of people that don't believe that the Gowanus rezoning is the way to do that. I would say to people, we know what the status quo looks like. If this rezoning is rejected, we will not get 3,000 units of genuinely affordable housing. We won't get significant investments in public housing. I think we'll miss the opportunity to make some new and significant stormwater investments alongside the Superfund, which would continue on its own. And we just really have to grapple with that. I want to push back a little on something my friend George Fiala said, because this plan has changed substantially as a result of the input of residents over the last 8 years or so. When we started, Gowanus Green was 75% affordable, not 100% affordable, and not anywhere near as deeply affordable. There was the plan was much less mixed use. The mid blocks were going to be rezoned, and there was no Gowanus mix zoning. That came from community pressure. There were no tools for new schools or transit improvements. Unlike one piece of testimony, Landmarks Preservation Commission did work with us. It just already got done a couple of years ago because this process has taken a while. We landmarked some of the best historic buildings in the area, the Powerhouse, the Old American Can Factory, and several more. And we have some of the most aggressive sustainability requirements in development in the United States previously, the strongest stormwater rule in the country, requirements for rooftop wind, green or solar, a resilient shore walkway, all aligned with Superfund remediation. We have more to do, and we heard it today. So I appreciate, Chair, that you're going to work together, and I heard Chair Salamanca with me and Councilmember Levin to win what is necessary for our neighbors who live in public housing, to win additional commitments on stormwater and CSOs, to guarantee real oversight. And there's a bunch of other details as well. This stuff is hard. I don't really want to glad game it or like sugarcoat it. There are people who really have strong disagreements, I do feel proud of this community and this council for wrestling with these issues in a really thoughtful, really passionate, really dig down deep into the weeds way. That is what people expect of us, that we maximize the public interest as much as we possibly can, given the realities and opportunities that are in front of us. So I thank you for your patience. I thank everybody who came out to testify, and I look forward to working with you and with the community in the coming weeks as we negotiate with the administration in advance of the subcommittee, the committee, and ultimately the council's vote on the Gowanus rezoning. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Lander. Okay, there being no other members of the public who wish to testify on LU numbers 869 through 874 and 888 and LU numbers 884 through 887, the public hearing is now closed and the items are laid over. That concludes today's business. I will remind the viewing public that for anyone wishing to submit written testimony for items that were heard today, please send it by emailing it to landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. And I would like to thank, of course, the members of the public, my colleagues, the subcommittee council, in particular, all of the land use staff for their incredible work on these very difficult projects, but also really dedicating a lot of their time and effort to really make this hearing happen. We thank you so much for what you do. My co-pilot, as always, Arthur Hun and Angelina, thank you, as always, for being great. And, of course, our Sergeant at Arms, who really keep everything moving and functioning. As always, we thank you all for that and for participating in today's meeting. This meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you, everyone.